CSIR should be doing across different fields. Today, there's going to be an interaction with industry, explaining to industry what CSIR has to offer, and then also hearing not only from industry but our other stakeholders also, our colleagues from ministries, our other colleagues from the society, to understand what and how we should proceed further. So without spending more time, may I now request the first such theme to now initiate this discussion. So I'd like to request Dr. Atul Vaidya, Director NEERI, and Theme Director of the E3OW, that's in Ecology, Environment, Earth, Ocean, and Water. That's the first theme that's going to be, discussing quite a few areas where CSIR is and how we should proceed further. So over to you, Dr. Vaidya.
Thank you, Vibha. Good morning to all. On behalf of CSIR, I welcome representatives of our own institutions, industries, academia, and regulatory agencies and ministries to this technical session, which is dedicated to the theme Ecology, Environment, Earth, and Ocean Science and Water. If you look at the title, you'll find that it encompasses entire Earth and atmosphere. And therefore, although this theme is, there are three nodal laboratories, but practically we are getting contributions from all CSR laboratories because everybody is working for environment directly or indirectly. So this is a kind of exclusive theme, and probably I think organizers put it in the rightly in the beginning at the opening of the technical sessions. We have three nodal laboratories for this, namely NEERI, where I represent NEERI, National Institute of Oceanography, NIO, Goa, NGRI, and then we are getting a lot of contributions from other labs. Specifically, I would like to mention CSMCRI Bhavnagar, NIST Trivandrum, IICT Hyderabad, because as I said, it is basically encompassing all the laboratories, this theme. And therefore, it's time that we had a difficult question, how to represent this theme in short time. So we tried to represent all E's in the theme, namely environment, earth, ocean. So without taking much time, I'll just put forward that there are 4 lectures from CSIR covering earth, environment, ocean science, and water. And there is a talk from industry, which is actually dealing with low carbon energy from waste, which is again a part of theme. And there will be a panel discussion on CSIR's role in sustainable resource utilization and management. Here I would like to say one sentence here that basically the issues of environment arise due to unsustainable way of exploiting resources, utilization, and waste management. So this is the basic theme which will be taken in panel discussion. And with this, I stop here because time is less, and then I will request the speakers to restrict themselves to the time limits given, not more than 3 or 4 minutes. We have four presentations to cover, and then panel discussion about 20 minutes. So I request Dr. Prakash Kumar, Director CSR NGRI, for his quick views on prospecting underground resources. Dr. Prakash Kumar, please. Good. Just no.
Hello. Good morning. I will present on geophysical prospecting of underground resources for socio-economic development. CSIR NGRI is a constituent laboratory of CSIR, and this laboratory is mainly focused on not only for the geodynamic aspect of the Indian plate, but also for the resource evaluation. In resource, there are three critical issues: groundwater, mineral and energy. As we know, 54% of the India faces high to extreme water crisis. So here we are focusing on groundwater exploration and its management. Mineral, 6.9 million ton and 5.9 million ton of RED and lithium reserve have been reported in the India, which is very much smaller in size compared to the other part of the world. In energy, we are also devoted in unconventional resources and also conventional resources like hydrocarbon, gas hydrate, shale gas, coal bed methane, geothermal we have started, and then for clean environment, CCUS, carbon capture and utilization. Few significant achievements in R&D sector are: number one, the gravity map of India, which is not only important to understand the geodynamics of the Indian plate, but also it provides a very strong constraint on resource evaluation and also for the defense purpose. The basin of the potential gas hydrate, this is a multi-institutional work we have done. We have evaluated, quantified and also identified the reserve of gas hydrate in our offshore within our economic exclusive zone. Coal bed methane exploration, quite a number of works we did in the different coal field of India, and then deep seismic sounding studies of Indian plate, where NGRI has the only institute having the expertise to carry out this type of work, to provide not only the high resolution of the shallow subsurface, but also we can provide the unprecedented resolution, the deeper part of the crust, up to 40 to 55 kilometers. Several pioneering geophysical, geological and geochemical research programs carried out for the resource exploration, like uranium exploration. We are supporting AMD, groundwater exploration and geothermal potential map of India. The NGRI has the capability not for the ground-based tools, but also for but also for the airborne and also borehole. The expertise are gravity magnetic, electrical, electromagnetic, seismic, geothermal tools, airborne EM magnetic, radiometric survey. We have also the well logging facilities. We have also a small laboratory where we can measure the physical properties of the rock, geochemical laboratories, and also we have a small group, a devoted group to develop the algorithm and software for geophysical data processing and interpretation in AI ML based approaches. Further, we have also a industry standard software for geophysical data processing. We have a very wide range of stakeholders from different industries like NMDC, oil, ONGC, Reliance, DGH, etc. The next opportunity, exploration opportunity for E3OW theme are geodynamics, mineral, energy and groundwater. Some of the part of the Indian cratons are not well studied geophysically to understand its genesis, but also for the resource evolutions. And these are Singhbhum, Bastar, Buldenkhand and Ladakh region. And interpret seismicity, early warning system. In mineral, deep concealed iron ore is a very much important issue nowadays, challenging issue, because less than 10% of the resource have been identified and also excavated from just on the surface and below the surface, but the deeper part is yet to recovered. Exploration for the potash-rich deeper horizon, exploration for the critical minerals, banded iron formation. In energy, sub-basalt hydrocarbon is again the key issue for oil industries, enhanced oil recovery, geothermal energy in the Ladakh and other region of the world, India, and unconventional energy resources. And groundwater is another very key issue for us, that is the mapping and the management. In this domain, we are not only working alone, but the lot of CSIR laboratories are collaborating with us, and also from the different stakeholders like industry, different organizations and institutions. With this, CSIR NGRI, I will say, is a unique laboratory in this country, having from CSIR, which has the potential to carry out integrated study in geology, geophysics, and geochemistry under the same umbrella. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Prakash Kumar, to very briefly and precisely covering first E of the theme and the Earth. Now I request Dr. Amit Bansiwal, Senior Principal Scientist of NERI, to cover another W, water, of this theme. Amit, be precise. Thank you.
A very good morning to you all, and thank you, sir. I shall be covering, or rather giving a very brief, quick overview of various leads or technological developments happening across entire CSIR related to sustainable water management. So what I'm going to just share with you all the know-hows or technical leads which are identified which are happening across all the CSIR laboratories. And in fact, recently we tried to map the different technological developments happening across the CSIR related to water. And we are happy to share that we could identify more than 150 technological leads which are exclusively touching one or the other aspects of the water. So in that way, almost all the CSIR laboratories are working on some aspects of the water, be it related to, not only related to the treatment or removal of contaminants or disinfection, but the genomic surveillance, the plant water interactions, the microbial interactions, and even production of very high purity grade water for semiconductor industry. So these are some of the developments happening across the CSIR, and I shall be restricting my talk related to only drinking water, as water, other aspects related to wastewater and sewage and etc. shall be touched upon by other colleagues in the subsequent talks. So as we all know, the different challenges related to water, scarcity is of course one of the major challenge, but presence of the geogenic contaminants, waterborne pathogens and associated diseases, and lot of such challenges are there, and particularly considering the recent scheme of Har Ghar Nal Ka Jal, scheme of Ministry of Jal Shakti, lot of technological interventions are required, and we are all our laboratories are extensively working on almost all of these aspects related to drinking water treatment, distribution and supply, monitoring and related aspects. So very quickly, I shall be, this is my only slide which I am going to share with you all, that if we look at the complete value chain or complete chain of drinking water, right from abstraction to the distribution and use, we have intervention in each and every aspects of the complete chain. Like for example, for abstraction, which can be sourced from surface water bodies or from groundwater, the sustainable prospecting, particularly in the dry areas of Rajasthan and Gujarat, the helibone surveys were very successfully undertaken, and the sustainable water, underground water resources were identified. Similarly, aquifer mapping for the contaminants transport and assessment, solute transport modeling, and in fact in situ treatment of the geogenic contaminants are being undertaken at different CSIR laboratories. Similarly, if we look at the treatment, the next step after withdrawal, the treatment of the contaminants or removal of the contaminants in a techno-economically feasible approaches for removal of arsenic, fluoride, nitrate, iron, etc. Lot of technological developments are in fact developed, commercialized and successfully running in the field, which are removing these contaminants at relatively lesser cost and with less energy. Membrane systems, disinfection using silver ionization, ozonation, etc. And desalination, of course, a big activity undertaken, and a lot of developments are there. I'm not sharing the performance or exact details considering the paucity of the time, but if you all are interested, we can be in touch and discuss further for further technical discussions related to any of these aspects. Similarly, if you look at the further steps of storage and distribution, we have development based on IoT and sensor networks for monitoring the water quality, water levels in the reservoir. Our laboratories are working and commercialize those systems. The point of use treatment system at the user end, and software platform for identification of leaks and contamination in the distribution system like Risk Pinet, etc. have been developed and commercialized. So friends, the story doesn't end here. After use, there is generation of waste, which can be grey water as well as sewage or septage, and we are in fact having lot of very good solutions for treatment of grey water as well as sewage, and those aspects shall be covered by other colleagues, and then these water can be recycled. So there is a complete closed loop kind of end-to-end solutions our laboratories are working on. So that's all from my side. Considering the time, I could not include more technical details, but we shall be happy to discuss and take the association further. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Amit, for covering W of the theme, that is water. Then we come to environment part, and waste management is the most important part of the environment. And as we said in the beginning, that it's only glimpse of the theme. It's not the entire work which is being carried out across the CSIR labs. It's only the glimpse of each and everything in this possible short time. So I request Dr. Venkat Mohan, Chief Scientist from IICT Hyderabad, to cover waste management part of the theme. Venkat, quick.
So very good morning to all. I'm here to represent about CSIR technologies and contributions in waste management on holistically. So I would like to start with the availability of waste in India. Everybody know that we have about 60 million tons of solid waste generated every year in India, apart from about 30,000 liters of in domestic wastewater per day, and apart from that 1,300 liters of industrial wastewater. So in this context, I would like to say that India, in general, global contributes near to 5% of greenhouse gas emissions because of waste, and also resource recovery. When we look into the recent circularity report, it is only 8%. So waste is a resource here. In this context, waste management will play a major role. Even though it is challenging, it has significant opportunities in coming days. So CSIR on the whole, with 37 laboratories, is looking into waste management in the sustainable framework, and also try to address sustainable development goals as well as Swachh Bharat mission in a very comprehensive and sustainable way. So CSIR contributes in waste management two domains, when we can divide into waste remediation as well as waste to value. I will briefly present about what we are doing in this both domain. Waste remediation, particularly all the labs directly or indirectly involved in various aspects of waste management across the sector. Either it will be wastewater, industrial wastewater, domestic wastewater, solid waste or gaseous emissions. It looks into holistically. They basically try to develop decentralized as well as centralized effluent treatment plants, sewage treatment plants, and has been established in many places with its own technology, which is a custom made. And also contributes across the sector like fecal sludge management or industrial wastewater treatment, particularly pharmaceutical wastewater or chemical and allied industries, or towards tannery wastewater. It has a lot of technologies developed unit operations as well as complete effluent treatment plants. And also we try to look into various unit operations, either physical or biological, try to establish strategies to increase the biodegradability if wastewater is complex, establish electro-oxidation, advanced oxidation systems, particularly for many of the industries. And it includes photocatalysis as well as hydrodynamic cavitation, and also like advanced oxidation with some kind of hybrid strategies, and also looks into establishing adsorption as a main strategy from waste, taking waste as a feedstock. So also electrochemical technologies are major things which play a critical role in wastewater treatment, particularly industrial wastewater. And biological systems has a very good biological team throughout the CSR spectrum, developed consortia which can increase performance, particularly resource recovery or wastewater treatment, and also look into gas biofilters using biological routes for VOC and odor removal, and also works on natural-based solutions, which is again a sustainable strategy, wherein try to took various mimicking with the nature wetland systems in different configurations, either it is horizontal or vertical or a flow-through systems. It has spectrum of technologies across CSIR, which was implemented in a larger way in many of the fields. Apart from that, it's contributed to society. You try to look into, take the problems of society and try to address urban, rural, as well as semi-urban areas with the requirement inputs from environmental science, and establishing effluent treatment plants in many places, and also developing low-cost treatment strategies for domestic sewage that can be go in plug-in flow mode. So coming to waste to evaluate, and also we look into the wastewater epidemiology. Basically, when COVID is there, we try to surveil the based on wastewater, COVID and AMR, as well as emerging pollutants, which will be very helpful to design, come up with the strategies to remove it. So waste to value addition, it's one of the another important area where CSR is known for technologies, particularly biomethane, spectrum of technologies from different labs, which has been implemented many places across the India, which different kinds of feedstock, either municipal waste or co-digestion or solid biomethanization, or with the industrial, biodegradable industrial wastewater. We have spectrum of technologies, and apart from that, we have a strategy with biorefinery where we can produce biohydrogen from waste. Apart from that, we also look into wastewater as a important feedstock and try to produce some kind of chemicals, that is industrial grade chemicals or fertilizers. One of the very excellent technology which has come up to translation stage. It also use materials from municipal thing, try to make it into some kind of additives to make construction materials by industry, and also look into plastics for segregation as well as to recovery energy or recovery chemicals. And apart from that, keeping the sustainability aspects in forefront, CSR looking to develop strategies with a decarbonization mechanism, including circular economy, and try to make ZLD or zero emissions. So these are some of the things briefly I presented. It's not a complete list, but we'll be happy to discuss. Thank you very much. I can present. Yeah. Yeah. So this is the one which we try to use anaerobic bacteria, selectively enriched bacteria, try to convert waste into hydrogen by restricting methanogenic activity. This we are trying to make into biorefinery approach, ZLD approach, where multiple chemicals can be produced along with hydrogen. Waste, solid waste, we can go with wastewater also, spent wash also. Thank you.
First of all, thank you for giving a overview of CSIR technologies across the spectrum. I'm Dr. Ram Kumar, former Director R&D, Indian Oil. We were also looking for green hydrogen production pathways from waste. So there are several other things, but my question is, since it is also a biohydrogen production pathway, how does it compare with dark fermentation methods and also MEC methods? There are several MEC pathways also are there to recycle the CO2 into green hydrogen or higher alcohols. So how does it compare, especially in terms of yields and kinetics? Kinetics is a big limitation, no?
So basically it's a dark fermentation process. Photofermentation, it's not feasible because of inherent limitations. So trying to restrict methanogenic activity and produce hydrogen by dark fermentation. Microbial electrolysis, it's an upcoming thing, again with dark fermentation. But at present, to scale up economically, it may not be viable at today's situation.
People are hyphenating both in an integrated manner, the dark fermentation and MEC.
Yeah.
Our lab at Indian Oil is having one of the largest demo unit for MEC.
Yeah, I know about. My student is working in that project.
Yeah.
So MEC is a viable technology, but economic wise, today it may not work out. In future, in integration, it can work. Kinetics, it is slow, but dark fermentation we can increase with inducing electrogenesis. So MEC.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to add one quick comment on this. Theoretical yield so far is 4 moles per mole of glucose for biohydrogen. People have reached around 2. And the major limitation is the removal of hydrogen, because it is a self-toxic kind of, to hydrogenase enzyme that is involved into that. Very low partial pressure can stop that enzymatic activity. So continuous removal of hydrogen is the key to all such processes. And that is where industrial collaboration or other things are required. And if you couple dark fermentation, probably we can touch 4 also. It's normally being tried to have integrated dark and this fermentation. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Venkat, for nicely covering. It is really a vast topic and it represents major part of the environment theme. Thanks for that. Now I call upon Dr. Narsingh Thakur to cover ocean science part of the theme. Narsingh, Doc, please.
Good morning. CSIR NIO is a multidisciplinary institute, and apart from understanding the oceanographic processes which have impact on marine life as well as climate, we also work in the area of technology development in 2 sectors. One is marine living resources, other one is marine non-living resources. So I'll be just touching upon the marine living resources and the bioprospecting of the same. So marine bioprospecting, these are the theme areas: therapeutic molecules, functional foods and supplements, natural pigments, hydrocolloids, and microbial enzymes. And you can see we have unique resources for that. So marine invertebrates are there, cold sea and deep sea beds. These are very unique ecosystems in the deep sea, like the areas where the methane ship is there or gas hydrate is there. The complete microorganisms are chemosynthetic. They use sulfur or methane for their survival and also provide symbiotic association with invertebrates. So this is a unique resource. Then microalgae and macroalgae. Macroalgae, the seaweeds, a lot of work is going on, but microalgae is again one of the untapped resources which we can explore for various purposes, and we are working on that. Then microbes associated with marine organisms and extremophiles, right, hydrothermal areas. This is our core strength. We have a group of almost 25 people working in the field of biotechnology, marine biotechnology and bioprospecting. This is only of NIO, but we have a larger group across the CSIR institutes working in the field of marine bioprospecting, including the deep sea microbes and their bioprospecting. This is a unique facility available with our institute, the research vessels, which we can use for sampling from different depths. This technology is readily available for transfer, and we have already finalized the negotiation, and we are transferring this technology on non-exclusive basis. This is a process, a green process to extract polysaccharides from marine seaweeds. And these are the technologies which are in pipeline or established at TRL 3 level, and 3 different industries for 3 different technologies have already identified, and we are handholding them for scale-up studies. This is all about bioprospecting of marine living resources. I have a couple of slides to share upon our marine robotics program, because we have marine biotechnology and marine robotics. These are the 2 groups working in the field of technology development. Yeah, Dr. Pramod will take over.
morning. This is the robotics part of the NIO where we are working on marine robots which can go and explore the ocean. And these are the 4 technologies which we have developed. So underwater vehicle, then vertical profiler, these are also there on our stall. But today I will talk only about the one which is for the coral reef monitoring, which was recently developed technology. And this vehicle can go up to 200-meter water depth, and it can take videography and any kind of payload which we do. It has applications not only on monitoring of coral reefs, but also like pipeline inspections and other field of the applications. So this what you see is we have done work in the coral reefs of island of near Goa in Malvan, and now we are planning to take this boat to Lakshadweep. So it is already at TRL level 8, and we are already negotiating with the with these companies, ECIL and Electro-Pneumatic in Pune, where we are in discussion with, they want to use it for strategic application as well as for the environmental monitoring application. Thank you.
Thank you, Team NIO, for briefly presenting the capabilities of CSR in ocean science. With this, we have last presentation in this session, that is from industry, that is on low carbon energy from waste. Mr. Abhinav Todi is actually industrial partner to IICT Hyderabad. Please.
Hi, good morning everyone. I don't have a presentation, I'm just going to talk about what I'm doing. So basically I am partner at Pyrotask Energy, and we chemically recycle plastic waste into hydrocarbon oil. And this oil can be further processed downstream and be converted into fuels, petrochemical fuels, or put back into refineries to make to make virgin plastics again. And so our goal is 100% circular economy for plastic waste. And so we're working towards it by talking to several petrochemical refineries in India and outside of India. And that is in the process. Our current capacity is about 6 to 8 tons of input plastic waste. And yeah, we will be achieving our goals soon. So I'm over here actually because Dr. Mohan, I'm working with Dr. Mohan for the biohydrogen project, which again aligns with my goal of converting waste into wealth. And in order to achieve our energy needs and to be self-reliant, I do believe hydrogen is the path forward, and we will be doing it. That's it. Thank you.
So with this quick presentations, representative presentations from this team, and we'll have a quick panel discussion on the sustainable sustainable resource utilization and exploration. So for which I call upon stage Dr. Sunil Kumar Singh, Director NIO, please. Dr. Prakash Kumar, Director NGRI. Dr. Anandaram Krishnan, Director NIST Trivandrum. Vijay Kumar, Scientist G from NCAOR. Has he come? Please. Dr. Prashant Gargav was to come, former CPCB. As usual, they are into some problems always. And 11th hour I got message that he cannot come. So they are really busy into other things. So. And then Mr. Abhinav Todi as the industry representative. So we'll have this quick panel discussion, about 20 minutes. So welcome to this panel discussion. That is the last part of this theme presentation or technical session in theme, which is dedicated to, rather we'll try to quickly discuss the views of different panelists on sustainable resource utilization and management. From my side, I would like to say that the whole issue of environment, it goes back to the unscientific and unlimited extraction of resources, imprudent use of utilization of resource, and negligence of waste management. These are the three basic issues which lead to the all environmental issues. Sometimes we are compelled to do that because of our population and requirements, but however there are always sustainable ways to do that, and the focus of, because that is also the theme focus, the topic we have selected like this, and there can be a lot of things to be discussed, but then I would request all the panelists to be brief in their views. So I will start with Dr. Sunil Kumar Singh, Director CSIR NIO. Dr. Sunil Kumar Singh, there are one or two questions which are related. First thing, we look at ocean as the alternate for the resources. And what are the alternate resources present in ocean, how they can be extracted in sustainable way, and how they can be utilized. These are the three things which you can throw as an expert and director of this institute for a long time. You can throw some light on this quickly.
Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. And as you have rightly said, ocean representing almost 2/3 or 71% of the entire globe contains huge amount of resources. And particularly when you are talking Indian Ocean, which is 71 million square kilometer of area, many resources are there. And in fact, if you see, our existence itself is depending on the ocean, because the monsoon climate which we are utilizing for agriculture and all those things is depending on the ocean. Our almost 20% of the economy which is coming from agriculture is dependent on the ocean. In addition to that, if you talk about today climate change, we are talking about the alternative resources, whether it is living resources or non-living resources. So just now Narsingh Thakur ji has spoken about the part of the living resources, so I will not touch upon that. But if you can see, there are so many non-living and living resources are present in the ocean. So one of them is renewable energy, and energy which you are talking about, fossil fuel energy. And you know the problem associated with that. We are India itself is pushing 2.3 billion of greenhouse gas. So if you want to take care of that, actually you have to depend on renewable energy. And you know, ocean is having huge amount of renewable energy in terms of tide, or in terms of wave, and in terms of temperature difference or salinity difference. And total, if you see, we have 1 lakh gigawatt ton of our energy stored in the ocean, which can be extracted very nicely. Only thing is how sustainable it is, because when you talk about sustainability, we have to talk about the different way of extracting that. And in terms of when we are trying to extract those energy, we have to very sustainable. In second thing, which you are talking about, another non-living resource, which is about mineral. And you know, when we are talking about this type of energy, storage, battery and all those things, I think critical metals will be very much required. And you know, ocean has huge amount of these resources. And our institute has served almost about 3 lakh square kilometer in the Indian Ocean, Central Indian Ocean, and where 75,000 square kilometer has been rigorously screened. And there we have huge resource. Almost we are finding 400 million tons of polymetallic nodules. We are almost 105 million metric tons of iron, manganese, cobalt, crust, all those things are there. So you know, about 95 million ton of manganese is there, 4.5 million ton of nickel is there, and 4.5 ton of copper is there, 0.5 ton of cobalt is there. And you know, these critical metals are very much required for the battery operated car and all those things. You know that every year world is producing almost 1.5 billion of mobile, and means this industry requires almost 500 tons of 500 kg of platinum, 500 tons of gold and silver, and similarly copper. So these requirements have to be made from all the energy, which all the metals coming from the ocean. Similarly, actually National Institute of Oceanography also has worked on the other area where you have huge amount of sulfides, where plates are moving away, huge amounts of sulfide deposits are there, like rare earth element, platinum group elements are there. And you know, when you are talking about wind energy and all, every magnet requires almost 300 kg of neodymium. So from here we are going to get those rare earth elements. Even all the car which we are producing, everywhere huge amount of rare earth is required. So I think these resources needs to be tapped, which is there in the ocean. So these are some of the very, very important aspect of the non-living resources. And a little bit on the living resources, which we heavily depend on the ocean for the food, like fishery and all. So fishery, again, if you see the fishery, if in India, the marine fishery is almost going down. Earlier, our production was almost 4 million ton, which has gone up to 3.5 million ton. Overall fishery is increasing because of aquaculture and all, but the marine fishery is decreasing. So here again, the National Institute of Oceanography is trying to help in the fishery industry by providing the prediction, like a long-term prediction, where the fishery will be available, how it can be catch with minimum amount of investment and all those things. So these are some of the area where National Institute of Oceanography is working and providing for the different resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sunilgam, for elaborating the contributions that can come from ocean wealth. Now I move on to second panelist, Dr. Anand Ramakrishnan, about your experiences in waste management, what CSIR should do, but quickly, we are running short of time.
NIST Trivandrum also working on waste management, both solid waste as well as liquid waste. And we are working at different scales. For example, liquid waste from the 50 kg to 500 kg treatment we are doing. One such plant is already we put it in our stall, Nova, that can be treated in 600 liters per day from the domestic waste as well as household waste, can be converted into the reusable water. That you can see that that's a microorganism based technology. Whatever the existing technology, this need only 30% less space and very less water requirement to convert into that. That Nova system can be converted as a biogas generation as well. That also we are doing it. Some of the midday meal kitchen, we have already established the same thing. They are using the whatever the kitchen waste is coming, solid waste, we convert as the gas. Inside the same gas will be used for the midday meal preparation. Already 2 schools we have established. We are planning to establish the same type of technologies in the other places wherever the request has come. And the solid waste, whatever I mentioned, one is that Trivandrum Airport runs with our technology. 500 kg of food waste, whatever generated in the Trivandrum Airport has been converted as the gas. That gas has been converted as electricity. The whole Trivandrum Airport, whatever the lights are switched on by our Trivandrum technology. But we wanted to expand into the other airports. Already we are touched with the other 2-3 airports. Talk is on. So we wanted to expand that on the solid waste, whatever the food waste is coming that. And biomedical waste, you can look into our stalls, we have put it into that. And grey water also, we are working on it. Neeri also has the one technology. What we have developed the technology, again the same size, we try to reduce usage of the water. And Nova has been included that. That's what already we established the same technology in the NIST Trivandrum quarters. All the water has been treated by our own technology. The same water has been recirculated. The same thing can be established in any small apartments, hotels, tea shops, like that. We already established more than 10 establishment already has done in Trivandrum alone. So these technologies are available that it's all are based on microorganism based technology, no chemical based technologies. And also odor control technology also we develop. If you go to the fish market and pharmaceutical industry, a lot of odor has been generated. The removing that odor removing technology has been developed by NIST Trivandrum, and we transfer that technology. And recently we developed one more technology next month we are going to inaugurate in Kasaragod. If you see that effluent of the fatty, for example, coconut industry, lot of coconut oil comes from the effluent. It's very difficult to remove the fatty acids or oils are in the effluents. So we develop our own technology with the support of DST. We are going to establish, we are going to inaugurate soon. So all these technology details are available. Please visit to the NIST Trivandrum stall. We are able to support, and what are you need the detail, we can share it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Anand Ramakrishnan. Quick words from Prakashji. You already presented.
Yes, I already mentioned few points in my last slide, but just I would like to emphasize only 3 points here. Because to make any country develop, we need to have a continuous supply of resources. And as we know, only less than 10%. Less than 10% of the resources just on the surface or below the surface have been evaluated. But the rest of the deep-seated minerals are now the critical issue for us. Now CSIR Engineering has started in this direction to thinking for, and Simpar will also agree about this, that mining and exploration for the deep-seated are really an issue. The second point is the RED and lithium. As Dr. Sunil has also mentioned about this, I will not mention, but these are the two very important aspects where the CSIR has started the Pan CSIR mission, and this is a very good step we made in the forward. And the third, the last one, I will emphasize the geothermal energy. In the last week, we have completed our 1 week, 1 lab program where Dr. V.K. Saraswat has visited, and he suggested us to make a geothermal center because NGRI has contributed a lot since last 3 decades on the geothermal exploration in the Himalayan area, Ladakh, Puga was the main region, and Tattapani. But now from NGRI, we have started the 2 other regions, Chumatang and Panamik, and other places in the northeast. We are thinking to go there, and we will make a geothermal center. But this is actually renewable sources, and it is very important for domestic and also for the electricity generation. Because if you can tap this energy, we can supply hot water to our army deployed in that field area. So this is only 3 points I wanted to mention, and there are more important problems are there, but I think these 3 we have started in a very large scale. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Prakash. Quick word from Vijay Kumarji about the expectations of ministries. He represents ministry. What you expect from CSR laboratories, because you are also representing our theme indirectly, MOES.
Yeah, thank you. So, from Ministry of Earth Sciences, I thank you, CSIR, and congratulate also on the Foundation Day. So, from the Ministry of Earth Sciences, as Dr. Singh has said, we are working in the deep sea area, and both in the living resources and non-living resources. And under non-living resources, we are working with the International Seabed Authority, which has allocated an area of 75,000 square kilometer in Indian Ocean for exploration of polymetallic nodules, and similarly 10,000 square kilometer area for the exploration of polymetallic sulfides. So for these 2 programs, we expect good collaboration with CSIR institutes. As such, we have already good collaboration with NIO and with the IMMT for these 2 programs, but we expect more collaboration related to ocean survey, then resources estimation, then also the technology development, as one of the institute under Ministry of Earth Science is already developing the technologies, National Institute of Ocean Technology, but we need more collaboration with the institutes in CSIR, and similarly on the environmental impact assessment, because whenever we have to do some exploration and exploitation of resources from the ocean, so we need to go for the sustainable exploration. So for that, whatever environmental studies to be done, that we look towards the institutes from the CSIR. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. About EIA, CSR NERI, CSR NIO, and CSR CSM CRI. We are normally working on all the coastal EIA issues, and we are trying to. Thank you very much. Last question to the last panelist, Todiji. Already you have expressed quickly what industry, startup or small scale industry expect from CSR. We can understand the requirements of the multinationals and big sector. You can quickly throw some light.
Okay, so one thing I've thought of is it's very difficult for small scale industries to have some research done. So having some laboratories that can perform research tasks given by SMEs will throttle SMEs up the scale and bring them into competition with larger players who already have in-house labs. I guess CSIR can help out in there to have several decentralized laboratories in specific locations of industrial belts wherein tasks can be given to the laboratories to get the results from the small scale industries.
Thank you for the paucity of time. We cannot be in more details. I would like to conclude quickly about this technical session. You have seen the glimpses of. There are only glimpses, and there is a lot of work done by CSR labs in this theme. And practically, we need a detailed collaboration, detailed interaction with each and every one of you. But however, this was a kind of representative kind of session, and what I think is that CSR has all the technologies, all the processes in place to deal with the issues of E3 OW theme. There is need to integration, and we'll try to integrate all the CSR labs, like it's a complete recycle of water. We have waste management technologies, we have water treatment technologies. As Dr. Amit has presented, we have to look for end-to-end solution, and for which integration across the CSR labs in this theme is required. That we'll definitely doing, and DG is supporting us on that. So that we will take up that exercise shortly. With this, I conclude here without taking much time. Over to Vibha. Thank you very much for all panelists, all speakers.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vaidya and the panelists. If Mr. Tori and Dr. Vijay Kumar could please stay on. I request Dr. Pashilkar to please come and felicitate our two speakers. Dr. Pashilkar is Director of CSIR NAL, the National Aeronautics Laboratories. Thank you, Dr. Tori. Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Dr. Vijay Kumar, and Dr. Pashilkar, if you will please come here and take over. We'll start the next session of the AEISS theme. This is the Aerospace, Electronics and Instrumentation and Strategic Sector. It's again a vast theme, and it's over to Dr. Pashilkar, please.
Thank you and good morning to all of you. It's my pleasure to present the Aerospace, Electronics, Instrumentation and Strategic Sector theme. So I've slightly modified for lack of time. So as you can see, the theme covers a vast canvas, and we have many laboratories within CSIR which address these themes. So of course, for aerospace, we have the National Aerospace Laboratories, which I represent. On the electronics and instrumentation side, we do have laboratories like CIRI in Pilani and also the CSIO in Chandigarh. And again, it covers the strategic sector, which includes applications towards defense. In terms of the sub-verticals, we essentially have biomedical instrumentation, other instrumentation for basically healthcare, in terms of healthcare. We have the aerospace itself, both civil and military, as I mentioned. Essentially, we also cover all the component systems, subsystems, which are relevant to aircraft. What I will do now is quickly run you through the outcomes of the 1 week, 1 lab that we have been having all across the country. And subsequently, we have a quick panel discussion from some of the members, some of the laboratory directors who are connected with this theme. So let me quickly launch on to that. So we've had interactions in the 1 week, under the 1 week, 1 lab theme on various levels. Primarily, with the regional industries and MSME, and today we have representation from the Laghu Udyog Bharati, and we'll have a presentation from their side. What we have discovered essentially is that apart from, of course, the technical issues and the technical part which I mentioned, it is not only the technology readiness levels, which as researchers and scientists that we are concerned with, but ultimately it all boils down to the commercial readiness level, which is where the industry looks for a business case for it to get translated into the industry. So this has been a big message which has come through. When we look at Atmanirbhar, for example, which is a key flagship initiative of the Government of India, we notice that many of the industries, they tell us that what they need really is viability gap funding primarily, and it is also important to understand in some cases, for example, we see due to COVID in healthcare that the non-military products also in some sense are strategic, and therefore we have to probably broaden the idea of what we mean by strategic, and that is where seed funding for the strategic sector, not just aerospace or defense, needs to be provided from the government side. This is the learning. There are various models of funding which are in vogue. Traditionally, it was no commitment, no cost. That model just doesn't work anymore. Even the public-private partnership model, wherein the private industry initially invests and then attempts to do a recovery through the build and operate model, also has seen lots of ups and downs, and we will hear from some of the members present here whom we have invited as part of the AISS theme of how that has gone, how that journey has gone. In the recent past, there is this new model which is the DCPP model, which is primarily in vogue in the defense sector, which is development cum production partner, wherein you get an initial, the industry invests initially, and then it is entirely based on a promise of certain fixed number of product orders which are guaranteed in some sense by the end user, and therefore a business case can be built around that. So this is another model that we have been hearing, and of course we had lots of MOUs across various laboratories. The other interaction which was very interesting for various labs, I'm sure, was the startup ecosystem. What we gained out of this is that it's a high risk, high reward kind of model. What we heard from the venture capitalists and also some of the startups is that on average, typically if you are making 100 such ventures, a few of them give you blockbuster returns, 10x, 100x or more. A few of them will just return your capital back, and a large number of them actually, upwards of 90%, are going to actually lose money. So that's where it is important that there has to be deep tech involved in this, because you need to have some USP, some edge over the others, and CSIR in that sense with its scientific prowess is probably best suited to provide that. So therefore this is a different model where the scientists concerned, the venture capitalists, all of them, they try to gauge whether those people really have something unique which is not available otherwise, and that's where the startup concept comes in. And clearly what we understood from our interactions is that essentially there are two levels of support a person who ventures into these areas requires. First level is in terms of the technical advice that they receive, primarily to keep you grounded, not to extrapolate beyond, let's say, what is reasonably expected from the technology. And the second is what we need very seriously is in terms of a set of business advisors who basically ensure that your business case is straight. So this is how it would typically work out, and that's the summary or learning from our interactions during this 1 week, 1 lab that we have been having. Of course, we had other interactions with students, and it was great to have students into the lab. They are our future scientists and employees in a sense, and also part of both school students as well as college students we had. And then Jigyasa is a great initiative. It helps us to really do an outreach to the all across the state, for example. It's a regional connect, and the students get excited when they come into the labs. They are able to undertake demonstrations. They are able to visit the exhibition areas and see for themselves, just as we are seeing here today. The last set was very important again, basically local connect, again on that theme. So we did get representatives from the state government in various of all of our labs. That's the feedback that I've got. And it's very important because in order to launch new initiatives, we would need resources, typically land, water. So some of our bigger projects require support from either the center or the state government. And again, skilling is a very important consideration, and we connect with all the local skill development initiatives of the state government as well as of our own. So throughout we had a whole host of media briefings, all kinds of outreach, also workshop panel discussions on technical areas. So now I would conclude my presentation because time is short, and we move on to the next phase of the AASS theme. So here I'm requesting some of our directors of the labs, if they are already present in the audience, we will just go through quickly with a few questions, and that hopefully will give you a better flavor of what we are up to in the AISS theme and how we want to take it forward. So to begin with, I would call upon Director NPL, Dr. Achanta, who is here with us. So if you can join us, or if we can have the microphone, either way. Please. Then I'll request Dr. Ashish Lele, if he's there in the audience, to please join us. Or we will just quickly, maybe we will just do that. So the question to you, Dr. Achanta, is NPL is mandated to maintain all the national standards within this country. So what is it that NPL is working towards in the aerospace sector when it comes to these standards?
Right. So one thing is you mentioned before going to aerospace, I would also like to bring the biomedical equipment. Yeah. In the country, we do not have any standards, facilities to test or calibrate, certify this biomedical equipment. We have initiated that work, and we have actually started this biomedical equipment certification facilities. That's one area where we are working, and a few biomedical equipment like the defibrillator, infusion pump, PCG, these are already we have facilities in the country. Specifically for aerospace, what we are looking at is quantum sensors, the next generation sensors for E-field, H-field, RF sensors, gyros. So these are all needed for futuristic and upgrading our the technologies. So for these, so we are already working on setting up the standards as well as sensors themselves, developing them. Right. So then other one which we are looking at is right now the traceability within the country for Air Force, for example. It goes from NPL to 13 BRD. We provide the traceability of all their equipment for their testing and calibration equipment. These 13 BRD provides the traceability or calibration facilities across all the BRDs existing in the country. Right. So we need to work on having secondary standards laboratories across the CSIR laboratories where we can provide for, especially for this aerospace, which is upcoming, like automobile industry now, aerospace is going to be a big industry in the country. So I think we need to have these secondary standards laboratories specifically to address the aerospace applications.
So, thank you, Dr. Achanta. So I think the kind of standard that he's talking about not just covers aerospace, but the entire gamut of activities that are in this particular theme. Thank you. I call upon Dr. Lele. So my question to Dr. Lele is that NCL has been in the forefront of formulating the national strategy for green hydrogen, and particularly the hydrogen mission of the government. and it has taken off in the automotive sector. We have seen it take off in the marine as well as in the strategic sector for various applications. My question to you is, in what time frame do you think the same thing could happen for the aerospace sector?
Abhay, the aerospace sector is perhaps the most difficult for hydrogen to get entry into for two reasons. One is to carry hydrogen, store it and carry hydrogen in quantities that would require for a long endurance flight is not an easy problem to do. Clearly, compressed hydrogen is not going to do it. We'll have to liquefy hydrogen and store it on board, which has its own variety of issues. You have to store hydrogen below minus 250 degrees C, and then all the safety issues that come with it. So in the aerospace sector, I think green hydrogen is a long way off, frankly, in my opinion. What will come out is the long endurance drones, and there is a lot of demand for that. In fact, in India alone, I know at least 2 startups which are looking at long endurance drones. This is looking at load carrying capacity of between 5 to 10 kg and traveling for at least 45 to 60 minutes. And that is not possible with batteries because the battery dead weight itself is so high. I mean, technologically it's possible, but you have to carry a lot of dead weight with it. The dead weight might be as much as or more than the payload that you want to carry. So it doesn't make sense to fly such drones with batteries. That's where people are looking at hydrogen. So that is something that I think will come up much earlier. As I said, already companies are looking at it. The only other point I would make is for real aerospace applications, I think liquid fuels is what people will go for. And our own CSIR at IIP has done SAF to do. There are others who are doing it. So that is clearly the way to go forward. And it falls very nicely with the CORSIA guidelines that we have to follow. So that is clearly, so it doesn't have to be hydrogen. Any clean energy fuel, any sustainable fuel is good enough. So I would bet definitely on SAF and liquid fuels in general.
Thank you, Dr. Lele. So clearly there is a lot of scope and opportunity there. I move on to Dr. Bisht, Director IIP. As Dr. Lele mentioned, they have been on the forefront for biofuels. So Dr. Bisht, the question to you is, you have been a leader in the development of biofuels in this country. And what do you think will be the impact of biofuels on in aviation in particular?
Good morning, everybody. I think, as Ashish told, that high energy density fuels are required for aeroplanes, and batteries and other hydrogen is still little far away from that. And what we have done at IIP is we made a DILSAF technology, which is a single step process where you can modify. See, aircraft fuels require very good cold flow properties because the aircraft is going to operate at very low temperatures. So those cold flow properties come with a lot of isomerization and aromatization in the molecule system. So in our technology, what we have done, we have a single step process which is converting this used cooking oil and non-edible oils into such kind of formulations which meet all the specifications required for aircraft flying. And we have already supplied about 8,700 liters to Indian Air Force. Yeah. And the team is sitting here. And we are in the process to further scale up the activities and interact with industries to set up, because this technology is already ready for commercialization. So now we have tested a lot at the real machines, and now we are thinking of going to commercial scale for this one. And secondly, as CORSIA, as Ashish was telling, CORSIA, so 24 to 26 is the voluntary phase of CORSIA, where you are not mandated to use it, but people have volunteered. Almost 125 countries have volunteered for this, that they will reduce the CO2 emission in the aircraft industries or aviation industries. And 27 onward, it will be mandated. So there will be a very big demand rise for SAF after 27, sure. Although it will be starting from 24 to 26 also, but from 27 onward, it will be a very, very steep demand in SAF for blending with the existing ATF so that they are suitable for flying as per the CORSIA guidelines. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bisht. So as you can see, we have representatives from the Indian Air Force. We understand both SpiceJet and Indigo have attempted to use biofuels, and CSIR IIP's technology is now in the forefront to go into the industry, particularly the aerospace industry. So right on cue, I think we had the drone, and I think Dr. Lele also mentioned that for heavy lift drones, probably these new technologies make sense. So if we have Director NGRI, if he is there, Dr. Prakash Kumar. Okay, maybe we will move on. The next question really is to Director NIST, Dr. Ananta Ramakrishnan, if he is there. So along the themes of more ecologically friendly fuels, we also have at NIST a lot of work being done on solar PV cells. And one of our projects is the high altitude platform system, which is going to be a perpetual vehicle which will be flying up in the air. And we look to NIST for the technology on solar PV cells, high efficiency cells, very thin flexible cells. So what are your views on the challenges associated in using solar cells for aerial vehicles?
It's difficult. Silicon based cells are very, very heavy, and efficiency you can't match with any other cells whatever we produce. Gallium arsenide it's the best solution for that, but we are not able to produce in India because that is a very thin and very flexible. But we need to move on to that. That's what NIST also we started working on it. Another line of that, indoor photovoltaics, we are working on it, but that may not be applicable in outside system, but indoor system it will be possible. And apart from that, we are also working on silicon carbide based sheets, aluminum alloy sheets. We have the skew casting facility in our NIST. So we produce the aluminum silicon carbide metal sheets that we provided to the LCA component. Already we have provided the 5 sheets. Again, they requested some more sheets. We are producing in our NIST and we are supplying to the LCA component. These are the things we are working. But what you said, we need to move on to the silicon-based solar cells to other cells. We already putting the program in our institute and already we submitted the things to NAL. So hope you will consider. So we'll work together, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Ananta Ramakrishnan. So we will now move on to Director Siri, if he's there, Dr. Pancharya. As you know, the electronics and instrumentation theme is primarily driven by laboratories like Siri. So my question therefore to you is, onboard electronics and instrumentation is key to achieving the next generation of both civil and military air vehicles. So in your opinion, what role would Siri like to play in the future?
Thank you. We are one of the laboratory working in electronics and allied engineering. We have all the research and expertise in the domain of electronics. Start from semiconductors. We have been working in semiconductors last 4 decades. You know now government of India emphasize on semiconductor, indigenous semiconductors. We have a semiconductor fabrication facility at Pilani, and we are working on different type of semiconductor sensors. Silicon is one type of material, but we are also working on gallium nitride, gallium arsenide, and the next generation is a 7th generation semiconductor is diamond electronics. So not only diamond generation at laboratory, but how to make a device out of a diamond, it will be the future electronics. So we are working on all these devices. In these devices, we have lighting solutions. Like I'm happy to share that we have developed LEDs, which is at part the commercial LEDs. So we have a technology of LEDs, not only a white LED, white, blue, green, red, and we are working on other NIR and MIR based LEDs also. Gallium arsenide based solar cells, we are also working with Central Electronics Limited. So hopefully with the DRDO, CEL, and CIRI, we will be able to develop high efficiency gallium arsenide based solar cells too. Coming to the sensors, we have a micro electromechanical systems fabrication at Pilani. It's called MEMS. So we are develop number of sensors. It's a temperature, pressure, vibration, humidity, like accelerometer, gyroscope. So these technologies we do have, and we are improving them too also. apart from semiconductors, the next is the communication systems. So we have a microwave-based communication systems, and we are the institute who first developed in 80s these television systems. So we have a strong communication background, and we are also working on 5G and 6G devices, and we have a capability to do it. And apart from these, we are also looking for radar systems, next generation radar systems based on microwave technologies. Apart from hardware and electronics, we are also working on artificial intelligence in aerospace, automated vision-based landing systems, navigation systems, path planning systems. We are working on this, and we have expertise in artificial intelligence, IoT, in these areas. So we can offer a lot of things in aerospace too. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pancharia. So the other sister laboratory which is connected with instrumentation is of course the CSIO Chandigarh, and we have of course the products which have been used by the armed forces as well as for biomedical applications. I would like to know if Director CSIO is in the audience, or if we have represented by Mr. Satish, Dr. Satish. Thank you.
Good morning to all.
Yeah, Dr. Satish, my question to you is, CSIO has a history of development of various kinds of displays, particularly like the LCA head-up display, as well as waveguide displays now and holographic displays, typically for maybe helmet-mounted applications. So what is the future directions of research at CSIO that you have?
Thank you. As you are aware of that, CSIR is playing a lead role for the display technologies. And already CSIO has demonstrated for the LCA Tejas, and now we are doing lot of head-up display because our Air Force people are already with us. It's a Tejas 2 Mark II also we are developing, Sukhoi 30 also we are developing, and also Hokoi, because after this war, and there is a denial of a technology is not available. As Professor Paselkar already mentioned, that we are going to have a micro-nano-optical center, which is a CSIR itself initiative, and that is unique in the country. We are able to produce a really different technology, which is at par with the international level. Specification-wise, it is not less, but also having the state-of-the-art technology. By having that base, now we want to take lead for the helmet-mounted display. And helmet-mounted display is going to change the perspective of the Air Force, and CSIR is already, because it is commitment received from the Air Force for the participation, and state-of-the-art edge computing, that also we are having. And that kind of a lead in the display technology, whether it is a holographic technology or whatever be the state-of-the-art. So we are going to fulfill the need of the Air Force along with the other NAL also. And one more thing I want to mention here, because CSIO has already displayed in the area of seismic instrumentation where signal is very important. For example, border security, terrorism, so perimeter security, using the edge computing and artificial intelligence. So CSIO has already demonstrated using geophone, acoustic, also the intelligent mine for the country, that kind of work using the edge computing and artificial intelligence. So that kind of an future we are bringing, and we are committed to the users.
Thank you, Dr. Satish. So as you can see, both CIRI, CSIO, and other laboratories under the AISS theme are committed to providing solutions to end users like the Indian Armed Forces as well as to industry. So I will then move on to CMERI, the Central Mechanical Engineering Research Lab at Durgapur. I think we have Dr. Rajan Kumar representing the laboratory. So my question to you, Dr. Rajan, is CMERI has been developing electric motors and power electronics for ground vehicles like tractors. How can this experience help in design development of future electric aircraft?
Good morning, all of you. As all of you know that the CMERI recently launched an electric tractor in which the electric motor and the power electronics was indigenously developed at CMIR. So we have a very good team in power electronics, because whenever you talk about e-mobility or electric actuation, you need the power electronics, because power electronics is essential for the motor control, the energy conversion, and supplying the electric power to different systems. So we have a very good team working in the power electronics, because we developed power electronic systems for automotive, solar, and recently the tractor. When you develop a power electronic system for electric actuation, the thermal management and the efficiency is very much important. So our target is, we are having a interdisciplinary team with electrical, mechanical, aerospace, and as well as material science. People are working together, and we are moving into a good space in which we can contribute to the electric aircraft development. Already we are working with NL for developing other mechanical components like valves for aircraft. So we think that in the future, the development of electric motor, especially efficient and high performance electric motors, and integration of power electronics into it, it will make a CSIR's technology happen in the electric aircraft system. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Ajay Kumar. So, Dr. Prakash Kumar is not here, but let me also mention on his behalf that we are now building drones for mineral prospecting within the country and for many other applications. In fact, we have great interest in this particular theme to make a stealth UAV, which is could be of interest to the armed forces, and we'll hear from them in a while about their requirements. The message that basically comes out from all of those interactions is that CSIR is very rich and diverse in terms of what it can do for society, for applications, not just for aerospace, but also for instrumentation, electronics, and ultimately applications both in civilian and strategic sectors. So with that summary, thank you all the panelists for sharing your views with us, and I would like to therefore move on to the next segment, and I request Mr. Vikas Kita, Vice President L&T Defense, to talk a little bit about their perspective on how they see civil aircraft design development. We have a vibrant ecosystem on the military side. He is from the L&T Defense, and so I would invite him to share his views and comments.
All right.
Mr. Kita, please.
Thank you, sir. Good morning. Morning, ma'am. As Dr. Pashilkar has mentioned, the industry has been developing aircraft. We also have commercial manufacture of aircraft now taking place in the private sector in India. Industry has also been working on space segments. In fact, L&T has been working in space in a consortium with HAL on the workhorse of the space sector, the PSLV. We've also been working in UAVs. So there is a large talent pool and facility and asset base which has been built up in composites and associated sectors, avionics, electronics, etc., also in weapon systems. When you look at a commercial manufacture of aircraft, so one of the things that, from an industry perspective, the first thing that one looks at is business model needs to be workable. As Dr. Pashilkar has already pointed out, PPP in infrastructure and all has not really worked. And and areas where technology disruption, such as in the aviation sector, is expected, it will be very dangerous to get into a wrong business model. So in our experience, the DCPP model, Development Cum Production Partnership model, followed by DRDO, that has worked well. There will be comments, I'm sure, that products have not been delivered on time and all, but then one has to also understand it's a fairly recent interaction that industry has got into in defense manufacturing. And also there are certain legacy issues. So the way we see it, things have been moving very fast on the DCPP model that DRDO has been following. So that's a model I would recommend here in this case also. From an industry perspective, what one looks at is, no industry is going to get into only a development and no production. So then, no one's going to allocate the time, resources, etc. only for development jobs. So if you want serious players, then they will come in on a partnership model. They will say, okay, we will go the whole hog. And they will also be looking at future export opportunities. So there are certain, I shouldn't be saying this, these are notes that I had made for myself, but at the board level, typically what we look for is, for a business opportunity, is it a strategic fit with your core business? Do we have the competence? Will we have the working capital and the wherewithal to see it through to a logical conclusion? Will the model be scalable? What will be the opportunity cost? Because we have limited resources, we have limited capital. So if we invest in one area, what are we letting go of? So these are some of the things that, and also from an industry perspective, because we are answerable to shareholders, and in our case, it's a very, very public company, so we don't have an owner. So, we are answerable to anyone who owns shares of L&T on ROI, ROCE, etc. And so we are very careful on where we invest, and the prudence level has to be very high. And therefore, our appetite to take very large risks, especially in volatile times, it's obviously a little low. Having said that, there is an opportunity that we also see in addition to an aircraft development and commercial manufacture in India, and that is of developing and manufacturing the engine also in India for that aircraft, because that also is a bit of a risk mitigation. So that's one aspect. The other aspect that I thought I must point out, and that has been an industry complaint, it has been a crib in various fora. So whenever you have a tendering process where you have both private sector and public sector participation, the refrain from the private sector is it's an unequal sort of thing. The reason is a PSU is not really under pressure on ROC, ROI, etc., whereas the private sector is. Then for a PSU, the interest on working capital, etc., is, it's virtually not there. The assets are paid for. So it's actually just the operational cost, whereas the industry has to load all that into its bid, and then eventually somebody will turn around and say, but industry is not competitive. No, that's not the case. Industry factors everything into it, because at the end of the day, we are answerable to the markets. So in short, if you ask me what is private sector readiness, keenness and interest level, we are extremely keen. Because the reason we got into creating facilities and a resource pool, and in our case over the last 25 years, actually more, close to 50 years now, was that someday the country will need to manufacture aircraft and also aircraft engines. So we are keen, provided the business model and everything falls into place. Have I answered your question, sir?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Kita, for those comments. As you are probably aware, CSIR, which is in the civilian space, is launching civil aircraft design and development. We also support military aircraft technologies, as you know, historically. So in that context, we have Team Umlaut, which is working closely with us for the Saras Mark II, which is CSIR's own 19-seater aircraft project. And those of you who are interested may kindly interact with them on one-on-one basis. Thank you to Team Umlaut for coming all the way and being with us at this point. Now we move on to the next session, where we would like to hear from the MSME sector, and I invite Mr. HVS Krishna, National President of the Laghu Udyog Bharati, Chairman of the IMS Foundation, and his colleague Mr. Jitendra Singh, Director Aerospace and Defense, IMS Foundation. I believe they have a presentation, so over to you.
No, wait a minute. Just very good morning to all. First of all, I would like to congratulate CSIR team on this Foundation Day, and I also thank Dr. Kalai Selvi ji, DG CSIR, for giving us this opportunity. I think you know Laghu Udyoga Bharati is working for a micro and small industries across the country. We are having about 45,000 membership, and all the 45,000 membership are coming across India from all 25 states. We are now moving to the district levels also. We have a lot of programs with CSIR. A lot of our CSIR partners have already shared their labs, these things, and we are working with them very closely. In many of our major meetings, we do give a lot of slots to CSIR people, whether it's a CFTRI Mysore or it is any other department. Recently also in our national conference, we were working with CSIR. That is about our relationship with CSIR and all other things. And apart from that, Laghu Udyoga Bharati is working in various verticals. I don't have time to explain to you everything. Of course, I do restrict my talk to the only defense and aerospace. And just for the information, Laghu Udyoga Bharati is working in the major sector like Gramashilpi. We are working with the rural artisan to improve their business and to retain their business, to retain their working chip and all other things. That is called Gramashilpi. And second vertical, we are working on Tech Bharat. Tech Bharat means to support the startup companies, budding industrialists, to support them with the government policies and giving them an opportunity to hand-holding with the bigger industries. And third important one is India Manufacturing Show. We do organize international exhibitions to support, to give the marketing support for MSMEs. We have already organized 5 editions in Bangalore in 2010, 2012, 2017, 2022. And now we are organizing our next exhibition in 2023 on November 2nd, 3rd, 4th at Bangalore International Exhibition Center. Of course, the main focus subject is defense and aerospace. And I thank the Defense Ministry for giving it their full support, and all the Defense Ministry along with their defense production units are participating in our exhibition. And that is the main place, that is the main work of Laghu Udyoga Bharati, to work on, to support the MSMEs through this kind of exhibition to get their business. Of course, we do have an official presentation. My colleague, Mr. Jiten Singh, will going to give the presentation since he is an expert on this thing. Thank you, madam. Thanks for your.
Thank you, sir. And I won't take much time. We put some presentation together. The role of MSME in the aerospace and defense sector is what was expected of us. So as Mr. Krishna said, he represents 45,000 MSME sector across the country. And we had previous speaker from L&T Defense. So, well, what we say is that in 2008, we had about 13 million SMEs and equivalent to 80% of the country's business, which is now doubled in a decade. And it has contributed significantly toward defense manufacturing through quality products, subsystem, component level. And 50% of the manpower is engaged in the manufacturing. So the bottom line here is, despite the immense potential that we have in the MSME sector, and we are representing about 45,000 companies across the country. So we are not able to exploit the full potential of MSME, and hence the aerospace and defense sector, the ambitious mission that we have to develop the civil aircraft in the country. So how we can support that is what I'm going to cover in the next 5 minutes. I'm not going to go through it. I've just put it as a verbatim coming from the Department of Defense Production, what is the role of MSME in the sector. And just on the bullet points are to unlock the full potential for the non-defense sector MSMEs to ensure their entry into this, and to be able to increase the capacity and the capability to support the defense production, to provide the impetus to the defense production, as I said already, and defense exports and institutionalization of the intersection with the foreign OEMs. Now, it's not limited to the domestic or a captive demand. It is, we are talking about the export potential. So, which means the MSME which does work here, which is agile enough to support the export potential also. So, the bottom line again is that we boost the Make in India and have consolidated the existing defense manufacturing ecosystem through the induction of non-aerospace and defense MSME into sector. And here we go. So, these are the, I mean, it's nostalgic also for me to stand before you that I am also ex-CSIR. I worked on 2 of these programs. One was RTA and SARAS and the flight test team. And these are really good programs. And the picture that you see, thanks to Dr. Pashilkar, he's put together excellent showcasing of the technology and the products in the hangar in the 1 week, 1 lab, and where we visited. And that's a real picture, which is the mock-up of the SARAS Mark II and Hansa NG, which is which has a good commercial potential for the country. Not only for the country, but for the export. And I see from the schedule, we have the authorities coming from, we have users right here from the Indian Air Force, and we have also the DGCSO certification is going to be the very big game here. And we have worked together very closely during SARAS program. So anyways, coming to that. Now, what is MSME that can do? We are not talking about fuselage, we are not talking about big flight control systems like we did for LCA. What we are doing are very small things. Precision manufacturing for components and assemblies. Very small. And it's a large industrial base. And we are talking about 45,000 companies, and it's unlocked. It has to be unlocked. It is untapped potential that needs to be done. Now, sorry for some acronyms, but it's because of the ground support equipment. It does not require airworthiness certification. Ground handling equipment, towing machine. Can you believe it? Aircraft towing machine when a military and for a civil, we can have a universal towing machine. We do not have one. So if we can develop something like this, there's a huge capacity which is waiting to be fulfilled. And CSIR has done a wonderful job. I mean, it is thanks to CSIR that we have so many technologies being developed to be currently commercialized or industrialized. Flap actuator, trim actuators. These are the words, these are cut and dry words, I admit, but my point is these are small things which can be done by the MSME sector, like at the top of the hat. Subjected to some of them require airworthiness certification, some requires the DGAQA, which is for the ground support equipment, and so on and so forth. I'm not going to go through the whole laundry list. But idea is that MSME is in the service of aerospace and defense, and as Mr. Krishna has mentioned, we met the defense minister and then defense secretary just recently, and then so on and so forth. And they really want 25% of the MSME to be producing the defense components and across the supply chain. So it's a clear mandate, also the policy mandate. So we met all services have participated in the curtain raiser. All DPSUs, we have met practically all chairman DRDO is on our advisory board. And of course, ma'am has very kindly given a nodal contact, and we're closely working with Dr. Viba and the global supply chain. I've talked about most of these points, so I'll just go through the bottom lines that this initiative of CSIR, that is 1 week, 1 lab, and rolling it up into the seminar today that we have, it's a boon for the nation, which will contribute to the self-reliance and in indigenous technology and the product development, both put together. So other things are known, well known, it's not, I'm not going to tell you anything new, but this is the thing. Now, having said all of it, that we have so much of potential, what are the challenges we face now? That's on the next slide, and that should be. So, let's face it, it's one nation, so we have to face and we have to see that how to find a solution. The idea is only to propose the solution that MSME is not big companies. Now we are talking about from 1 crore to medium to 500 crores. So MSME is also not, it's also a myth that it's a small company. 500 crore MSME is also there because it's doing 400 crore of business to the export, and it is still doing 100 crore in the country. Still qualifies an MSME for subsidy part. That's not important, but here the issue is that MSME cannot withhold the time and money on number one on R&D, and two, so there are issues in the procedural delays, payments. That is one of the major issues, and this is the voice of the entire industry that we discussed and deliberated during 1 week, 1 lab also. We require, so one excellent thing what CSIR has done is the compendium technology. We were discussing with the head of Technology Management Directorate, and we had an opportunity, we really got educated on that part. There's a huge list of compendium which is in one single, this is waiting to be industrialized. And that is cannot be done only by the large L&T Defense, Bharat Forge, although they are on our advisory board on Laghu Udyog Bharati and the IMS actually. But that is to be done, and that can only be absorbed when MSME plays a vital role and given an opportunity. Of course, that is it's an internal issue that skill employee attrition, because their low skilled people are very fast attrition is there, so that's for us to arrest that issue. There is a lower volume, so aerospace and defense always a lower volume vis-a-vis our consumer goods and the automotive, so that's an issue for us. And longer development time, certification part, of course, rightly so, because it has to certify and to comply to certain standards. And yes, decision-making process, this whole thing, affect the decision-making process. And last one is a very important one. The testing and certifications. The MSME, which is not has a flair of aerospace and defense, would be subjected to this very stringent, me being a flight test engineer and worked on both military and civil side, MIL standard is easier. Now we are talking about FAR 23, FAR 25, it's 1,000 times even tougher. And then we have environmental conditions. So this is going to be a challenge, and that's my last slide. I'll not go through it, but eventually point is that these are challenges to be arrested, and there are opportunities immense where we require the help from the user, industry, the entire ecosystem. Thank you, ma'am. I'm sorry I've taken a bit of time. So that's that. And just I'll do a flash slide on this, which was on the, so we have IMS 2023 lined up the next month, a month after. Will RM and along with the Honorable Minister of Parliamentary Affairs and External Affairs will be there to inaugurate. We are supported by the Department of Defense Production. Our chairman is Mr. Baba Kalyani from Bharat Forge, and all services, all DPSU suite, DRDO, CSIR, several hundreds of MSME, L&T Defense, Bharat Forge, all are part of this. And we welcome you all. So this is just a flash slide, nothing to do with this. It's just, and Chairman HL is there. Thank you, ma'am. And it's so well connected that innovation engine is manufacturing the economy. Thank you so much, ma'am. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Krishna, Mr. Jitendra Singh. So we will quickly move on to the last session of, last segment of this particular session. On behalf of Air Marshal AP Singh, we have Group Captain Dogra from the Indian Air Force with us today. And as you have seen, along with his colleague, of course. So as you have seen, both from the CSIR side as well as from the industry side, and you are representing the user end of things. So there are two important technologies on which I would like your views. One, as you saw from CSIO, they have a flagship Lakshya Netra project, which under which they want to build a helmet-mounted display, which is very critical for fighter aircraft applications. And we are interested in this theme to look at a fully indigenous stealth UAV. So we would like to know from CSIR how the Indian Air Force and other armed forces would like to interact in these two very specific areas, as well as on your views on how you would like to take forward these projects from a PSKR point of view. So over to you, Group Captain Dogra.
Hello.
Yeah. Jai Hind everyone, I am Gurkam Dogra from the Indian Air Force, and I thank CSIR for this opportunity here. It has been really insight to know about the what the industry is doing, what CSIR is doing, what all the other departments are doing. So as we all know that Atmanirbhar Bharat is the way forward. The recent global situations and everything have indicated that till the time you are not independent or Atmanirbhar, there is no standing. You cannot fall back on anybody other than your own industries. So towards that, the Indian Air Force is committed and stands by the Indian defense industries, the indigenous industries. We are very keenly looking at and looking forward for new capabilities that can be given to us. So coming to the question, sir, specifically on the helmet mounted displays. The HUD of the LCA has been designed by CSIR Chandigarh as it has been brought out. And obviously the helmet mounted display is a force multiplier for a pilot to see the flight parameters, to direct his weapons, to guide his weapons where to go. We have been using very few helmet mounted displays from other countries, but definitely it is an area where we look forward for our Sukhois, for the LCA, and not only for the fixed wing fighter aircraft, but also for the LCH, the Prachand, the ALH, in case we have a helmet mounted display. And another field that we want to explore is the NVG capability. Presently the NVGs that are available from outside, the technologies that are available from outside are moderated to the environmental conditions, say of a colder climate like Russia or US. These NVGs, when they come, I want to talk about the night vision goggles, just in case, when they are used in India, the environmental conditions are such that their performance is degraded. So we need to develop these technologies with our environmental conditions in mind, because we use our helmets, the NVGs, right from Leh Ladakh, cold climate, high altitude, to the south, close to the sea. So, and these technologies are affected by density, air density, as well as the temperatures. So, in all these fields, we want to indigenization to happen so that it is very well suitable for our usage. So, coming to the loiter munition, I think stealth loiter munition similar to a Harpy or a Harop is very much required. We are keenly observing. DRDO has been developing the Ghatak and the Swift class of UAVs, UCAVs as well. Their employment is far too many, right from small tactical area to a longer distance, to addressing targets, to small areas. So the basic QRs, the detailed PSQRs, obviously we will discuss subsequently once the model is made. Or what we look forward is the loiter capability. It should be able to loiter, or endurance should be higher. Same, I think one of the guests brought out about the high fuel density cells, hydrogen cells, or so all those have to be incorporated in this so that it can loiter for a longer time in air. Its range should be good. There should be ease of launch and recovery of these UAVs. It should not be cumbersome to launch them or require a huge landing strip tool. They should be easy to launch and recover, reusable. Payload capability should be high. It should have the recce sensors for carrying out recce of target areas before employing the target, so that you are very sure that where you are employing a weapon. The weapons should be a multi-role. That is, if you want to fire a weapon which penetrates and blasts, penetration warhead, or anti-personnel or anti-armor, so it should have all that capability. Once it's loitering for a
longer time, it should be able to target different targets. Stealth capability obviously is important. It should have the stealth capability, and I think AI also may have a role to play in its inclusion. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Group Captain Dogra. So you have now heard the user perspective, you have heard from industry, you have heard from CSIR's research labs, and as mentioned by Mr. Jitendra Singh, we are on the last segment where I invite Mr. Kaushik Mukhopadhyay and Shri Virendra Kumar Kabir, both Deputy Directors from the Directorate General Civil Aviation. At CSIR NAL, we have launched the two-seater Hansa yesterday. We shared that and we received the type certificate. We have the Saras Mark II 19-seater under detailed design, and you must have heard that as part of the aeronautical community, there is a great push to make a 90-seater regional transport aircraft as well. Of the detailed design report of which is a detailed project report will be submitted at this month end. So, as you know, Saras Mark II itself, we are going for joint civil and military certification. In fact, the Indian Air Force is the launch customer for the Saras Mark II. Recently, we understood that the Federal Aviation Administration of the US is very much interested in conducting a shadow certification of the Saras Mark II. So in that context, how is DGCA gearing up for both the FAR-23 type of aircraft like Saras Mark II and the FAR-25 category aircraft like the 90-seater regional transport aircraft? Over to you, sir.
Thank you. CSI for giving us the opportunity to share the views of the Director General of Civil Aviation, who are the civil aviation regulators in the country. First of all, the question is how the DGCA is geared up for the certification under the FAR-23 and the 25 category aircraft. So we just like to tell you, we are not only geared up, we are already delivered. So we have already certified an aircraft, that is our indigenous aircraft, Hindustan 228201 under FAR-23 amendment level 64. So we have our regulation in place, that is our Part 21 regulation, and we are regularly doing our certification activities. So as far as the DGCA is concerned, we have already mapped it, because as you know that the latest FAR-23 regulation is not a prescriptive regulation, it is a little bit of operation oriented. So we mapped it very nicely, and the aircraft is already certified. It is designed and developed by the TRDC Kanpur, HL Kanpur. So sir, so your question is this, DGCA is completely geared up, and moreover, Saras is our next certification project from the CSIR NL. SAT basis has been established. In fact, the design reviews and all are started, and we are also doing it very nice. So as far as the regulation is concerned, we are completely equipped with, and planned, trained, and the resources are there in DGCA to carrying out the certification. So both in the 23 and 25, and we are completely hopeful that it will take shape in a very short time. And with regarding to my just co-panelist about that MSME, he was just taking up some important points. Yes, please do remember that important point has been flagship. That is the component level. Component level certification is also there, but component definitely has a very vital role. Some of the LRUs we already indigenized in Hindustan 228, even we use the indigenized SSFD. So that is made by the HL Korova. I know that in Saras also the NL team is looking for some indigenous LRUs. So my colleague Mr. Virendra Kabir is give a little bit how our Part 21 regulation is catering for the component. That is our ITSO, we call it an ITSO. My Kabir.
Yeah, good morning everyone. Myself Virendra Kabir, I am Deputy Director. So as sir said, we already done many things. So I joined DGC in 2016. Before that, I have industrial experience. Basically, I'm a nautical engineer. I'm just saying because sir is saying DGC is so geared up. So we are having a good team. And regarding certification, we are having certification like CR21. So that covers the certification of the nautical products, that is aircraft engine propellers, and as well for your LRUs, their components. So in these years, we already certified many LRUs which were designed, developed in India, like many PSUs and by others private companies also. So this is, and one more thing I just want to add on Dr. Jitendra's comments. Yes, if you did the certification in mill, so FAR and RTCA requirements are not tougher. So you can do that also. Those are also easy, and we already delivered. So thank you, sir.
So once again, I just take it forward it is that MSME views. Please, if there are any misnomer, please do visit to our DGC headquarters. We are there to tell you what are the civil requirements, how you, as well as the aircraft, the LRUs can be looked into it. That's all from our side, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mukhopadhyay, Mr. Kabir. So I think we'll quickly wind up this session now. You have heard from the user end of things. You have heard from the CSIR, all the laboratories, various laboratories which are relevant to this space. You have heard from the industry what they expect or are looking forward to. And lastly, you heard also from the certification agency. So on behalf of the AASS team and all those present here, I'd like to thank headquarters for giving us this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Pashilkar. We are running short of time, but without wasting more time, may I request Director NCL, Dr. Ashish Lele, to please come and felicitate our speakers from the AISS theme. So, I'd like to request the Indian Air Force team to be felicitated, please. Group Captain Dogra and his colleague, if you could please come up. Thank you. May I also request the DGCA team, Mr. Kaushik Mukhopadhyay and Shri Virender Kumar Kabir, to please come up on the stage. Thank you. May I request the Laghu Udyog Bharti team to please come? Mr. HVS Krishna and Mr. Jitendra Singh, sorry. May I also request the team Umlaut to please come on the stage. Team Umlaut. See that. Oh. Unfortunately, Mr. Vikas Kitnai has left, but we'll definitely share the felicitation with him. Thank you, AISS team, and thank you, Dr. Ashish. May I now request you to please take over for the EED session? Yeah, please. So just a small information. We will not have a tea break after the EED theme since we are running short of time. But anybody who wants to grab a cup of tea is most welcome to go to the food court and do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Vibha. We are really running short of time, so I will try to be short on my presentation. I'd like to spend more time on the panel discussion. So this is the energy and energy devices theme. I am presently Director NCL and also the team leader for this particular theme. We have 5 important sub-verticals in this theme. Hydrogen is the first one, an important part of the energy and energy devices theme. I'll tell you a little bit about all of them. Batteries is the second very big thing. Biofuels, what is called building integrated energy storage and harnessing devices, and clean coal to methanol and DME. The particular nodal labs are listed there, the participating labs are listed there. Some of the focus on key technologies are also listed there. For short of time, I'm not going to spend reading all of them. But what you can see here is a large number of CSIR labs working collaboratively in each of these very important and emerging clean energy vectors that will form an integral part of India's energy mix as we move ahead. Very quickly on each one of them, the Hydrogen Technology Development Program, it's a mission program at CSIR. There are 13 laboratories participating in it. We are developing technologies in all parts of the hydrogen value chain. There's of course the large focus on electrolysis, where we're looking at solid oxide electrolysis, PEM electrolysis, and anion exchange membrane electrolysis. This involves not just developing the electrolyzers, the stack, but the entire system that goes with the stack, and also the components and the materials that go within the stack. So it's both the core technologies as well as the system level development technologies. Beyond electrolyzers, we are looking at a little longer term, a little more futuristic programs like methane pyrolysis, particularly interested in biogas methane pyrolysis, but because it results in hydrogen as a byproduct and carbon as a major product. We are also looking at wastewater to hydrogen. We are looking at biorefinery based hydrogen development. Even more futuristic, the artificial photosynthesis to produce hydrogen, and something that looks very exciting, particularly for India, which is seawater electrolysis by suppressing the chlorine evolution but promoting oxygen evolution. At the same time, we are developing test stations to test our electrolyzers as well as the fuel cells. In the hydrogen storage part, the focus really is on development of type 3 and type 4 cylinders, with particular focus on type 4 cylinders. But at the same time, we are looking at little longer terms, which are intermetallics, hybrids, and also low entropy alloys, high entropy alloys, sorry. And we're looking at liquid based storage, which is the liquid organic hydrogen carriers. On the hydrogen utilization front, we are looking at 2 types of PEM technologies, both low and high temperature PEM technologies. And then we are also looking at solid oxide fuel cell technologies. Again, here it is not just the stack development, but the full system development, full balance of stack development, but also going deeper down in the stack and looking at every component, every material that goes in the stack. These are the core technologies which no licensor from outside India is willing to share very easily. There is a background on a lot of modeling and simulation that needs to be done if you want to enhance the efficiencies of the fuel cell, the power density of the fuel cell, and so on. This is particularly of importance for automobile sector, where the footprint of the fuel cell is very critical, and therefore you need to have very high power efficiency fuel cells. These are pictures of some of the technologies that we have developed. Moving over to the battery technologies, CSIR is clearly one of the leaders in this area. We have done this program in 2 phases. Phase 1 has just been completed. where we have set up a wonderful 10,000 cell per day manufacturing plant. And this is again end-to-end, right? From making the materials to subcomponents to the batteries and to the modules. Everything is integrated in this plant, and this is set up in the Chennai center of CIE. This has also been now launched under a PPP model to Gaudi Energy Private Limited, who has now taken up the task of operating, maintaining and producing the batteries using the CIE technologies. This technology is now advanced to TRL6. Various types of cell chemistries have been developed, and these are all differentiated technologies, and they're particularly suited for the Indian conditions, such as for high temperature tolerance and so on. And all these technologies are backed with very strong IP portfolio with a very clear freedom to operate analysis that has been done. This program has now moved to phase 2, where we will now look at many other battery technologies, and in particular focus on solid state battery technologies and various different types of battery formats also. Clearly the industry collaborations will continue, and we hope that the impact of developing these technologies, end-to-end technologies, is going to be very high, and hope that we will catalyze the creation of some of the first gigawatt scale manufacturing battery plants in India. And there's also in all of these technologies, for all these energy vectors, there's a background component of skilling of human resources that are critical to large scale deployment of all of these energy vectors in India. The third energy vector is sustainable aviation fuel. I think we discussed about it to a little extent in the earlier theme session, particularly with the India signing the CORSIA and 2028 being a very clear deadline. We have to move to much more cleaner and sustainable liquid fuels for aviation. And so SAF is a very important clean energy vector in this area. The IIP technology is 100% drop-in replacement for the aviation turbine fuel. It offers low OPEX because of a very nice catalyst that has been developed, which also allows for low hydrogen consumption during the production of SAF. And because it's a highly indigenous technology, the capex also therefore is much lower. A lot of things have happened. The SAF has been tested both in strategic flights of the Indian Air Force as well as civilian flights, and SpiceJet was one of the first customer to have flown long distance using the IIP SAF. We have also looked at blending of SAF at different ratios, 10%, 25%. These are all tests that have been already done. And now the SAF plants going ahead, there are a number of plants coming up at the industry level. So in the Mangalore refinery, for example, a large SAF plant is going to come up very shortly. There's also a biodiesel plant, not SAF, but a biodiesel plant, another sustainable liquid fuel, which is going to come up in our parliament building right here in this very city. So a lot of activities on sustainable aviation fuel as well as biodiesel that are happening in CSIR. The fourth one is dimethyl ether, a very interesting molecule that is emerging in India. The excitement on this molecule is increasing. This is not a new molecule, it's been around for a number of years. Technologies for dehydration of methanol to DME have been known. There are 5 or 6 global catalysts that are available, and this technology has been developed at my lab in NCL. We have 6 global patented catalyst technology, which is a notch better than any of the commercial catalysts that are available today. We have taken this technology not just at a catalyst level, but in fixed bed reactors to dehydrate methanol to make dimethyl ether. This is now converted into a 20 liters per day pre-pilot plant that is running at NCL, and a lot of due diligence by an industry partner is happening as I speak today. The plan going ahead is to create a 100 liters per day pilot plant, which is fully digitalized, accompanied with a digital twin. So a very unique technology, not just scaling up, but also digitalizing it. We believe that this digital twin is going to be very important because the next target is to set up a 2.5 tons per day pilot plant. which will be integrated with an LPG bottling plant. DME is very important because it's a clear substitute for LPG. Up to 15 to 20% of LPG can be directly replaced with DME without any change in the cylinders, in the regulators, in the tubings, in the burners. So without any change or without any disruption in the supply chain, you can directly substitute LPG with DME. And this dovetails very nicely with the government's Ujjwala Yojana, where India is trying to push clean energy vectors like LPG in rural India, where instead of firewood, which is not the cleanest of the fuel, particularly for women sitting in kitchen in Indian rural households, substitute that by a clean fuel with much less particulate emissions, and that is LPG substituted with in-house produced DME. So that is the plan ahead for DME. There's a lot of interest on substituting diesel with DME as well. We have already tested this in ARAI, and there is a very deep expression of interest received multiple times from the railways who are looking to replace their 3,000 diesel locomotives with dimethyl ether. The next vector is bio-CNG, and I think all of you must have heard about the Satat program of the Government of India, which is promoting the use of bio-CNG, and this is made from fermentation of all types of different agro waste as well as kitchen waste and so on and so forth. Our lab in Hyderabad, IICT, has developed a wonderful technology for making bio-CNG. This technology is now commercialized. There are already 11 commercially deployed plants that are producing CNG at various parts of the country. This is again a patent protected technology with purity levels of CNG which meet the automotive standards. We are going ahead with this with some disruptive innovations in making CNG, bio-CNG, and we believe that new types of reactor technologies which we plan to use will improve the efficiencies and the mass conversion of carbon from the biomass to go into CBG. The next one is building integrated photovoltaics. This is basically indoor photovoltaics. The focus is really right now on indoor photovoltaics. This is a program driven by our lab in Thiruvananthapuram, NIIST, and the goal is to capture indoor scattered light, such as for example in this huge hall here, there's a lot of photons that are being scattered, and imagine if we can use those photons and actually reconvert them back into electrons that can be used. A very interesting technology because this is based on what is called dye-sensitized solar cell. This is non-silicon solar cells. You can use printing technologies, standard printing technologies to make photovoltaic cells. You can print them using standard technologies. They're flexible on films. They can be stuck to surfaces internally, such as the walls or the ceilings of this auditorium, and they will capture the scattered photons and convert them into to electricity. So this improves, the efficiency of using electricity. And as you know, efficiency improvement is one of the most important and perhaps the lowest hanging fruit in reducing carbon emissions in this country. We have all heard of the LED revolution that has happened in the country. This is one more step forward to integrate these kinds of photovoltaic devices in indoor lighting. NIST has the technology to produce large area photovoltaics, and some of the pictures that you see here are those kinds of displays. NIST will now work with CBRI, another CSIR lab, to actually demonstrate this in a real room. There are a few more projects that we envisage we would like to start at some point of time. We are looking at floating photovoltaics or floating wind energy, harnessing the tidal energy or salinity gradients that are existing along our 7,600 kilometers of coastline. Somebody talked about geothermal, is another great area for harnessing energy that is available. In the storage, we have been talking about batteries, but I think gravity storage is a very, very exciting and emerging application. There are already multiple startups some in India, many outside, which are looking at various types of devices to harness the potential energy of taking loads to high heights and then dropping them down, of course under controlled conditions, and harnessing that conversion of potential energy into kinetic energy. There are other applications. I talked about drones, for example. Marine application is picking up using both liquid sustainable fuels as well as hydrogen. And cooking is something we have been doing on and off, but you will be surprised how much emissions come out of cooking. And I think this is a great example of how a low-hanging fruit can be valorized using sustainable energy. There are some very large important projects that we should look at, for example, cavern storage for hydrogen, or the deployment of clean energy vectors such as hydrogen or solar PV or wind in islands of India. India has about 108 islands, and big islands such as the Great Nicobar Island provides an important opportunity for India, not just to produce clean energy, but also export it to countries in the Far East, where the market already exists. So with that, I'm going to stop here. The next session is the only session we have, and I'm going to restrict it to only 3 panelists. I have three very distinguished panelists who are here with us. The idea is to get inputs from external agencies, particularly from a large industry, from a startup, and from the ministry. And the idea is for CSIR to learn what is it that is expected out of these external agencies from CSIR under the clean energy domain. So with that, I'm going to invite our 3 distinguished panelists one by one. May I request Shri Ajay Yadav ji to please come up on the stage. A very quick introduction to Shri Ajay Yadav ji. Shri Ajay Yadav is the Joint Secretary for the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, the MNRE, which is the key ministry for India to promote the use of clean and new energy technologies within the country. He handles India's very ambitious national green hydrogen mission, and in the ministry he also handles the various aspects of regulatory concerns. He is an IS officer from the 2005 Bihar cadre, and he is also a BTech from IIT Roorkee. And he has had diverse and very vast experience in administration before assuming the current responsibility. He has worked in the revenue administration, the urban administration, and the agriculture and horticulture administration. He has also worked in government offices of the Ministry of External Affairs, the Ministry of Food and Public Distribution, and the Ministry of Civil Aviation. And in particular, he was very closely involved in the mission Vande Bharat. We have all learnt about these fantastic trains, some of the new ones that have been launched recently. So Ajay Yadav was part of the mission Vande Bharat program. And also on the resumption of air travel post-COVID, we are here thankfully because of people like him who have allowed us to travel in flights post-COVID. May I next invite another very, very distinguished gentleman here, Dr. SSV Ramakumar, please. Ramakumar ji, please. Thank you so much. I don't think Dr. Ramakumar needs any particular introduction. He is a PhD in chemistry from, again, IIT Roorkee. So we have 2 distinguished gentlemen from IIT Roorkee. Since 2017 till very recently, Dr. Ramakumar was the Director R&D and on the board of India's largest public sector company, IOCL, Indian Organic Chemicals Limited. He has more than 3 decades of experience in downstream hydrocarbons sector, especially in lubricants and the refinery process and catalyst development. He has, of course, many significant successful product development activities under his belt, and amongst them, the development of a homegrown and OEM-approved marine lubricant. This technology has catapulted IOCL's brand name, which we all know, Servo Lubes, into a select league of 5 multinational companies. So India is one of those in that very select league who supplies these kinds of very high-end lubricants, and Dr. Ramakumar's work at IOCL is credited for taking us there. He has also pioneered various alternative clean energy programs in IOCL, including bio, solar storage, and waste to energy. He has been a very, very active proponent of the use of hydrogen, and I have had the opportunity to collaborate with both these gentlemen on this particular area in many, many forums in the recent past. Dr. Ramakumar has 150 publications, a very large number of granted patents. He's a very decorated scientist, fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, and a winner of a long list of awards. And if I start reading them, we will have no panel discussion here. So I'm not going to do that. And the third gentleman that I would like to invite on stage is Mr. Mahesh Godi. Can I request Mr. Mahesh to come up stage? So very nice to see you. Quick introduction to Mr. Mahesh Godi. He is the founder, CEO of Godi Private Limited, an innovative and deep tech organization focused on R&D and giga-scale manufacturing and recycling of green energy storage technologies. Mr. Mahesh is a serial entrepreneur. He is extremely passionate about disruptive technologies in clean energy. He has a BTech in computer science and engineering, a master's from Johns Hopkins University, and also from Stanford University in particularly statistics and machine learning. Mr. Mahesh started his career in Accenture, but then quickly went on to hold many positions of directors in data analytics and several companies, all located in the Bay Area in California, after which he became the CEO of Activa Incorporated. And of course, now, as I said, he is the founder of Godi. He's the founder and CEO of Godi. I'd just like to end with one line. If you go to his LinkedIn post, he talks about the fact that he's completely convinced that advanced and low-cost lithium-ion cell manufacturing is an insane opportunity of our times, and particularly for India. We are extremely happy to have you, Mr. Mahesh, with us. You're also a key partner for the CSIR Battery Technology Program in SECRI. So with that, I'm going to be moderating this session. Vibha, we have 30-40 minutes. 30 minutes? We don't have 30 minutes. Oh my God. Okay, but I'm going to take 30 minutes because I was deprived of some time in the past. Okay, so we are going to have a broad-ranging discussion, only 2 questions, and I'm going to give more time to the panelists to sort of talk about these more broad-based questions. But all of us who work in the clean energy domain have these nagging questions at the back of our mind. So I'll pose the same question to all 3 of you, and you may start by answering from Ramkumar ji, then Ajay Yadav ji, and then Mahesh. So, clean energy transition is never easy. We've had the biggest challenge today is how do you make clean energy transition happen in a time scale that human civilization has never done before. We don't have more than maybe 4 or 5 decades, if I am optimistic, maybe less, to make this enormous clean energy transition. So the question to you is, what do you think are those top 3 challenges for India to make this big leap from going from 85% fossil energy that we use today to 50% renewable energy, as was declared by our Honorable Prime Minister as part of the Panchamrut. So what are those, you think, 3 top challenges for India? Ram Kumar.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lele. First of all, let me congratulate CSIR on its Foundation Day. Dr. Selvi is here. I would like to congratulate CSIR on its Foundation Day, and also I would like to thank CSIR and Dr. Lele particularly to invite me for this important panel discussion on energy. So as Dr. Lele was mentioning, what are the three topmost challenges of energy transition? And first of all, being in the energy domain and spent 35 years in oil and gas sector, these are really exciting times that I have been seeing and we all have been living in. And with excitement always comes the challenge, and with challenge comes the solution. That's the transition and pathway. So my analogies and my use case scenarios are from oil and gas sector, since I spent most of my life in oil and gas sector. So as far as oil and gas sector is concerned, we are seeing and approaching energy transition from three different domains. See, we sincerely believe that India can ill afford carbon as input, because I still feel carbon is the most cheapest and most precious and potential carbon input. So what all we need to be concerned about in the energy transition of fossilized energy base to non-fossilized energy base, we can't completely write off the fossilized domain. But what we need to be concerned about is how we can control the carbon as output. So the oil and gas industry, it cannot really shun the fossil fuel overnight. Then the whole country will be drifted to energy starvation. So while remaining in fossilized domain, how we can make these fossil fuels as clean as possible in their domain. That is the first approach that oil and gas industry is adopting. I'll give one or two examples how we are approaching to cleanse the fossilized domain. Second thing is adopting some of the alternate energy pathways, alternate energy forms, which will have immediate adoption into the existing systems. So biofuels and bioenergy is the second approach that Indian oil and gas industry is approaching. Third and foremost thing is, for all the alternate energy forms, I think scale is the defining factor, because it is in the proverbial egg first or chicken first debate, where unless there is a scale, the cost efficiency will not come down. Unless cost efficiency is not there, adoption will not be there. So in this conundrum, I think oil and gas industry is one industry which can offer the scale to achieve the cost efficiency. So we are playing on the scale that we can offer to the industry and to the world to achieve some amount of cost efficiency to these newest forms of energy, so that their adoption can be faster and faster. These are the three approaches. So let me give one example each to all the three approaches that oil and gas industry, and then I'll pass it on to Dr. Lele back. So how are we cleaning up the fossilized energy? You are all aware, we are all users of petrol and diesel for times immemorial, and on pan-India basis, every nook and corner is having the retail outlet. But are you observing this highly dormant, commoditized petrol and diesel market of late started seeing many differentiated products? They are very much fossilized products, but they are differentiated products. I can quote my erstwhile company's two brand names, which are clear R&D interventions, XP100 and Extra Green Diesel. One in petrol regime and one in diesel regime. For the first time in this country, there are only 6 countries in the world who can offer 100 octane gasoline to the market, to the general consumer. And higher the octane, higher is the combustion efficiency, lower are the emissions, and higher is the fuel efficiency. That is the thing. So for the first time, we came out with a 100 octane gasoline into the market, into the consumer market, and people are using, and there is a wrong perception that higher octane fuel is only useful for higher end vehicles. but we have proven to the market and scientifically that a low-end engine can also derive ample benefits from higher octane fuel. This is what we have established, and today it's a household name again. And as far as diesel is concerned, which is much more fossilized and carbon intensive fuel, there through aditized approach and through the combination of biodiesel, we could able to bring out green diesel which can offer 7% of fuel efficiency, 5% of lesser noise. Diesel is associated with the noise, so lesser noise, and around 30% of lesser emissions. So that's how we are actually differentiating the otherwise dormant, commoditized, fossilized market into a differentiated market. Thereby, we are taking a decisive step towards cleaner energy while remaining in the fossilized domain. And as far as a second example of adopting the alternate energy forms, we have ethanol blending program. We started with 5%, we recently achieved 10%, and we are now gearing up to raise this blending percentage from 10% to 20%. 5,000 retail outlets on national basis today already started dispensing 20% ethanol blended gasoline. Higher the ethanol percentage, lower are the emissions. That is but there are certain energy deficit issues associated with there. So we are dealing with that. There is some material compatibility issues are there in the existing vehicular park. We have run a mammoth engine and field trial studies before we finalize the E20 program. I am very fortunate to be a part of drafting committee of E20 roadmap for the nation, which has been put forward by Niti Aayog and which was unveiled by none other than Honorable Prime Minister of India a couple of years back. Then we are into compressed natural gas or compressed biogas. Entire organic waste is getting generated. There is a Satat program what Dr. Lele was mentioned about, Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. By 2025, 5,000 compressed biogas plants will come up. All three oil marketing companies itself, they have already issued more than 4,500 letters of intent giving complete offtake guarantee of compressed biogas produced from these kind of smaller biogas generation plants. So CSIR technology, we also have our own technology, and any number of technology is more than welcome for the private entrepreneurs so that they can set up a 5 ton per day to 100 ton per day plants. And the potential what we estimated is out of the organic waste that is getting generated in this country every year, 62 million metric tons of surplus organic waste that is getting generated every year in this country. And if everything can be converted into energy, it amounts to 15 million metric ton of compressed biogas. So that is what we are aiming at. We are very much part of that alternate revolution. And ethanol production technologies, we worked on ethanol production technologies. We are not relying only on first generation ethanol. We worked on second generation ethanol, converting agricultural residue into ethanol. And Indian Oil, my erstwhile company, has worked on a revolutionary technology of converting refinery off gases into ethanol. First time in the world, we have set up a huge plant in our Panipat refinery of 33,000 metric ton per annum, which converts biologically the refinery off gas, hydrogen generation units of gases into ethanol. And this ethanol is being used for blending purpose. Going forward and in the coming days, the same ethanol will be used to convert into sustainable aviation fluids. Because this ethanol as a feedstock is going to offer huge life cycle analysis benefits, because this is going to be a double recycled sustainable aviation fluid if you make the SAF from this kind of ethanol, because the feedstock is a off gas and carbon circularity would be there. And we are also not scared of electrification, because many people think that electrification means oil and gas industry is going to be threatened, its existence is going to be threatened. On the contrary, we are working on battery chemistries, both aditized lead acid battery chemistry, where a lot of nanotechnology interventions we made, and then we have come up with aditized lead acid battery. We collaborated with CIE for these kind of work, and now I think you would pardon me saying this, but instead of choosing lithium, we have chosen an alternate India-centric chemistry to work on, and that is aluminum air battery. We have collaborated with an Israeli startup, and we have floated a joint venture company, and very soon we are going to set up a gigawatt scale plant somewhere in southern part of the country to manufacture aluminum air batteries. So these are some of the initiatives, and we offer scale to any of these initiatives. I didn't touch the hydrogen. Oil and gas industry pledged and announced collectively in their refineries by 2030 they are going to produce 1 million metric ton. I mean, nation's target is 5 million metric ton, and out of that 1 million metric ton comes from oil and gas industry, where most of our 23 refineries will be setting up green hydrogen units, and at least 50% of the hydrogen that is being used in refineries will be converted from grey hydrogen to green hydrogen. We are also working on carbon capture technologies, bio-assisted carbon capture technologies, which will drastically reduce the cost of carbon capture from $60 per ton to around $25 per ton. So these technologies are just under demonstration in the industry. I think these are going to give very good fillip to the energy transition pathways and energy transition journey of this country. I think I'll stop here and would like to listen to other panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ramakumar. We heard from a large PSU how the sort of pragmatic approach of moving from, first of all, saying that carbon is not bad. It is essential for India to meet its energy demand. But then how do you deal with carbon? You know, how do you transit from fossil carbon to clean carbon in a very pragmatic manner, while at the same time keeping eyes on the future and looking at completely non-carbon based electricity as well. I'd like to request Shri Ajay Yadav ji to talk about the government perspective on how government looks at this energy transition, and again, what are those three big challenges that government sees?
Thank you, Dr. Lille. And first of all, let me congratulate CSIR on its Foundation Day, and for inviting me to be a part of it. So it's a globally accepted fact now. The clean energy transition has to happen. There can be various pathways to the transition. So if we see the overall energy mix of the country, and in fact globally also, only 20% is of the energy supplied by electricity. The rest, all 80%, is the fossil fuels. The fossil fuels can be oil, gas, different types. So natural gas. So for the transition to happen, it's not. So, am I audible? Yeah. So for the transition towards a clean energy transition, so we will have to increase the percentage of electrification. So that's one part. And second part is there are certain sectors which cannot be electrified. So here we have to, these are called the hard to electrify sectors or the hard to abate sectors. So these include the refineries, the fertilizers, the heavy duty transportation, the steel sector, cement sector, aluminium sector. So there we need to decarbonize or to these hard to abate sectors and use of hydrogen, especially green hydrogen, is one great option that's being explored all over the world. So in India, we launched our National Green Hydrogen Mission. Under the mission, we have set our targets for 5 million metric tons of production by 2030. Then we will use around 125 gigawatt of renewable energy. It will lead to creation of around 6 lakh jobs. It will have an investment of 8 lakh crores of rupees. So this is the broad outcomes that we expect from the green hydrogen mission by 2030. But there are few key challenges here. The challenges, if I may list out some. First one is the cost. So the current cost of hydrogen, grey hydrogen that is used, is around 150 odd rupees per kg, while the cost of green hydrogen is around 350, even more. So there's this cost differential of around 200 rupees, 250 rupees, so this has to be met. Now, for bridging this gap, there are certain schemes of the government. The Green Hydrogen Mission is again supporting the production of hydrogen through its site program. We are providing incentives for production of hydrogen as well as for the production of electrolyzers. In addition to the direct incentives, there are certain amount of incentives or the enabling framework that is being provided by Ministry of Power. We have waived off the ISTS charges till 2030. Green open access rules have been notified. We are working on notification of SEZs also for hydrogen industry. In addition to the incentives that are being provided by the central government, the state governments are in fact taking a lot of initiatives, and they themselves are also providing additional incentives. So some of the states, they are providing capex subsidies, some are providing incentives on the use of renewable energy, they are providing land on priority basis, waiving of land usage charges, registry charges, stamp duties and all. They are also, some states are providing common water treatment facilities. So this is a segment where the states have, again, there's a second pillar. The third pillar here will be the carbon credits. So the carbon credit, we recently notified Ministry of Power the carbon credit trading scheme. So this scheme is now operational, and the carbon credits will be due for the amount of savings on emission of carbon. So this is the third pillar. And second pillar can be the kind of, if we mandate something, this percentage of hydrogen, green hydrogen will be used, or green ammonia will be used in fertilizers or in maybe in refineries and everything. So this is, I think, the first challenge is to bring down the costs. The second challenge would be the supply chain, because this is a new technology, and so with the kind of electrolyzers and the storage technologies, transportation technologies of hydrogen. So lot of research work needs to be done, as well as the supply chain, the use of rare earth materials is there. So, but the supply chain there is controlled by a few countries. So we have to look for alternate supply chains for these technologies. In fact, the third challenge that I can foresee is the R&D, the technology. The new kind of technologies that we will be using in manufacturing electrolyzers, in storage of hydrogen as metal hydrides or maybe LCOH, then providing round-the-clock renewable energy, whether we'll use hydrogen, we'll use the batteries, we'll use the pumped storage. So there are various options. So what can be the optimum solution for bringing down the overall cost of this ecosystem? So these are some of the few challenges that I foresee in the green hydrogen space. In fact, this is an opportunity for us to be world leaders as well, because our renewable energy costs are one of the lowest in the world, and we have an integrated grid that is capable of carrying 112,000 megawatts. So I don't think any other country has that kind of ecosystem. So these are some of the, this is a great opportunity for India as far as leading this clean energy revolution is concerned. Thank you.
Ajay ji, you touched upon some of the big challenges for hydrogen, and clearly the government's initiatives and the policy support is very, very critical to make that transition happen. You also touched upon two difficult parts, compliance of using hydrogen, and carbon credits is good, tax is difficult, but I hope we see some of those things coming up as well, because without carbon tax, I don't know how the world is going to remain below 1.5. But those are, I know, very difficult tasks for any government to implement. Now look at very futuristic technologies that companies like Godi, startup companies, have the passion, the hunger to push the boundaries of really new technologies. So we'd like to hear from you, Maheshji, what are those three topmost challenges, maybe in your domain of expertise?
Good morning, everyone, and congratulations CSIR for celebrating this one, and thank you for hosting us. And like food security, energy security is really important for any country. Without energy, nothing is going to happen for anything, and what are we are going to do. So it's very unfortunate in the ice and the fossil fuel world. We're depending upon Middle East and Russia. In the new transition, nothing got changed. Again, we are depending upon China and Korea. So this is the fundamental problem and challenges we are facing. In that context, I want to emphasize mostly on the three areas. The three areas is again localization, localization, and localization. So without localization of the raw materials supply chain for the energy transition, like to the green hydrogen or in the lithium ion space or any other thing, the localization is a key important thing. So in that context, especially setting up the large scale from the mining to the unfinished and finished materials is really, really important for India. And also, especially the new energy transition required a lot of new next generation equipments. And also India is a lag behind of manufacturing our own equipments in-house in India. That localization also really, really, really important. And I think CSIR want to come with a very solid plan with the right budget in R&D and scaling up that equipment that will not only for the domestic consumption but also for the export market. So that is one thing that is really important. And the other issue in the challenges also is the skill development. So do we really have enough skilled people in India to manufacture at scale of any next generation energy technologies? So at the fundamental, at the grassroots level, the program need to become from the education department. There should be embed from the polytechnical course to the ITI course to engineering and the masters and PG. So unless this is not happening, it's going to find a skill resource in India, or else it again depending upon the skill resource from China and Korea to bring it back to India and get into this transition. Because as an industry we face, these are the major three challenges. One is into the localization of the supply chain, and localization of the equipment manufacturing, and localization of the skill development. So this is the main challenge, and because I want to focus on the challenge, but we as a country doing many things, but we are not doing at scale and at enough to challenge the global markets. That's what I want to emphasize, and that's my point of view, and thank you.
Thank you, Mahesh. You touched upon three very important parts, supply chain, critical materials, and skilling. And as you would know, because you interact with CSIR very deeply, CSIR does focus on all three parts of these important problems that you talked about. We're coming to the end of the this panel discussion, but I'm going to give each panelist only 1 minute to answer, to make a final remark, but related to one important question. And the question, anybody working in this area of clean energy domain or energy transition always has this problem. When we talk of these different energy vectors, it seems that there is a competition between all of them for any given application. Do I run a truck on battery? Do I run it on biodiesel? Do I run it on hydrogen? Right? And any application, you will always have these competing factors. So I'm going to give you 1 minute each as a final remark to talk about when you encounter these kinds of competitions, is it the market that will choose? And I don't believe the market is always intelligent, because if the market was intelligent, we wouldn't be facing climate change problems today. So do we leave these decisions to just the market? I think it's a question to be asked. Or are there other ways by which the choices can be made? Are they clear choices that can be made from a technology perspective? Can I leave each one of you, please, 1 minute only?
So I would be as brief as I can be. Yes, there is definitely a competition. Competition for production. First, as a large player, let me tell you the problems that as a producer what we are facing. For example, biofuels. I talked about biofuels, second generation ethanol, sustainable aviation fluids, compressed biogas. All three are very clean fuels, all clean biofuels, and the industry would like to lap it up. But the source is only one biomass, and that is 62 million metric ton. And in a given area, for example, of 50-kilometer radius, if suppose 3 entrepreneurs would like to put up a 2G ethanol plant, a CBG plant and a SAF plant, where is biomass? So my appeal to the government and to the government agencies and policy makers is, as far as biomass is concerned, let there be a proper mapping of the biomass in a given locality, and let there be a proper allocation of this biomass. I am not saying that government is not aware of this. In fact, as high as Prime Minister's office is putting up a mechanism, to the best of my knowledge, to do this allocation and mapping. So in a given area of 50 kilometers, it should only permit a compressed biogas or a 2G ethanol plant. Then the ensuring consistent availability, consistent quality and quantity availability of biomass can be ensured. That's one thing which I want to say. You triggered me one more reply from me. So hydrogen, for example, or electric vehicle versus ethanol blended vehicle. So there is a great convergence. Recently, one of our Indian automaker has come up with a flexi fuel electric vehicle. That means it combines the advantages of ethanol blended fuel as well as the electric traction. So I think there is a great synergy. Likewise, hydrogen ICE engine, hydrogen fuel cell electric vehicles. Hydrogen can be used gainfully in both the applications in automobile industry. There is a competition, but there is a synergy as well.
Thank you. Very nice points. Thank you, sir. Ajay ji.
Thank you, Dr. Ram Kumar, Dr. Rele. So as far as hydrogen is concerned, I don't see any major kind of overlap or competition, because the major processes where hydrogen would be used would be in refineries, in fertilizer sectors. So there, the thing is about replacement of the fossil fuel. So hydrogen is well positioned to replace the fossil fuel in these processes. But there are certain processes, for example, as Dr. Ramkumar said about mobility. So here in mobility, there will be two kind of segments. One would be the city ride. the short distance rides. So there I probably currently feel that the battery technology is much more useful to adopt. But in the long range and in the long haul drive, heavy duty sectors, I think the hydrogen would play a major role there. In fact, for energy storages as well, there are many different kind of options. One is the lithium-ion battery, the battery energy storage systems, the pumped hydro systems, the hydrogen as a storage system, so as a gravity storage also. So there, I think probably the market forces in a longer period of time, they will take care of the things as to which will be the optimum solution for a particular usage. So hydrogen itself, we are in fact coming out with a scheme for use of hydrogen as storage for generating round-the-clock energy, round-the-clock renewable energy. So we are still in a kind of an experimental stage here. So we'll come out with a scheme, we will have a kind of a pilot project, and then we will take it forward. So yes, in certain spheres, there is a kind of overlap, but in major large spheres, for me, I don't see any overlap. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the next 30 years is going to be not a competitive market, it's an opportunity market. And we need to work with a single vision, not with silos. If you see, there are different products in the energy storage, right? So we want to look at how the round-trip efficiency is better. At the end, for the customers, the matter is money, right? So they also look at what is my most efficient way of utilizing the energy. Either it is hydrogen or battery technology or gravity-based or any other next generation technologies. So the whole point is, one way we are telling the green hydrogen, but the source of green is again from the renewables, right? So if it is renewables, it's a seasonal. It's not 24/7. So again, there will be stationary storage is going to play. So and again, we need to see the holistic picture about because India is a very cost-sensitive market. In that cost perspective, we need to see what technology is suited for which application, which benefits the end customer. It should not be burden again to the end user. That's where the market is going to penetrate, and there is no competitiveness, it's opportunity when we are working with an open-minded rather than silos. That's my point of view. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Gentlemen, you have heard three views here about this second little tricky question. You heard about one gentleman saying that maybe government policies can also help in deciding which would be the right fuel for a given region. Another saying that maybe the application will demand which is the right fit for which fuel is the right fit, and the third one saying let the market decide it. So I think it's still an open question. We will see how India moves into this clean energy domain. And with those remarks, I will end this session. I'd like to sincerely thank all the three gentlemen here. They've taken time out of their extremely busy schedules to come and participate in CSIR's 82nd Foundation Day event and this particular panel discussion. Thank you so much, all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ashish, and thank you to all our panelists. May I now request Dr. Ajit Shasni, Director, NBRI, to kindly felicitate our three guests. And in the meantime, Dr. Prabodh to please be ready for taking over.
कहाँ पे हैं? वो उनका है.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ajit, and thank you, Dr. Ashish, once again. So now we go to the next session, the Agri, Nutrition and Biotech theme. And I'll now leave it to Dr. Prabodh Trivedi, the theme director of the A&B theme, to take over.
Thank you, Dr. Biba. I know this is a lunch time and everybody is moving towards venue for the lunch. However, this is a very important session which deals with the green technology of CSIR for farmers and entrepreneurial development. And in this particular theme, we are working on value addition and sustainable utilization of bio-resources for empowering farming community, improve nutrition and entrepreneurship development. Yesterday in the morning in the Industry Connect program, when it was being discussed that how many startups are there, I think more than 60% were coming from agri-tech industry. And so this particular theme deals with agriculture, and our country is related with the agriculture. Almost 70% of our population is engaged in agriculture. So here in this theme, we have a number of sub-themes. One is plant genome engineering, improved agrotechnologies, which also has farm mechanization, synthetic and systems biology, value-added products for nutrition security, industrial enzyme and fermentation. And while working in these different sub-themes, almost 24 CSIR laboratories are working in different areas. And if we see major programs under this theme, which includes Aroma Mission, yesterday even Prime Minister's message, Aroma Mission was mentioned, Floriculture Mission was mentioned. We have another important mission which is Cotton Mission, Precision Agriculture and Millet Mission. So these are ongoing programs where CSIR is working, and lots of farming community we are helping, as well as we are developing entrepreneurs. So in one of the program, CCMB is working on improved Samba Masuri, which are highly resistant to bacterial blight disease and diabetic friendly, which is low GI rice, which was developed, and this is being cultivated approximately in 11 lakh hectares land across country. So net gain to farmers is rupees 2,000 crores. So this is value of this particular theme, that we are working on ground in the field, and whatever varieties are being developed, they are going to the farmers. And this has been licensed to 3 companies so far. Not only that, in addition to that, now CSIR is coming with super improved Samba Masuri, which has, apart from low GI and improved Samba Masuri, this has other improved characters like bacterial blight, blast among the tolerance to submergence, drought and higher yield. So this is going to be a game-changing rice variety. I think in CCMB stall you can see those rice packets kept there and how they are going to improve this. The another program where from CMAP 10 institutes are working, and which is CSIR Aroma Mission. We have completed 2 phases, and in 2 phases we have covered approximately 36 hectares of land with aromatic crops. So what we have done, all these labs involved in this particular program, they have developed improved varieties of aroma crops which have been given to the farmers with agrotechnologies. And not only that, after giving these technologies, we have given distillation units to farmers. So if you see, approximately 400 distillation units have been given to the farmers so that they can distill the essential oil and which has gone to the industry. So in last 5 years, approximately 5,000 tons worth essential oil have been generated and which has gone to the industry, and the value of this essential oil is rupees 500 crores. So you can see in last 5 years how this mission has helped farming community as well as industry in the country. So there are some few success stories of this mission. First one is 36 hectare land cultivated by this aromatic crops, deployment of improved efficient technologies like distillation units, then purple revolution in Jammu and Kashmir. Even our honorable minister talked about it yesterday. Golden revolution in Himachal Pradesh, ISBT is here. They have been working in Himachal Pradesh for the golden revolution. Enhanced rural economy for drought prone areas of Bundelkhand region. CMAP and IIIM has worked together in Bundelkhand area to enhance income of the farmers under this particular mission. Then tribal cluster in across India. We have developed 20 tribal clusters and we have changed lives of those tribal communities through this particular mission. We have developed more than 100 entrepreneurs through this mission. So you can see here purple revolution, our tribal cluster booklet, as well as how we have become one of the largest producer and exporter of lemongrass essential oil. Not only that, we are also working on floriculture mission, and in floriculture mission, like in aroma mission, we are working across India with improved variety. CSIR NBRI is managing this program, and here with improved varieties, how we can help farmers to grow these varieties. Yesterday only, Minister talked about this Namo 108 Kamal variety, which NBRI came developed. Not only that, this question was also asked in KBC, and this was also featured yesterday during this Student Connect here in this pandal. We have another mission, cotton mission, where our aim is to develop cotton varieties which are insect resistance, and I am happy to tell you that we are at the stage where we have leads which can come out with the plant varieties which are pingworm resistant varieties, because this is one of the insect which is damaging these cotton crops. In agriculture, mechanization and sustainable agriculture, our different labs are working, and we have come out with different agriculture mechanization systems. Like even about 2 months back only, one first indigenous electric tractor was launched by our Honorable Prime Minister. Not only that, there are several other technologies which are at different TRL stages, which are being developed, and these will go to farmers soon under this theme. We are working on plant genome editing for improved traits. A number of plant varieties, be the tomato, rice, cotton, tobacco, tea, vidania, and cannabis. All these labs, 6-7 labs, are working together to come out with genome edited plant with improved traits. Our labs are working on different nutrition related products. Director CFTRI will make a presentation. Apart from that, all the labs together are involved in entrepreneurship development. Whatever technologies we are developing, those are going to the farmers as well as entrepreneurs and startups. And we have developed, as I said, more than 100 startups under this A&B theme. We have a number of technologies which are related to agriculture and food processing. Director Nist Ananta is here, and he has a number of technology related to agriculture and food processing, and some of these are displayed in the pandal here, and those who are interested can visit there and go through those technologies. So this is from my side about Agri-Nuti Biotech, and I hope that some of you will get interested about these technologies and visit different pandals here, and that will help you to know about more about the technologies, as well as how these labs will provide these technologies, what are the different modes for MOUs, technology transfer, and we can help those. Our scientists are there. So now what I will do, there is one talk from Director CFTRI. She will talk about functional and nutritional technologies of CSIR. Dr. C. Devi, please.
आपने चेंज कर दिया क्या? डेट मॉडिफाइड. Very good morning to all, or rather good afternoon. I will be talking about the sub area under A&B theme, which is very important for CSIR, on functional and nutritional technologies from CSIR. So just to make you understand the scope of this particular work, if we just look from the Indian context, we have a huge market because we are more than 1.4 billion population, and our economy is growing. More important, nearly more than 40% of the population is dependent on farming, and until we value add to whatever has been produced, our farmers cannot double their income. Moreover, if we want to look at also improving the exports, we do need to value add. And food especially being very, very perishable, unless we are able to increase the shelf life, we will not be able to store the food, nor will it be tasty. So food safety and shelf life becomes very, very important. Further, although we are number 1, 2 or 3 in the world for most of the agricultural produce, unfortunately, not more than 2 to 35% is processed, which means that most of the food goes waste, and that further increases and complicates the issues, because a lot of fresh water is used, lot of land is required, lot of water is required. At the same time, greenhouse gases are produced during food waste. So considering all this, a lot of people are also employed in this sector in our country, and there is a lot of scope for exporting food to the world. And this particular sector has been growing and is hundreds of billions of dollars, and hopefully we should increase it much faster if we are able to capture and process most of the food. Now coming to nutritional and functionality of the food in particular, three things we have to think. Of course, we do eat food for the nutrition that it provides, but at the same time we do know today that there is a functional aspect of food and which is important for the health. And this is what is important if we want to avoid especially lifestyle related diseases or malnutrition related diseases. Also in our country and everywhere around the world, we do see a lot of micronutrient deficiencies and undernutrition. In fact, 200 million people are undernourished in our country. So there is a huge scope for this. Further, during food processing, a lot of byproducts are produced, and these are also repositories of a large number of nutrients and nutraceuticals. If we are able to capture that, then that would be a good thing. So accordingly, as per the mandate, the CSIR has been working on improving the nutritional quality and security of food, devising and designing foods for health, as well as to understand the mode of action as to how exactly this health benefit is provided through molecular mechanisms, as well as capacity building and skill development. So if we look at the CSIR 4 verticals, we can divide into, apart from the translational research which I was talking, where we work on food at the molecular level to really understand how each nutrient or a non-nutrient molecule, which we call the nutraceutical, is providing its health benefit. Apart from that, we also develop technologies. Right now, CSIR has more than 500 technologies to offer in this sector, and more than 5,000 entrepreneurs or licensees. A few of them are also in this particular hall who have come. Apart from that, we also offer engineering services, especially when you look at our traditional foods. We are not able to mechanize them, we have not automated them, therefore it is very intensively labor dependent, which means that we cannot popularize them to the extent possible. However, many of our traditional foods are highly nutritious, and it is necessary that from various regions, wherever they are localized as of now due to logistics of transport or other supply chain problems, it can reach out to a larger population. So whether it is machine design, whether it is scale up of the processes, all of this CSIR can offer. Many of our labs are well equipped with pilot scale facilities, and we do hire out these facilities where startups or even self-help groups, farmers themselves can come to our labs and they can value add to their produce and take it straight to the market. We also help in preparing detailed project reports with specific reference to nutritional products, food products. And then we have also been looking at non-thermal processes. Many of the nutrients that are present naturally in the food are liable to destruction during the processing. So if we are able to retain that, that would also lead to a better food. So many of these newer processes are being looked at. Apart from that, fortification and also 3D printing are being worked on by many of the laboratories. India has many regional agricultural produce which are in fact unheard of in many parts of our own country. But if we can use these underutilized grains for producing food products, that would be of great help to the country. Similarly, we have niche areas like northeastern region as well as the sub-Himalayan regions, where a lot of crops are there which are highly nutritious, which we need to explore and understand. Many of the plant produce especially have a lot of anti-nutrients in them which prevent the bioavailability and digestibility. We are not able to absorb what we have eaten. So enzymes is one green technology which we can use to remove these and to increase the nutritional bioavailability. It is very, very important that we train people to make them understand the importance of food and its relation to health or disease. And for this, a lot of CSIR labs do have short-term training programs, skill development, and they also mentor many of the startups. Again, all of us, when we look at food, we are thinking of convenience, we are thinking of cost. We are not thinking of health and we are not thinking of the nutrition as much. And one very, very important wing is the testing. Some of the CSIR labs are recognized through various certification agencies, and we are actually having a very, very important role by supporting the regulatory agency, FSSAI, and also whatever food is getting imported into the country to certify that it is good for the consumer. So what is that we can do is this. We can explore underutilized crops, we can extend the shelf life, we can ensure that the nutritional value remains whatever is claimed on the bottle. We can look at sustainable food processing, and we can look at ingredients, especially from the food byproducts. And all of this we can help not only in identifying potential employment avenues, but also develop technologies for tech transfer, mentor startups, and so on. Now, many people think that a food product is just a recipe development. It is not so. It involves a large number of steps, and all of this have to be very precise. Even as you make a computer or an aircraft, it is as precise as that if we want to control the process for making a food product. And all these steps need to be looked at. So the newer ones, like I already mentioned, are the non-thermal processing of foods, especially important because thermal processing does destroy a large number of nutrients. Indian government wants to make India the plant protein producer for the entire world, and CSIR has taken up this challenge, and we are also looking at that. We are also making a large number of foods both from pediatrics to geriatrics, because each person has a different nutritional need, and there is no one food which will give the requirement for all the people at the same time. So nutrition is very, very precise, and some of the people, like a sports person, maybe an elderly person, maybe a person with metabolic disorders like diabetes and so on, require special foods which we are working on. Similarly, protein foods for targeted population. Again, coming to functionality of foods, like I said, it is related to health. Again, there is a lot of science that goes into, we need to do in vitro, in vivo to really understand what is the bioactivity and how to prove that exactly this activity is being demonstrated through clinical manifestation. A large number of labs are doing from various aspects, and finally it could come into the food product, and thereby we can ensure the health of our population. Geriatric foods, medical foods, and infant foods are another important area where you need foods that are easily digestible and that are better soluble. Maybe they will give bioactive peptides and so on, and these also are being worked on. So this is just a glimpse to make you understand the various kind of foods that are being developed by different labs. We have the technology packages under all of these verticals. Testing analysis, again, like I said, CFTRI is recognized for health supplements and nutritional information. IITR in Lucknow, chemical risk assessment, and NEAST in Tiruvananthapuram looks at contaminants, PCBs, dioxins, and so on. So apart from this, we do a lot of societal activities. Many of the industries do give the CSR funds to our labs, and where we try to make a difference to the children, especially in Anganwadis, to improve the health and make India a healthy country. And many of the SAM children have shown extremely good improvement, and we have been carrying out this research in impact studies in pockets, and we hope to make it larger. We think we have the right model today, and we can spread it pan-India to prove that we can make a difference. We have been working with several state governments, be it Odisha, Karnataka, Telangana, and so on, to even Himachal Pradesh as well as Uttar Pradesh. Everywhere our products are being given in the midday meal program. They're distributed as take-home rations, and this is helping the various governments to run their impact programs. Similarly, we are hand-holding many of the self-help groups of women to make products. If you visit our stall, you will find that one such is there. She is right here in the audience, and they have benefited a group of 14 women who were at home, have been trained, given free technology. We have set up the plant for them, and today their products are available in Amazon and Flipkart. These are some of our valued customers because of the facilities we offer for testing and so on. Many of the multinationals are also part of our portfolio, that is CSIR, the food industry, which we believe that we are making a good contribution, and we hope to improve it further. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sridevi Annapurnaji, for very comprehensive presentation. Now we have one talk from industry. He is Mr. Gaurav Mittal. He is Managing Director at Aromatic Allied Chemicals, and he is the first from India who has developed natural perfumes in India. So I invite Dr. Gaurav.
नमस्ते, वड़क्कम, राधे राधे. मैं एक इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट हूँ, so I'm just going to speak in Hindi and English, that is English. I have very less time because I know कि 1 बजे शुरू हो जाएगा lunch, so I have to be very quick. I have been working in France for more than 15 years, तो मैं वहाँ का experience लेके आया हूँ अपना. And I want to share this because we are exporters since last 46 years of natural essential oils. So my topic is essential oil for wellness and fragrance industry. Essential oil everybody knows, but you have to remember essential oil वो होते हैं which gives an aroma, जिसमें smell होती है. Then these are the top essential oils that we have been exporting and is required in the world market. Peppermint, lemongrass, geranium, lavender, rosemary, patchouli. I have marked this because these essential oils are under aroma mission, in which we are achieving the things, and that's why we are able to export a high quantity of these things to the world market. I'm going to be a little bit quick on these numbers because this is an Indian essential oil market in which we are contributing to $149.63 million, which is going to be $239.85 million by 2030. अब आप सोच सकते हैं कि हम लोग एसेंशियल ऑयल कितना प्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं, व्हाई द वर्ल्ड मार्केट इज ट्रस्टिंग अस, बिकॉज दे बिलीव कि एरोमा थेरेपी नेचुरल सब इंडिया से ही आता है, एंड आई एम इनटू द इंटरनेशनल मार्केट. वी आर एक्सपोर्टिंग अ लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स एंड वी आर एग्जिबिटिंग वर्ल्ड वाइड, सो वी नो दैट दे आर नॉट ट्रस्टिंग इंडिया. दिस इज अ ग्लोबल एसेंशियल ऑयल मार्केट which is $19.99 billion in 2020, and it is going to reach $38.30 billion. You can expect कि essential oil की requirement, it's huge, it's extremely huge. Now I'm just going to shorten my topic on wellness and perfumery because wellness एक अलग चीज है, perfumery एक अलग चीज है. Wellness which gives you a feeling of being healthy. If you want to be fit, because आजकल सबके हाथ में you can see the smart watches. You know why? Because everyone want to be healthy. Everybody wants to see कि उसके watch में कितना heart rate चल रहा है, क्या चल रहा है. And essential oil is having that impact even on this industry, because heart rate कम है, कुछ चीज smell कर लो, the things are going to be good. This is what about wellness industry. This wellness industry is $4.2 trillion. Can you believe this? Wellness industry is $4.2 trillion in the world market. And you know what? What is happening? अब सारी चीजें chemical industry से change होके आ रही हैं Ayurveda, natural, organic. That is why this is increasing slowly and slowly. And we are happy that we are in India, and India is one of the best country for the natural resources. This is a driving force of wellness industry. Clean eating trend. हमें बढ़िया खाना चाहिए. You know, means it's going through. अब वो हमें burger नहीं चाहिए, हमें चाउमीन नहीं चाहिए. Now we want some green vegetables. A clean, healthy trending is coming. Then wearable devices. I told you about the smart watches. हर किसी के अब हाथ में वो टिक 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 वाली घड़ी नहीं है. अब सब ऐसे दबाते हैं. Now you know, means everything is on the watch, a smart watch. Then wellness tourism. Then we have skin care and nutritional needs. Now wellness industry में aromatherapy is one of the thing. Then cosmetic and personal care industry and food industry. All this comes in the wellness industry. Now what is aromatherapy? Everybody knows any therapy by aroma. Any therapy in which we can heal our body, our mind, our soul, that is aromatherapy. This is a global aromatherapy market, which is approximately $2.27 billion in 2021, and it is growing to increase to $5.62 billion by 2030. These are the top essential oils which are used in aromatherapy. Lavender is very good, and Kashmiri. Actually, मैं बोलना चाहूँ तो मैं 10 घंटे तक भी बोल सकता हूँ, because you know, means I'm passionate about these type of a thing. But 1 बजने वाला है. I know the hunger, so I should be very quick. These are aromatherapy industries which are into the world market. Even our company now we also call as aromatherapy industry, because we are working on aromatherapy. These are aromatherapy products like aromatherapy roll-ons. Then we have essential oils. Market is flooded with these products, but you have to make sure that this is going to work on your body. This you have to make sure the product should be natural, क्योंकि लोग कर रहे हैं, बेच रहे हैं, लेकिन आपको analysis नहीं आती है, but your nose should be good. This is now the second industry is the cosmetic and personal care industry, in which we have shampoo, shower gel, body lotion, hair oils, massage oils, creams, face wash, and everything. I am putting up the numbers so that you can understand how important this cosmetic industry is. It's $375.30 billion in 2022, and it is going to grow to $560.50 billion. इन सब में essential oil use होता है. मैं फिगर आपको इसलिए दिखा रहा हूं कि आपको potential पता चलनी चाहिए what is essential oil. Then these are some of the figures of USA market. कौन सा market upgrade कर रहा है, कहाँ पे जा रहा है. These are the top essential oil which is used in cosmetic industries. I have given like for example lemongrass. This reduces the skin aging, cleanses the skin, and removes the impurities. All the medical factors and all the certificates are there. Lekin we have to trust what we are using. Then these are some of the cosmetic and personal care industries in the world market. Some cosmetic products which are using essential oils, massage oil, shower gel, everything is using essential oil. Nowadays, synthetic component use karna kam ho rahe hain. Everybody is transferring to essential oils because everybody knows this is an extract of a herb. एक herb से हमने निचोड़ के एक सत निकाला हुआ है, उसको हमें use करना है. Then now food industry. However, in food industry, there are a lot of things which is an oleoresins we are using for making the food flavors. I'm right, but nowadays when I'm going to international exhibitions, everybody is asking for essential oil to be used as a food flavor. It's changing. Essential oil market scenario is changing. This is a food service market. Madam told about the food service market, but it's having a huge market revenues. I'll give some examples in which some international companies are using essential oil in food industry. Herbal teas. Herbal teas are there, but they're using flavor as an essential oil. Honey, drinking waters, mouth freshener, and even the protein powders have the essential oils. Now these are some of the common essential oils which are used in the food industry. The products in the market, I've given an example. Teas, then we have drinking waters, we have everything. Now next concept, perfumery. Perfumery is for pleasing yourself. Or perfumery, it's a debate either to please an opposite sex or to please yourself. It's for pleasing. It does not give healing. Wellness gives you healing. This is a global perfumery market. It's US dollar 58.52 billion, I'm sorry. And it's going to rise by 98.53 billion US dollars. हालांकि पहले synthetic perfume, because I was in Paris, I was making a perfumes in which we were using 80% synthetic, 20% natural. But all those international companies, either we take the name of Givaudan, IFF, Feminist, Takasago, they started demanding the natural products in their perfumery products. All the perfumers I'm talking to you, they सब कह रहे हैं कि अब हमें essential oil अपने perfumery में use करना है. Then these are some of the perfumery industries in the world market. They are the biggest top industries. These are some of the natural perfumes in international market. We are the first one who launched the natural perfumes. We have a brand La Monque in which we are making all the natural products and the natural perfumes. ये बहुत important है. Who is the driving force in India? ये कौन कर कौन रहा है कि जिससे हमारा essential और market पूरे world में popular हो रहा है. I am proud that CSIR CMAP I have given an example, but there are also labs, other labs of CSIR who are working very hard in that. They are having a aroma missions in which, अगर मैं industry की तरह बोलूँ तो challenges भी हैं. Like in mints, through CSIR I want to say that you really have to focus on synthetic menthol. ये हमारे farmers को खत्म कर रहा है. All the farmers are dying, so we have to stop synthetic menthol coming to India. Then these are the top essential oil, but there are challenges. You can read it on. I don't want to waste your time a lot. This is CSIR CMAP who are working in the fields day and night. इन्हीं की वजह से हम industries में हैं. That's why we industrialists are able to export. They are also giving a lot of education to the farmers. I have been a part of CSIR CMAP and I can see that they are giving a lot of educations to farmers in different part of India. We are working with also the farmers in different part of India, in which we are working with CSIR CMAP Aroma Mission. उनके help से हम लोग different essential oil produce करते हैं in different part of India. And now the conclusion. Good, ma'am, I finished in 7 minutes. Thank you. Essential oil is the future of India. Then sustainability. The main thing which is coming in different part of the world. इसमें मैं सिर्फ 2 मिनट लूँगा ma'am, because this is the main part. Sustainability. Everybody is talking about sustainability, but synthetic are not sustainable. There has been a fire in BSF industry in Germany in which they were using synthetic citral to make synthetic menthol. But as soon as that was caught on a fire, पूरा prices synthetic का एकदम से बढ़ गया, and all the perfumery, aromatherapy and all those industries switched over to the demand of naturals. कि अब हमें natural चाहिए, natural चाहिए. So the main thing is natural resources are sustainable. We have to focus on that. Next thing which comes is biodiversity and ecosystem. ये बहुत important चीज है कि हम कोई भी चीज कहीं पे भी उगा रहे हैं. अगर हम अपनी ecosystem को बचाना चाहते हैं, then natural and natural essential oil or any natural resources will be the option. Organic farming. This is the next thing which is coming into the world market. Organic farming के बिना हमें कुछ नहीं मिलेगा. So we have to switch over to 1970s जिसमें हम ढेंचा यूज करते थे, अपना प्योर का चीजें खाते थे, without any pesticide, without any insecticide, without any chemical. This is the new requirement of the world market. You have to understand what industry and what market needs. You scientists are amazing. You scientists are creating everything. But what is sellable in the world market? We have to look into that. हमें वही चीज बना के मार्केट करनी है जो मार्केट में दिखेगी. You scientists are incredible, of course, but you have to see the market demand. Thank you.
Thank you, Gaurav. It was great learning for all of us. Now we have one more, our industry partner, Dr. Aboli from Farmanja Herbals. Just for 2 minutes, you can tell about your requirements and how you are connected with the CSIR.
Good afternoon. This is Aboli from Farmanza Herbal. First of all, I thank the CSR and the great directors and scientists from all labs which I have been working, and as a team we have been a pleasure to work with them. Farmanza Herbal Private Limited is a leading nutraceutical dietary supplement industry. We have recently completed Silver Jubilee 2050 years. And as everyone is showing the importance of medicinal plant in dietary supplement or nutraceutical sector, we have been a pioneer for a medicinal plant and dietary supplement. Our plant is situated at Anand, Gujarat, and we have been in industry from 25 years with US FDA approvals, NSF GMP and ISO requirement with FSSAI and FDA. So I am a proud partner for CSIR Institutes. We have been pleasure working in CSIR Institute since long time, and we have been managing a technology. And in this proud segment, I would like to add we have been taken 2 technologies from CSIR CDRI for bone health and joint health, and successfully launched in the Indian and US market. And we have been also proud partner with CSI IIM Jammu, and we have taken 1 technology for brain health, and we are in a process in launching that. And definitely we have been associated with lot of CSR institute from CMAP, NBRI, ISCT, lots of them, and it has been a great experience. Definitely, like Mr. Gaurav said, it's been a pleasure working with CSR Institute, and we expect more. Definitely, we expect more. There are challenges from industry. One of them is definitely biodiversity. And we'd like to CSR Institute to help us industry to overcome these challenges when we are working with botanicals, how to challenge that. And second challenges, obviously, if CSR institutes can help as an industry to produce the agriculture sectors when it comes to cultivation of these medicinal plants. We as an industry expect help from CSR Institute to develop sectors or cultivation practices where we can have low costing raw material, and we can process this botanical leads and technology in a better way. So this is an impromptu interaction, and I thank Dr. Prabodh for this conversation. Thank you so much, Dr. Radha, Dr. Reddy, everyone who are here from CSR Institute. It was a pleasure working with you all. Thank you so much. Thanks, Naseem.
So with this, this session comes to end. I thank all the participants, and over to Dr. Biba. Dr. Biba.
Thank you, Dr. Prabodh. And may I now request Dr. Vinay Nandikuri to please felicitate our guests from the AMB team, Gaurav Vittal and Ms. Aboli from Farmanza Herbals. सर्दी नहीं है Thank you. Take the perfume, please. Thank you. So that's another perfume. This is developed by NBRI. It's lotus-based perfume. So Aboli from Farmanza. May I now request Dr. Vinay Nandikuri, Theme Director of the Healthcare Theme. Healthcare Theme is our next session. So we'll start with that, and please bear with us. And a request to the Healthcare Theme, you'll be eating into the lunch time, so please take care. Thank you.
We understand that we are between you guys and the lunch. So we'll try to keep it to 35 minutes, hopefully. We are going to have a panel discussion today. And the panel discussion would be moderated by Dr. Srinivas Reddy, Director of IICT. And the participants would be Dr. Sanjeev Khosla, Director of MTech, Dr. Radha Rangarajan, Director of CDRI Lucknow, Dr. Shavik Maiti, Director of IGIB, and Dr. Apurva Mathur, Professor at AIMS, and Dr. Sorry, I kind of missed. All of you can please come on the stage as we are talking. Sorry. Dr. Sharad Yadav, Vice President of CIPLA. Please, all of you, please come and join us on the stage. So the topic that we are going to discuss is an important one. Sharad is not there. Sharad, please. Yeah, he's also there. The topic that we are going to discuss is antimicrobial resistance, and it is considered to be something that will be a major health issue, or rather major next pandemic becoming in about next 4 or 5 years. So I think given the fact that we are running late, without much ado, I would hand it over to Srinivas for moderating this session. Thank you. Srinivas.
Thank you, Vinay. So I know we are in between lunch. So we all agree that topic is very, very important for all of us. Particularly it is a global concern today. This AMR, antimicrobial resistance. It is an escalating crisis and also appears to be very scary if you look at some of the numbers, and also threatening even our abilities, whether we can tackle or not. So to address this issue and this growing problem, so WHO, that is the World Health Organization, also established a global action plan, and similarly in India we have national action plan. I think these are all to tackle some of these threats for our future. So at CSIR level, so we are also planning to start a mission project soon involving multiple labs. Dr. Radha Rangarajan, CDRI Director, and also Dr. Sanjeev Khosla, and also Dr. Vinay, they are all trying to put together some of these documents to take it forward. So we have very accomplished scientists. I'm not calling as a director, I'm more of scientifically they are very accomplished here, and also clinician from AIMS, and also we have Sharadji also from CIPLA. So first I think to start with, I think appropriate is Madam Purva Mathur. She is a professor microbiology and hospital infection control division of laboratory medicine in AIMS. And our specialization is of course hospital acquired infections and also surveillance. So you are the right person to start, madam. So we know, we all know this is a serious problem, AMR globally, but how severe is this problem in India? Maybe we can start with this.
Thank you, sir. I would just like to Good afternoon and thank you everyone. So just last week the ICMR, the Indian Council of Medical Research, came up with its annual report. It comes out with the yearly annual report, and if you see that the antimicrobial resistance rates in tertiary hospitals, secondary hospitals and outdoor settings have increased by almost 10% as compared to last year. So if you see the WHO's global report, antimicrobial resistance alone will be responsible for almost 10 million deaths. So apart from mortality, we know that healthcare is moving towards highly sophisticated surgeries. We have bone marrow transplant, we have organ transplant, we have neonates who are surviving even at 26 weeks. So all the advancements that are happening in the medical field or surgical fields are being cut short because of these antimicrobial bugs. Because whatever surgery you do a very good transplant surgery, you do a bone marrow transplant, the patient will survive the surgery. But if that patient acquires a multi-drug resistant Klebsiella or Acinetobacter, the outcomes are going to be affected. So everyone, healthcare associated infections due to these multi-drug resistant bugs are everyone's concern, because the outcomes are now being governed by antimicrobial resistance. So of course a very high mortality, increased healthcare costs, because the antibiotics that are available now are almost the last resort antimicrobials, which are extremely costly. They have a very narrow spectrum. And of course, if the patient has an antimicrobial resistant infections in the ICU, the length of stay is increased, the patient undergoes repeat surgeries, and directly attributable mortality 10 million means it's a slow pandemic which is even worse than COVID. So it's an invisible pandemic which is occurring, which is going to directly affect the patient's outcome and cause a lot of deaths both in outdoor and patient settings.
Thank you, ma'am. So now, next we will move on to Dr. Sanjeev Khosla. So his area of expertise in epigenetics and microbe host interactions. So, for you, question is, so what is the current policies and challenges, including regulatory in India, and particularly on this AMR? So how can they effectively implemented these some of these laws what we are trying to enforce?
Thanks, Srinivas. Actually, one of the problems with AMR is that it's not just humans that actually are affected by this particular problem. While humans are affected, but humans are also getting affected because of problems that are being created elsewhere, whether it's in the environment or whether it's in animals. For example, poultry farming is a major place from where these AMR or resistance is coming through, because they use some of the antibiotics for growth promotion. And so the challenges and problems of AMR are not only to integrate all the inputs that we get, not just from hospitals, but also from the livestock industry, because they also use it, poultry, environment, because many times even the pollution is actually causing bugs to develop genetic variants which actually become resistant in the long run. So the strategy for India in the NAP2, the National Action Plan 2, version 2.0, is to integrate all the inputs that we are getting from whether it's from ICAR, from ICMR, whether it's from CSIR, DBT, everywhere one is actually trying to put all the issues together. It's not coming? Yeah, so the problem is how to integrate it, and that is where the issue of integrating these signals into one particular area, and NAP 2.0 is for that. So to figure out who will actually get all the inputs, where will be the sentinel sites, what are the kind of drug development processes that need to be actually taken up, what are the drugs that are against which AMR is rising in a particular region. So there are several areas of concern that needs to be input into the strategy that India has to develop. And but I must also say that we have woken up to this problem in the right time. Niti Aayog is directly looking into this particular problem, integrating all the issues, and hopefully in the year to come, we will have a strategy which would be sustainable over years to come, because it's supposed to hit us in 2050 that it might become the most problematic or a pandemic. So I think so if we start now, it would actually help us in the long run. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjeev. So next we turn our attention to Dr. Sauvik Maiti. So he is originally trained as a chemist, and but he is doing interface basically biology and chemistry. I think he is the right person to answer some of these questions, because when you want to tackle this AMR, so you need to have like a interdisciplinary approaches. So there are some challenges. Maybe I request you to pay talk about a few challenges and how do you tackle this.
Thanks, Srinivas. Yeah, so we all know the problem that AMR is a huge problem, not only globally, it also for India. But the problem is that in the problem, the depth of the problem we do not know, at least in India. So if we look report from, say, developed countries like Europe or America, almost each and every alternative year, they come out that how many bugs are drug resistant and how many of them have alternative drugs. So in terms of India, we do not know how extent this problem is. Being a very vast country, we do not know at this moment in terms of number how many bacteria or fungi or other bugs has drug resistance. The second problem which I see is that, if we ask why bugs get drug resistance, because they are getting exposed to the antibiotics. That means the concentration of such antibiotics in our environment is also an important parameter to understand. That we do not know. We do not know, like the water, which is basically sewage water or hospital discarded sewage water, what is the load of different kind of antibiotics? What are those antibiotics? We also even do not know. Now to understand the concentration in a given sample, what is the antibiotics load, you need to have tools to understand. Generally, being such a vast country, we cannot use very sophisticated laboratory based measuring the concentration. So we need to develop tools like biosensor to understand the load of antibiotics in our environment. So that is another challenge I believe we have to face and we have to work on. The next problem which I see that, as we have seen, all these bugs including virus do not need any visa to cross the border. And we share our border with different countries like Pakistan, Nepal, Bangladesh. whether we can address this AMR problem together or not. That is another challenge I think we have to work together to understand. Because even if we start tackling or understanding the depth of the problem of AMR in India, that is not going to solve our problem because of our neighboring countries. So these are the few things I think as a researchers we have to face these challenges and overcome them. Then second problem which I see that the choice or availability of antibiotics in our hand. So we have to look for kind of alternative source of antibiotics which can increase the choice of drug in our hand to discover which will be basically a new drug molecule to overcome AMR. So these are the few challenges which we need attention from interdisciplinary subject like developing biosensor to understand the load of antibiotics in our environment. Then collaborative approach within country and outside with our country is second challenge. And third challenge is cataloging the number of bugs that are getting resistance over a time of period. And fourth challenge is definitely how we can look for alternative antibiotics to tackle this problem. With this, I will end here.
Thank you, Savik. So now, next we'll ask question to Dr. Radha Rangarajan. So Dr. Radha Rangarajan, currently Director of CDRI Lucknow, and she joined CSIR almost more than 2 decades of experience in industry, and her expertise is mostly on drug discovery, diagnostics, and like basically medical devices sector and other things. So a question to her is, what are the factors that drive AMR? So one of the reasons for the spread of AMR is the inappropriate use of these antibiotics for treating infections. How does one prevent such use?
Thank you, Srinivas. So I know that many of you have heard this term antimicrobial resistance on and off, and our speakers have talked about it. But just to make this very real for you, how many of you have taken a course of antibiotics in the last 1 year? Raise your hands. Okay, can you hear? So can you all raise your hands, those who've had a course of antibiotics at least once in the last 12 months? Okay, that's more than 50% of this room. How many of you had to take 2 courses of antibiotics because the first one failed? 1, 2, 3, approximately 3 people here in a very small room like this. Do you know that in India today, approximately 1.7 million people are diagnosed with cancer every year, and the leading cause of death amongst those who are diagnosed with cancer is drug-resistant infections. So if I do a poll here now and say how many of you know someone who was diagnosed with cancer and who passed away because of an infection, many of your hands will go up again. And the reason for that is that the antibiotics that we have in hand, they don't work very well anymore. And when they don't work, what that means is that those bacteria have become resistant. That means they have picked up certain genetic mechanisms, or they have mutated, they have evolved, so that they are no longer sensitive to those antibiotics. In your childhood, you may have had erythromycin for simple throat infections. Doesn't work anymore. Urinary tract infections in women. So many women, probably in this room, have had to take multiple courses of antibiotics. And you know somebody who came very close to being treatable only with an IV antibiotic, isn't it? So these are all the realities of antimicrobial resistance. Sometimes the use of the language AMR itself prevents people from understanding how severe the problem is. Very simply put, it's resistance to antibiotics. And we have a very big problem. 4.95 million deaths are associated with antimicrobial resistance globally every year. And in India, we've talked about some of the live experiences. Dr. Purva has talked about her experience as a clinician. Sanjeev talked about the difficulties with knowing the size of the problem, and Shauvik talked about how much antibiotic exposure is there in the environment, which we are not even completely measuring. So we are driving up antimicrobial resistance because of the way in which antibiotics are used. So the question to me was, what's driving antimicrobial resistance? So there are many things doing that. One of the first things that comes to our mind is inappropriate use of antibiotics. That means you have a viral infection, but you got treated with an antibiotic. And that was completely unnecessary, but you didn't have a choice. Your doctor said you take it because it's going to prevent a secondary infection. Inappropriate, unnecessary use of antibiotics. The second major use of antibiotics is in animal husbandry as a growth promoter, not to treat disease, but to enable livestock to be healthier, to gain more weight. This is a very large, so India uses approximately 3% of the world's total usage of antibiotics in animal husbandry. These numbers are staggering. The third major area through which antimicrobial resistance is growing, this is particularly in the environment, is India's large pharmaceutical industry, which also manufactures antibiotics, and then antibiotics residues get into the effluents. Right now, there are very limited ways in which effluents can be monitored, and antibiotics presence in the effluents can be measured. So there are many practical, it's not that the industry doesn't want to deal with this problem, but there are no real solutions, and this is an opportunity for CSIR, in fact. So there are all of these different reasons why antimicrobial resistance is growing, but let's focus on one or two things which are in your hands as well. Now, when I say that inappropriate use of antibiotics is one of the drivers, so then the question to us is, what can we all do about this problem? So, do you need an antibiotic is the first question. In an ideal world, the way you would deal with it is you would say, let's have a diagnostic that really tells us, a doctor, whether an antibiotic is needed or not. And now think about what kind of diagnostic that needs to be. Somebody is in the chambers of the doctor, and the doctor needs almost an instantaneous result. So this is the challenge of really being able to minimize antibiotic use because we don't have the right kind of diagnostic tests. And even if there is a diagnostic test that becomes available, remember that the cost of the antibiotic itself is less than the cost of any diagnostic test that you might eventually develop. So this means that what we have to do is we have to really think about antibiotic usage in a tiered way, which is that there are some antibiotics that will have to be used without any testing, without any diagnostics, and so on and so forth, and some which must be very, very, very tightly regulated and only prescribed when needed through the appropriate diagnostic testing platforms. There's a new antibiotic that's been approved by the FDA for Acinetobacter infections in July 2023, Zacduro. It's a combination of sulbactam and durlobactam. And this is entering the market now. It hasn't come to India yet. Question is, how soon will resistance make it useless? And in order to extend the life of any such new antibiotics that come to market, we will have to be very, very careful in terms of how we use high-end antibiotics, or how we govern or how we regulate the manner in which these antibiotics are given to patients. Finally, I want to say that there is no substitute for clean air and clean water. So if we are going to address the problem of AMR, we cannot shy away from our what is called the WASH paradigm: water, air, sanitation and hygiene. If we can really make a huge concerted effort to fix our contaminations in this sector, we would address antimicrobial resistance to a very large degree. Thank you.
Thank you, Radha. So we have Sri Sharad Jainji. So he comes from corporate world and he spent several, of course, almost his entire career at Cipla. And I'm sure many of you are aware, Cipla and CSIR labs closely work. In particular, if you remember a few decades ago, introduction of this AZT. So because of collaboration, they put that pill, $1 pill across the globe. I think that's where I think big contribution from public-private partnership. So maybe along these lines, in line, particularly present topic of AMR. So do you have any kind of plans or any collaborations? Maybe you can show some light on that one.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Reddy and all my colleagues at CSIR. I'm here on this panel, on this distinguished panel of scientists, and I'm here to talk in front of all you distinguished scientists. So this is a big privilege for me, honor for me. So thank you all very much. Thank you for inviting me for this panel. I'll ask a very basic question. How many of you had cough and you went to a doctor? Of course, all of you are doctors here. Most of you are doctors here. And the first prescription there was an antibiotic. You had a bad throat and you said, Doctor Sahab, gale mein kharash ho raha hai, and you went and you get an antibiotic. Now, I think what Dr. Radha rightly said is, this is how we are using our antibiotics, which actually should be a line of defense, not the first line of attack. It should be the last line of attack. You don't go to a war and straight away fire a nuclear, weapon without using your conventional ones. So I think the risk of AMR is quite real. We heard about HIV, we know about malaria, and we know what happens if we continue to misuse those drugs. Let me also bring out something very important. You must have all heard about people in your circle. Somebody had tuberculosis. Doctor prescribes a treatment. The patient starts recovering in 2 months. Then what happens? Continues for 4 months, then stops. 1 year down the line, relapse. Again goes back, starts the treatment, doesn't continue the treatment, again stops. Third time, there is a resistance. What does the doctor do? He prescribes, the drugs don't work. The patient is still sputum positive. What is to be done? It took 50 years after the first rifampicin for the MDR tuberculosis to be available in the market, and that is bedaquiline. And bedaquiline is a patented product. The company said, in India, we'll give only 10,000 treatment, treat whomever you want. You are not allowed to manufacture this product in India, because if Indian companies start manufacturing it, you will get another resistance. Because you will make it available with every chemist store, the patient will go buy it, and you have resistance. And then there is nothing more to treat tuberculosis. So 50 years we had to wait for a drug to be available to treat tuberculosis. So we, Cipla, we have a very wide portfolio of antibiotic drugs, and I'm not promoting antibiotics here. What I'm saying is, we have a portfolio to help when you need an antibiotic, not to give the antibiotic the moment a patient comes, or anybody in our circle. 70s, we came out with the penicillins. 90s, we came out with the quininols. Recently, we lost colistin, which is a reserved category of antibiotic. Then we acquired Alores, which is again a reserved category antibiotic, and we have made it available in India. And the third antibiotic that is coming from us is plazomicin, which is again going to be a very highly reserved drug, because this is especially for hospital-acquired infections. This just cannot be given to any patient, and if a doctor prescribes, It will go to the CIPLA. The CIPLA will review the case and give it. Because we don't want this drug to be used. The moment this gets drug used, then we have nothing more to offer to the patient. That's the last resort. So I can go on talking to you about all this, but the AMR threat is very real, and I'm also very happy as CIPLA, as Dr. Reddy just said, the first, the zidovudine that we launched for HIV, we did it in partnership with CSIR, IICT, CSIR, CDRI, and other CSIR foundations or divisions that we worked with. Sorry for that, divisions that we work with. So we have a couple of more products that we are working with CSIR, and we also have a patient doctor awareness program. And we hope that while we keep developing molecules to treat difficult to treat infections, but at the same time, we also think about the side effects of those molecules. Even if you have never taken that drug before, you may still be resistant to a drug because a molecule, because it is not only through the molecule that you require resistance, you also acquire resistance through water, food. We have very unscientific way of agriculture. So everything can be a cause for AMR. So keep it in mind. One of my colleagues just said, WHO said, 10 million people are at risk of death in the next coming years only because of AMR. And India is #1 on that list because of our misuse of antibiotics. So the threat is real, and I thank my CSR colleagues, and I assure you that we will work together to make sure that we save as many lives as possible. So thank you all very much, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Sharad ji. Definitely we are looking forward to one AZT-like collaboration in the future. So next I would like to invite Dr. Vinay Nandikuri. He is a director of CCMB and also is a theme director for our healthcare. So for him, question is, what are the most effective strategies for implementing One Health approach, considering the complex interplay between human, animal, environmental health? I think before that, maybe you can, just for the audience sake, you can also tell about what is One Health and how do we address taking One Health help?
We all are aware of human health, and if we have any particular problem, we go to a doctor and we get the treatment done. But then there is another aspect of the animal health, and a lot of animals like poultry as well as cows and bovies, basically many other animals, we interact daily with them. And if you recall, COVID is basically supposed to have transmitted from bats to humans through animal markets. So that's animal health. And then you have other aspects, which is aquatic health, which is essentially fish. When you talk about fish are also given antibiotics in their water so that they grow better. Their health. And plants are something which all of us are directly connected to, and the way they are in terms of they're all on same soil, which is currently getting contaminated due to variation things. And the final one is environment, global warming. Global warming per se can have an influence on what kind of organisms are thriving, what kind of viruses and what kind of water bodies situation will be. So all these things put together, they're all connected. They're like a circle. You disturb one, you're going to have an influence on everything else. So the whole, when we want to address the whole problem together, that's called One Health. That's the basic concept of where we are going. Because it's now become apparent that you cannot look at human health in isolation. And how do you actually then figure out? The transmission that happens from animals to human is called zoonotic transmission. And if it is going from humans back to animals, it is reverse zoonosis. So all these things one has to understand, and there has to be a way to track these kind of pathogens and bacterial as well as viral pathogens that are present in various aspects. And to add this complexity, we have something called rodents, which is essentially rats. Rats kind of compare. You move around in all kinds of, they go into animal health. They move around from water bodies to sewage to every part of leaving the plants. So what we are essentially saying is there has to be strategies to look at One Health as a whole thing. Surveillance is certainly one way to look at it, to find out what are the pathogens that are going around in various water bodies, various animals, and in even aquatic and fishes. Once you know, you have more information, you can come up with better solutions. And better solutions can be offered with the kind of collaborations that Srinivas was talking about with industry like CIPLA, or even scientists trying to find out better lead molecules, again in collaborations can be developed into new drug molecules. However number of drugs we develop, eventually if we are not careful about how we use them, there is no end to this cycle. At the end of the day, most important thing is also to have a public communication about the One Health problem, or in fact the antimicrobial resistance at large. That's the way I look at it, and that's where all of us can in one sense contribute, both at research level, also at communication. Thanks.
You can sit here. Thank you, Vinay. So, madam, prevention is better than cure. So, particularly since you are coming from hospitals, what do hospitals need to do prevent this spread of AMR?
So I totally agree that prevention is the only way in which we can control antimicrobial resistance spread, because once a patient gets an antimicrobial resistant infections, it is very difficult to treat because there are hardly any new antimicrobial molecules in the pipeline. It is very costly to develop antimicrobials, and once they are developed, they quickly develop resistance. So in hospitals during COVID time, even बच्चों को समझ में आया था hand hygiene. That is the most important mechanism to cut the chain of transmission from one patient to another, or from patients to healthcare, or healthcare workers to patients. So hand hygiene is the most important mechanism to curtail the transmission of infections in the hospital. Then wash facility, like madam said, you need to have proper water supply, air control, sanitation and hygiene. So in hospitals, wash programs, which is now also a part of Kayakalp checklist, because you know that the government of India evaluates all the hospitals through a Kayakalp checklist, and wash programs which revolves around sanitation and hygiene, potable drinking water, good quality water and air control is very important. Wash programs are also a part of WHO's checklist for even district hospitals. Apart from that, we have to have standard precautions. For example, if there's any patient who is colonized or infected with a very highly resistant pathogen, you have to isolate that patient. You have to use proper personal protective equipment. We saw in COVID how cross transmission could be prevented by the use of proper PPE. We went overboard in the initial phase of the pandemic because we didn't know the modalities of transmission. But once we know that a pathogen is transmitted through hands, we can actually use proper gloves. If a pathogen is transmitted by air or droplets, we have to use proper N95 masks. Then patient placement is also very important, the distance. So hospital designs, we have these hospitals now, which most of the medical colleges are 60, 70 years old, and when they were made, hospital engineering as a department was non-existent. But as new hospitals are being developed, a very important part is hospital engineering. So we have some hospitals in Singapore which are totally on natural ventilation, windows open, so cross ventilation. So something like biomedical engineering, which is very important for antimicrobial resistance, because the more ventilation you have, the more dispersion you have to the outside of antimicrobial resistance. Then we have to have very good sterilization and disinfection practices. So we know that we did a study in cesarean section in rural hospitals, and we found that most of the cause of post-surgical site infection in cesarean section is because of inadequate sterilization and disinfection of equipment. So it's very important that hospitals pay due diligence to how they are disinfecting their medical devices, especially the reusable devices. those devices which are single used have to be disposed. So we have this practice of reusing disposable devices also. So single use devices have to be properly disposed of, not to be reused, and we have to have good sterilization practices in the hospitals. And lastly, we have to have mechanisms for preventing device associated infections. So if a patient is on ventilator for 10 days, more than 95% of those patients will develop pneumonia. If a patient is on a central line, the patient will have a bloodstream infection. So the hospitals need to have mechanisms to prevent device associated infections through bundle care approaches. We have to have good devices, and we also have to have surveillance, because unless we know what are the rates of device associated infections in our hospitals, even if we are doing everything, we will not know whether our practices are reducing the rates of hospital acquired infections. So surveillance and preventive mechanisms for device associated infections are very important, but everything has to revolve around hand hygiene, basic sanitation, sterilization and disinfection, patient placement and care of devices. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So next 1 or 2 minutes, we are going to wind up. I would have loved to have some questions from audience, but because of time constraint, we will not be able to do it. So now I request Dr. Radha Rangarajan to say a few words, just to come up with some kind of conclusion. And also we are planning to have some mission mode project in CSIR we're going to start. So in that connection, do you have any specific points, where you want to focus? Would like to share something on that?
Thank you, Srinivas. I'll be very brief, but we'll talk about some of the key pillars of the proposed AMR mission plan that we're all sort of working on jointly to have a strong proposal in place. So the three main themes we talked about. One is surveillance. How big is the problem? Do we know what the problem is? What kind of bugs? What kind of resistance patterns? So there's the surveillance part of it. Then we talked about the fact that we don't have enough antibiotics. So what can we do about developing new antibiotics? And then the third piece is really if we want to use our antibiotics prudently, judiciously, then what kinds of diagnostic tests do we need in order to drive patient care well? So based on these three pillars is what we're trying to develop some sort of a mission plan in which multiple labs will participate and develop new technologies, develop new knowledge or IP that will either allow for drugs or diagnostics, or for example, within surveillance, figure out what are the surrogates that we could use to determine the type of resistance. So when we think about surveillance, we usually think about what's going on inside hospitals. But we could be actually surveying effluents, we could be surveying soil samples, we could be surveying various kinds of samples from the environment, and then deduce what is the extent of resistance. But these are things which will need to be experimentally figured out. So building a program around these three themes and involving at least 7 to 8 different laboratories. This is the overall CSIR. This is the overall plan that we're thinking of at a pan CSIR level. Thanks.
So with this, I thank all the panelists. I will hand it over to Dr. Vibha.
Thank you. And may I now request Dr. Zabir Ahmed, the Director, IIIM Jammu, to please come and felicitate our guests, Dr. Purva Mathur from AIMS and Dr. Sharad Jain from CIPLA. Thank you, Dr. Arthur and Dr. Sharad Jain, and thank you, the healthcare team. So we'll break for lunch, and we have to come back here for the 4M theme. That's mining, minerals, metals, and materials. The theme discussion, technical session for this theme will continue at 1:45. Thank you.
Working with you. Let us continue today. Although time is less, but we would like to listen from you without disturbing much of you, but at least to give a flavor that what in 4M themes, I will give a very small presentation here. Sir, in the vision of our 4M theme is catalyze and optimize sustainable material production and processing, their use and reuse for local and global benefit. And as per our theme goes, that almost we are contributing to each of the sustainable development goal, and our institute that we have categorized into two. We have CSIR 37 laboratory, almost 21 are participating in 4M theme regularly, but the nodal labs are the CSIR NML, IMMT, CSIR AMPRI, CSIR SIMPER, CSIR NIST Trivandrum, CSIR CGCRI, and CSIR Sikri Karaikudi. These are the major nodal lab as per our sub-vertical, and another 14 lab on continuous, but the moment healthcare it will include, it will go to 30. So today we have excluded healthcare into this part, but wherever material goes, that we have indicated, and directly we are contributed to around 12 sustainable development goals, but based on our application, it goes to other as well. So our strength has been that Indian pioneering in several domains, large-scale mineral processing capabilities, leaders in coal-related R&D, leader in metal extraction from waste, fiber optics and strategic ceramics, comprehensive material evaluation and characterization facility, the type of pilot plant and characterization we have, very few other organizations will have in the country. Then we have pilot plant, almost all the labs, NML, IMMT, it looks like an industry as well, in the mini industry. Some of you have already visited and benefited from us. Then one of a kind facilities in India, certain, suppose in some processes where a specific is required, that place we are only there. Then there is a large pool of technology. Yesterday in the foundation day lecture, our Honorable Director General were telling that in 800 stories, at least 80 stories will be from this group. Then we have excellent industrial connect, and that is reflected through your presence here. And then we have a good knowledge base and database. We work into 6 domains, that is the minerals, including the critical minerals that what our country is looking for, metal and alloys, including the light metal alloys, waste to wealth, wherever industrial and mine waste is there, remaining will go to E3OW, advanced and functional materials, specialty, ceramics, refractory and glasses, and specialty and strategic materials. So these are the 6 domains we work, that where now MOES is representing, that they are sending the Samudrayan, they are bringing this to us. These are the polymetallic nodule. Tomorrow morning discussion you have seen, and a small growth, a tip type of growth will take 1 million year for a smaller growth, but these things have been given to us. We are working with MOES from last almost 20 years. They give this to us, and we give them these metals to them. So these are the 3 nickel, cobalt, and that whatever copper with 99.999 purity. And this association is continued, that you can see this in our exhibits as well. Only for a glimpse, countries looking for critical mineral. Why CSIR is very important? We were doing a survey, almost 1,118 publication is in the critical mineral extraction and application. And if we will go metal wise, so exploration
CSIR, NGRI and NIO is helping us. Extraction and beneficiation, CSIR, NML, IMMT, Karaikudi, NIST, and application many labs, whether it goes into catalytic or medical application. So these are one of the glimpses. And whenever you come to our institute and in a forum, we will call a big industry meet. That time I will give you further glimpses, including the market survey of whatever we are carrying out. But this is one of the glimpses what our country is looking for in critical mineral. We are very happy to inform you that with Odisha Mining Corporation, we are going to have the first pilot plant of critical mineral PGE, platinum group of metals, and this will be shortly commissioned in 3 to 4 months time, and that place 5 elements we are extracting. It will be first of its kind in Asia. So today we called you, sir, to have your some of the views that whatever you are looking, how to further our association, that today country and globe is looking for greener technology, reduction of the carbon footprint, green hydrogen, coking coal, fuels, alternate fuels and the storage of the hydrogen, circular economies and sustainability, need for indigenization, and how to strengthen ourselves in critical minerals, blue economy or minerals from the sea, industry 4.0, big data, AI and machine learning, e-vehicle and lithium battery, lightweighting, additive and other zero loss manufacturing, aging infrastructure, depleting lower grade ores and minerals, because India, all ores are of the low grade or even coal is having high ash content, that how to beneficiate them, how to make it useful. Then non-availability of the strategic metals and demand for functional and smart materials, that how it can be done. And today also I am happy with us, one of our technology beneficiary, where they are working with NML, that if you want to extract wealth from the waste, he has implemented as a managing director of that company at this place. So we are thankful for you. Our association should continue in this further. So on behalf of all the labs, it is AMPRI, CBRI, SICRI, Siri Pilani, CGCRI, SIMPER, CLRI, CMERI, CRRI, CSIO, CSMCRI, IICT, IIP, IMMT, NCL, NPL, NIST, and NIST, NML, ACRC, 4BI. I thank on behalf of CSIR and all these associated labs for all of you who have come here. So let us start. We want to have your 2 to 3 minutes view on that what you are looking forward. So let us start that with the coal, that Mr. Jitendra Malik sir is here, that he has come to IMMT and also he has visited NML in this one, that what strategies CSIR should adopt. Already we are working with you, and even we have discussion on this, that how to take forward in terms of the coal beneficiation, ash reduction or non-coking. So we want to have your view on that and how we can contribute into the waste to the wealth sector. Mike.
First of all, I take this opportunity to thank Director IMMT, Dr. Ramanuj Narayan Saab, Dr. Shiv Kumar Saab, who have been in collaboration with NCL to do something new. Actually, as the topic suggests 4M, I would rather say it's 3M plus 1M. By this I mean to say that we are here for discussing about minerals, metals and materials, and the source place for all of these is mines. Me being a coal person, earlier we used to think that our responsibility is limited to extraction of coal only. But in the process, huge OB is produced. In NCL itself, we produced about 131 million ton of coal last year, with an OB of about 460 million cubic meters, which is very huge. But under recent environmental laws, the OB and other byproducts which are being generated, the onus lies on the producer itself under extended producer responsibility. By this I mean to say that the OB which we are producing and the coal which is burnt in the thermal power station and produces ash, the responsibility lies on the coal producers also. Now, as I said, that huge OB is being generated, so we came into contact with IIMT and other organizations also, and now we are using our overburden to produce sand. As sand used from the rivers is being restricted now, it's difficult to extract sand from rivers. So this is a new concept whereby we are using OB for manufacturing sand, which we call manufactured sand. And this sand can be used for construction purposes also, as well as for underground mines, also for stowing purposes. In underground mines, when we extract coal and there is habitat over surface, so we have to fill up those mines with some material. Earlier we were using sand, but as extraction of sand from the rivers got discontinued, so this is a better option. Then in thermal power stations, as ash is generated, this ash, we also sent some samples to IIMT and very encouraging results came up. We found that in this ash, we have silicon oxide, ferrous oxide, aluminium oxide, potash, chromium oxide, sulfur trioxide and potassium oxide, then titanium, MnO, manganese oxide. So number of minerals are there which we can concentrate and make it used in other industries. Now, as directors have said, that how we can go forward. Actually, earlier also I was discussing that number of researches are being done, number of wonderful things are coming up, but we at the industry level are really unaware of those things. We have problems, but then we think that there are no solutions to these problems, and then we keep those problems to ourselves. So interaction between the research organization like the CSIR and the industry people should be more intimate and more frequent, so that we at least come to know what are the researches being made and how we can solve our problems. This has been, I would really thank IIMT. And see, हमारे यहाँ तो कहते हैं ना कंकर में शंकर. In everything there is something unique to think of. Stephen Hawking, one of the greatest scientists of this century, he said that every process on this universe can be explained scientifically. But there is only one thing which cannot be explained, and that is how did this material came into existence. There is no valid scientific explanation as to from where did this material got generated. So whatever materials, whatever minerals we are having on this earth are really divine. It's up to us how do we use them. If we know the better way of using them, then really we can work marvel in this world. Thank you for it.
Thank you, sir. That 4M theme, not only IMMT, NML and SIMPHAT together will come for the providing the solution that whatever you have suggested. That the another panelist from the NCL is Mr. Shailendra Pasaviji. So I would like to briefly emphasize that which type of other resources than sand, what NCL is looking for the benefit of the CSIR in furthering the technology on that.
Good afternoon. We are NCL and our main business is producing coal. During production of coal, we have to extract overburden, which is a burden above the coal and consists mainly of sandstone. So what we have done till now, we have converted that sandstone by means of crushing and washing into the manufactured sand, which is as good as natural sand and can be used in building construction. Now next step, what we did or what we are thinking, we have to convert this sand or the other byproduct is silt. From these two materials, can we get some benefits for the society, like in the field of ceramics, in the field of silica generation? Silica can be used for foundry material, glass, other glass reinforced pipes, paint industry for filtration. So there are number of uses of silica sand. So we are going to think on this line, means can we approach with the help of CSIR labs, IMT, can we convert this sand and silt into some benefit, some material which can be benefited to society? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now it's turn that CSIR is one of the oldest industrial R&D organization. I stand for industry. And now my panelists are the oldest, the person who has taught R&D in the country. That is the great organization established by Tata, that the Tata Steel Limited. And if any first experiment has been carried out on iron ore or any coal beneficiation and that is right now being led by Sri Tapan Kumar Jenaji, a graduate from NIT Rourkela, mineral engineer par excellence, and with his experience. And we have been associated with him since long, either it is NML or IMMT or MPRI. So please throw some light on, because how to, already we are continuing association, but how CSIR can go further, that because you are in the same zone where all our labs are there, so how to extend it further?
Yeah, so first of all, thank you so much for this opportunity to share my thought. So since last 10 years, I'm in this mining technology group. So from coal perspective, sir, as you mentioned, from coal perspective, Tata Steel is planning to double up their production from existing 2.5 million ton clean coal to 5 million ton of clean coal. And so the challenges we are facing, I'll highlight 3 points. So one is how to reduce the coal ash from coal beneficent point of view, how to reduce the coal ash without sacrificing the yield. So that is one challenge. Second is, as you know, our from mining point of view, our stripping ratio is very high. For 1 ton of coal, we are removing 8 ton of overburden. So the next part is our counterpart also explained. So what is the value from waste? So that is second point. So how we can utilize our overburden not only for sand but for other uses also. So that is second point. And third is in our coal mines, our yield is 50% as of now. So rest of the 50% are rejects. That means tailings and all that. So what is the use of that? That means the surface coal gasification. These are all sort of perspectives we are looking into. So from coal perspective, and from iron ore perspective, yes. Right now we are producing 30 million ton, and we have a plan of develop our production by 2030. So it's the same thing, how to utilize the low grade iron ore from 45 to 55. So I am very much thankful to your team, Dr. Sarda, Dr. Prabhas, and Dr. Alok, who are already closely associated with us, and all the team members. But still, we want the next level of implementation, as you know, because we are also under tremendous pressure for increasing our production from 30 million ton to 60 million ton in the next by 2030. So that's all the expectation. And in the last year, I would like to thank you once again. And one point, we are a responsible steel making company, so our first preference is responsible mining. So although we'll mine and we'll take care of the environment, so that's the, and we'll also take care of the society as a whole. So that's the four key points I would like to mention. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. So moving on, just see when we were talking about our sub-verticals. So one of the vertical is metal and alloys. And you know that infrastructure protection require a specific surface size. So from the Tata Steel side, we have the very good expertise of Dr. Tapan Kumar Raut. He is a well-known expert in the engineered coating, nano coatings, thermal resistance coating. So your take on that, how the steel sector look for that which type of coating and which type of alloy, that where can we replicate the iron pillar. So that type of product view we want to know you from Dr. Tapan.
Thank you very much to the director IMT Bhubaneswar for inviting me to share my views in a very short time. So also because you know the Tata Steel has been working with the CSIR for a long time, and our CSIR always have been a very supportive partner to us for the technology development, and also taking the technology forward by providing the technical support as well. Both support and technology development we have been getting from CSIR. I must thank you to the CSIR families. As he mentioned, the CSIR families are working very closely on the 4M theme. And with the industries, they are also trying to bring kind of a close interaction so that the bonding will be happen more and more to develop a joint technology in the future. So if you see the steel segment, you know globally, you see particularly in India, the steel growth is happening around 6% growth rate. And if you see globally, the steel market is declining is 4%. So what it suggests, there are a lot of scope in India to grow in the steel segment. So in future, India is going to be an epicenter for the steel market, and the steel market is going to impact on our 5 trillion market, what we are expecting, around 3 to 4%. So that kind of a market in the steel areas. So when you talk about steel, I'm talking about, you see the crude steel, another is called making a steel from the crude iron. So when we are talking about the steel for the different uses, as you mentioned, the infrastructure development, the automotive segments, and the agricultural segment, everywhere you can see the usage of steel is immense. So how to add the value on that to grow that? We should require the ecosystem for that. We are ready with the technology, but at the same time, we should understand, can we able to manufacture that? Where we are standing in terms of manufacturing readiness level. And another point where we are lacking is the market readiness level. So we know about the TRL, proof of the concept, up to TRL 5. When we talk about the manufacturing readiness, MRL, and business readiness level, we are lacking over there. And where the industry and CSR should help closely. In the steel segment, as we are growing in the future, I can tell you a couple of examples. The very innovative coatings, what we are closely working with the CSR IMT, we developed a material called graphene. So the use of a graphene in the coating segment is coming in a very big way, where CSR IMT is our partner. And in the future, that business is going to be $85 million business in that segment. So it's most important is that rather focusing on the hard problems, we should also focus on the soft problems. So if you solve these soft problems, I think whatever the technology challenges in front of, we can convert into technology opportunities. So that I can say in a totality. But we have a lot of ideas, sessions with the CSIR IMT team who are over here, and always we have been interacting with them. And thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to say a few words.
Thank you, Dr. Tapan. Ministry of Earth Sciences has been a consistent partner since their inception with CSIR, that this Ministry of Earth Sciences has separated from ocean sources. And Dr. Sandeep is representing that. Just in the beginning, we have shown you the polymetallic nodule, that how we have created these metals. And if you will go to objective that today we are talking about Samudrayan, that Samudrayan is there in our stall, it was given by the NIOT. And in IMMT, 2 of the specific lab has been sponsored by them. And almost our association goes to 40 years. That after the establishment of ISRO in 1960s, that has taken this much year for Chandrayaan to go. Now definitely we will mine it, but it is in an initial stage and it can take little bit more time. When our Samudrayaan will go, they will bring this polymetallic nodule and our association will continue because exploration is continuing. So I would like to request you that how you are looking from CSIR as a whole, from the all the labs, including that metallic lab, NML, that our NIST, Trivandrum and Karaikudi, because you are dealing with precious metal, that place deposition and electroplating become important. So your take on the critical mineral.
Director IMT and respected fellow panelists and the respected member in the audience, good afternoon to all. So yes, I thank Director IMT for giving the opportunity to be here. Yes, IMT is our very important partner, and that partnership is continuing for past 20 years, so that you can understand that how important is the IMT for the ministry. So this Ministry of Arts Science actually is mandated to draft the blue economy policy for the nation. So we are mainly concentrating how these oceanic resources can bring benefit to our national economy. So as a part of that, there are 2 components. One component is that living resource, another is the non-living resource. So under these non-living resources, seabed minerals is a very important component. So I would take few minutes time to explain that how it is significant for the national economy as well as the global economy. So in the within the continent, whatever we have, it is the jurisdiction of the country. So we do not have any problem in those areas harvesting our economic resource, of course fulfilling the goal of the sustainable development goals. Beyond this continental boundary, up to certain extent is called the national jurisdiction. Then comes the limit for the country is the exclusive economic zone. Up to exclusive economic zone, the country has all right to harvest or do the utilization of the resources following the sustainable development goals. Beyond that, what is in the international water, actually it comes under the convention of the United Nations Convention for the Laws of the Sea. So it is not the property of the country, so it is the property of the global mankind. So in that context, Earth Science is involved with the International Seabed Authority, which is a part from the UNCLOS. So we are having some contract with the International Seabed Authority for exploration of the oceanic resources in the international seabed area. So IMT is a very important partner in that program of the ministry. So IMT is, I'll tell you a very important thing, that IMT is not working for the national economy. They are actually working for the global economy as a part of this MOS program. Because whatever will be benefited through this activity in the seabed mineral resource, a part of that should go as a royalty to the International Seabed Authority, which will be divided among all nations of throughout the globe as a part of their, to support their economy. So IMT is not limited within the boundary of the country. They are working much beyond for the global mankind. Then I will touch upon the few of the important things before I come to your point. Among these seabed mineral resources, there are three resources that are very important. One is that polymetallic nodules, which is present in the seabed, in the sea floor, and that is normally developed through the hydrogenic process. And another important resource is the cobalt crust that is mostly in our national jurisdiction. We also have cobalt crust in our national jurisdiction. I don't know whether there is a representative from GSI, so we have that. Beyond that also, there are cobalt crusts present in the international water. And third important area is the hydrothermal vent, where it is called the polymetallic sulfide. So that is coming from the lithogenic origin. It is coming from the crust. When the magma is coming out, it is getting deposited and it is forming the sulfide, very important deposit also. So of these, this polymetallic nodule alone is we are working, this Ministry of Earth Science is working since 1982 along with another CSIR lab called National Institute of Oceanography. And in this polymetallic nodule program, we are known in the globally as the pioneer investor. So we have invested in the polymetallic program much beyond the much before the other nations thought of doing in that. And since that time, IMT is supporting for our activity in several aspects. Now in this polymetallic nodule, what director has shown you in the beginning, so it has some precious metals called copper, nickel, cobalt, and the manganese. These are the four precious metals present. And in this contract, MOS has a contract of the polymetallic nodules in the 75,000 square kilometer area in the Central Indian Ocean, Central Indian Ocean Basin, and we are the lone contractor in the Indian Ocean. And in this 75,000 square kilometer area, the average abundance of the nodules is around 6 kg per meter square. So we have in that area, we have a oceanic resource, non-living resource of almost 400 million metric tons of nodules. So from which the total metal content is almost 3% if we take the, add up the only the nickel, cobalt and the copper and the cobalt together. Beyond that there is a manganese, if we leave aside the manganese. So almost there is some 200 kg or 2000 kg metric ton million metric ton of these metals are present. So now you know the rate of this metal in the global market. They are almost 7 lakhs for the copper and 14 lakhs nickel and all these mineral economics you do. So it's $1 billion industry in the seabed. So in this $1 billion industry, we are still in the exploration phase. Still the seabed mining is not globally accepted. So a lot of discussion is going on in the international community how we will adopt the exploitation of these nodules. So once this exploitation, this regulation will come, so IMD will have a very big role in extracting the metals from these nodules. And that technology, much before understanding the need of the technology, we are doing it through the IMT. And that was maybe some kind of pioneering activity in the globe. So you have seen the quality of metal they have produced from the nodules. And I would like to share here one very important part that International Seabed Authority, this our Secretary General visited to, and we have a state-of-art art facility of the polymetallic nodules in the IMT. So there they have a pilot plant also, and that plant is a unique plant for in context to the global perspective. And the Secretary General, when he visited India, we took him to IMT and he was so surprised. And he expressed his praise to the IMT, saying that the IMT could be a global leader in the extraction of the seabed mineral resources. So with that, I will end up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sandeep. Going on from the raw material to finished product.
One more point that what Ramanuj gave me this responsibility to speak, and the coordination between the other CSIR lab is the IMT job. So our first friend is the IMT, then the via friend will come through IMT only.
Whole forum will be with you.
Yeah.
So coming from raw material to the finished product, that waste is a wealth, and waste we are taking it in forum theme as a resource. And one of the technology that whatever developed with the electronic recycling by NML, and that has shown to the public by our next panelist, Mr. Raman Sharma ji, MD, Exigo, New Delhi. So please, in brief, share your experience and what you are looking from the furthering of your technology.
Good afternoon and thank you. Amongst this prestigious group of people, all doctors on this dais, I am the only one without a doctorate. So probably my answer will be less technical, but I'll speak from experience. 3 years back, we decided that probably it's the right time to start lithium-ion battery recycling and to start exploring something in the direction. And we were generally used to speaking to overseas partners because when we started 11 years back, that's what we did. We had a transfer of technology from an overseas partner. But eventually we realized that, what works elsewhere may not work in India, so we needed an India-specific model. And long story short, we got in touch with NML Jamshedpur. And I'll just share my experience from that interaction. We were pleasantly surprised. We had a particular impression that government departments and public sector enterprises are rather slow, and the transfer of technology process will take time. There may not be clarity, or whatever has been proven on bench scale may not translate very well to the commercial scale that we are trying to pursue. But honestly speaking, Dr. Manish Kumarja and his team proved to be a great help, and the go-to market time for us was shorter than if we would have taken the help of an overseas partner. And their entire team was extremely thorough in transfer of technology. And in no time, we were able to take the pilot scale proven technology to a commercial scale proven technology. Today, we are recovering critical minerals like lithium, cobalt, nickel, manganese, graphite, and gold from electronic waste and lithium-ion batteries. And I believe, looking at Mr. Gadkari's goal of complete electrification by 2030, we are also looking at a huge scale up in the production and manufacturing of lithium-ion batteries. Just to give you an idea, just to throw some numbers around, we will be generating close to 70 to 80 gigawatt hour of lithium-ion waste by 2030. That's a rather big number. Currently, we are struggling to touch 1 gigawatt hour in terms of installed capacity. So I believe there's a need for 70 to 80 more recycling facilities in the country, and organizations like NML Jamshedpur and CSIR in general, I think they'll play an integral role and a crucial role in making sure that India can be at the forefront of this recycling revolution that is taking place. And not just recycling. I believe few years back we used to describe supply chain as sales and after service, and supply chain used to end there. But I think supply chain now starts with what we do in terms of recycling. And just looking at the entire debate of consciousness around conserving the environment, the circularity aspect of recycling is going to play a very big role, I believe. So the only thing that I would like to add is probably a better collaboration between industry and researchers is the need of the hour, because researchers will be able to address the need of the industry and add much more relevance to the area of research. So I think that has been my learning from this experience of working with CSIR. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So we wish that you have started a wonderful company, and when you will become Exigo Limited or corporation, all 4M lab will be with you, and a speed that what you are looking for. Our CSIR management is also looking for a speed of delivery. It will be done. That's why we disturb you that all of you come to us and listen from us. So another partner from the industry is that who has exploited the resources of CSIR is Excel Industries. He has been associated with so many labs, starting from IICT till IMMT, with many labs. And that is Excel Industries Limited, our sir, and he was also part of Research Council of so many members. Today it is represented by their R&D head, Dr. Mahesh Patil ji. So you have to tell the recent association that what you are looking for, almost looking like our managing director, that how lithium has to be added. So we will get another partner here.
Yeah, first of all, I would like to thank IMT Director Dr. Ramanujan Narayan for giving me this opportunity. This is really an honor for me and my organization to be here. And also I would like to compliment him for organizing this wonderful technical session on 4M theme particularly, which is very relevant for today and yet very crucial for tomorrow, because we all know that resources are limited. As someone said that Kankar mein Shankar. So we will have to find out all that Shankar, everything we have to get. So we have to focus on only two things, efficiency and recycling. If we have to address tomorrow's need, it is important to have efficiency and recycling. This is very important. And so for this, what is important is synchronization of knowledge and resources amongst this 4M series, theme itself, 4M itself. As well as it is important that we get the maximum efficiency from the first M, that is minds, to the last M, that is materials. And that is where the chemicals and process technologies plays a very important role. It is a need of our that we develop the chemicals which are mostly like being imported. These chemicals required to be made in India, as well as the process technologies to be developed in India, so that we can be Atmanirbhar. So there is a need of an integrated approach wherein we have full control of the feedstock, we have got the chemicals manufactured in-house, we have got the process technologies developed in-house, as well as we can make the value-added materials out of this. And this is not possible working independently. So this is where the industry and the CSIR lab, they have to work together. And that's what we are doing with the IMMT. We have been working very closely and trying to utilize each other's complementary skill sets so that we can achieve the common goal. Now, like when I look at the 4M theme, I see this operation, I divide this operation into 4 parts. That is the upstream, midstream, downstream, and circular. So all of this in the upstream, where we need to bring efficiency into the mining. That's where the chemicals are involved. The second, the midstream is where the mineral processing or the metals obtained converted into usable form. This is where the midstream is involved. Downstream, using these metals for the value-added materials, and most importantly circular, that is recovering metals from the recyclable atoms. And all of these streams, chemicals are required. And these chemicals, Excel Industries is focusing on how we can make this chemical in-house and make it Atmanirbhar. So Excel, let me brief you about Excel in my company, Excel Industries. Excel Industries is having 8 decades of experience manufacturing various chemicals, and we have immensely contributed to the agro sector in India. And since its inception, Excel Industry has been at the forefront in providing innovative solutions whenever there are challenges. And here too, we are trying to provide solutions to all the challenges we are facing. Excel Industries has developed leadership in phosphorus handling and making phosphorus-based products. Now, phosphorus has a very good ability forming the bond with the metals. Harnessing this property of phosphorus, Excel Industry has developed several products which finds application in water treatment chemicals, anti-scalant, corrosion inhibitors, as well as purification of high purity materials. In the pharmaceutical or agrochemicals, high purity chemicals are required where traces of metals are not acceptable. So that can be removed using our phosphonates. Now when it can remove the impurities, it can also extract from the waste. So we would like to harness this property, and that's where we are trying to work with IMT. If we can use this phosphonate, it's not if actually, already we have commercialized a couple of products which are used as a nickel concentrator or tin concentrator. Those products have been commercialized. Now we want to go one step forward and find out the application of various phosphorus-based products as the extractants in the rare earth elements as well as the recycled batteries. So I think it is a very good collaboration with IMT, having our knowledge and experience in phosphorus-based chemistry, manufacturing chemicals, and developing process technologies, that is downstream application with IMT. I think we will have a very good collaboration, and I see a great success here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So with this, your idea, we will take it forward in 4M theme, and in mineral extractive, chemical or phosphorate, whatever it is utilized, that we will make Atmanirbhar in chemicals for mining extraction, and we will put effort as a collective 4M laboratory. So moving on, that another seashore to the southern seashore we are going now, to our director from NIST Trivandrum, and that place we have talked about a steel critical mineral, but if you think about aerospace, Samudrayan to Aero, that lightweight alloy, that where our NIST is working, as well as the secondary sources, lithium we have listened, but the primary sources is also there, where our NIST and Karaikudi is joining hands together with IMMT and NML for making a complete package of lithium extraction. So I will request you briefly share your some of the thoughts on this.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And under this forum theme, we are working NIST Trivandrum two aspects. One is the processing of materials. Second one is that what is the material waste comes after the processing. That also we are reusing that. These are the two aspects our institute is focusing on, that processing of the materials what Ramanu just mentioned about. We have the skews casting facilities at NIST Trivandrum. We can do tailor-made facilities, is there, tailor-made design. If you give, we can cast it and we'll give you that prototype we can make, and what are the design aspect you wanted to change. For example, aluminum silicate nano composite alloy has been created for our LCA component, what I said earlier. Such type of work also we are taking, and polymeric nanocomposite material or coating for antimicrobial coating for the paper and other things, and also energy material. These are the main area we are focusing on, production of the material. Second one is that waste. If you look at the titanium waste that has been converted into the tiles, colored tiles, and also foundry silicate sand that has been converted as the brick, and we have transferred this technology as well. One final example what I like to say is the KML1 company is there in Trivandrum that eliminate processing that normally 3 lakh spent acid has been produced from that. From that it has almost 10 kg of scandium. First time in our institute has been extracted the scandium with almost 98% of the purity. So this can be easily, only 4 countries has been done earlier extraction of the scandium. These are the work we are taking part of that, and we are very much interested to collaborate. Already we are collaborating with the Tata Steel, JSW, Hindalco and AutoCast, and we wanted to extend our collaboration to other industries who are interested in this area. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The final words of this from our senior most director from our team, that Dr. Srivastav sir, that आप यहाँ आएंगे. So you conclude this in only 2 minutes.
So thank you very much and namaskar to all of you. I think all speakers have already spoken and covered the 4M theme, our agenda. Dr. Ramanu said in the beginning that materials is going to rule the world. I think materials is always ruling the world, in the sense that civilization is also categorized by materials only. Stone Age, Bronze Age, Iron Age, Silken Age. So materials is ruling the world. And now in the materials, the thing is that materials can be divided into 2 parts. One is the materials which are in need, and investors always want to invest the money in the materials which are in present need. But there are materials which are futuristic materials. Somebody talked about graphene, somebody talked about bromine, somebody talked about advanced materials. Those are the materials which will be in the use in next 15 to 20 years. So we have to keep a balance between the need materials, today's materials. We are talking about minerals, we are talking about rare earth materials, neodymium, scandium and all those things. Niti Aayog is also very much concerned. And the materials like 2D materials, nano materials, technologies coming out from the nanomaterials. Those are the materials which may not be useful too much today or may not be very lucrative today, but instead of taking technologies after 15 years from abroad, we should be ready to give technologies to foreign countries. We should be in that situation. So we have to think about those materials also which are futuristic materials. So that is why 4M theme, mining minerals, metals and materials, which was started sometime in 2017, and now it has got quite matured theme, and so many theme directors are also changed, and everybody has given good output, starting from Dr. Muralidharan. I think this is very, very important theme. And even if you look at the cosmos, we have only materials and time. Other things are all derived out of these materials and time. So it's a very, very important thing. And all industrialists are sitting here. They have given their very good feedback. So we have to think about the present and the future also. And we will work together. We are working together. And with this, I think I have to say thank you on behalf of CSIR Ampri Bhopal, and I also take opportunity to thank from all the materials community who is contributing in the forum theme. Thank you.
Now we are handing your request Biba Madam to come on the dais to honor all our industry partners. I will call, na? You do.
Thank you. May I now request Dr. Anandavali, Director CSIR SERC, to please felicitate our guests. Mr. Jitendra Malik, Director Northern Coalfields. Mr. Sailendra Pesavi, Deputy GM, Northern Coalfields. Mr. Tapan Kumar Rao, Tata Steel Limited. Mr. Tapan Kumar Jaina, Head Tata Steel Limited. Mr. Sandeep Kumar Mukhopadhyay, MOES. Mr. Raman Sharma, MD, Exigo, New Delhi. And Mr. Mahesh Patel, Head R&D, Excel Industries Limited. So big thank you to the panelists. Thank you all very much, and thank you, Dr. Ramanuj. Thank you. CIE. यही वाला है. Yeah, same one. So I'll hand over to Dr. Anandavali now to take you through the CIE theme, the Civil Infrastructure Engineering theme. Over to you, Dr. Anandavali.
Vanakkam and Namaskar to one and all present here. So I request Director CBRI, Director CRRI, Director AMPRI to come to the dais. So I would like to start with a Tirukural which goes this way. Thirinda inathodu therndani seivarkku aram porul yadandrum
which means that we have to associate with the right people to have more effective thing to happen. That is the concept of the technical session behind this. So I'll just hand over to my colleague Dr. Sabdarishi, who will be presenting a brief overview of the civil infrastructure and engineering theme. Then followed by there will be a panel discussion. We'll be inviting the industries. I request Sabdarishi to complete by 10 minutes.
So, respected Director General and the respected directors, so on the dais and off the dais, the experts from the industries and the ladies and gentlemen here, and it is actually a privilege for me to give an overview of the CIE theme here, because I think that we know about the CIE theme, how it has worked and how it has been formed. So, and I have been given only 10 minutes. I think that I will try to put the things in and so overall way how the CIE theme works. And as we all know that having a traditional areas of the infrastructure, so development was concentrated on the road and the railways, ports and the power structures and all. Now the emerging sectors of the infrastructure is not limited to that. Now that you have to really go into the high-speed railways, urban and the smart infrastructure and the renewable energy structures. So, if I want to give you a little statistics of the whole thing, whatever is the India Brand Equity Forum, that IBEF. So, India Brand Equity Forum has given is that if you really see, the era of the infrastructure has been changed a lot. From 2000 to 2015, the spending, the expenditure was done from the industry. And if you really see from the 2017 to 2035, it will be mind-boggling. And the 63% of the world economics on the infrastructure, it will be spent in the India, China and some of the countries. So having said that, the CSIR is not actually not looking only the civil or the mechanical or the other structures as the separate structures. So there is having a form that is called a civil infrastructure and the engineering, where we are trying to cope up the need of the India and the global requirement, where the innovation is a part of it. And for that innovation, to catering the innovation, that you have to have the complementary skill and expertise that each of the individual laboratory it may have, but we have to get a synergy. So for achieving the synergy between the different labs, and it is having a unique combination of the energy to environment, material to infrastructure. I think the material was talked now. So now this material that will be little different than whatever the other material so that was talked, and from the sensor to the robotics. So all the things have been synergistically has been put together, and we have shown that how a complementary abilities of the different laboratories, expertise and the experiences have been put forth, that has given the solution for by using the interdisciplinary approach. So I think that all of us in this hall, that we have to accept that now that the individual expertise and the subjective expertise, that will not cater the need for the industry, and that so that all the laboratories have to come together. In this, basically, that we are having 19 laboratories in the primary fashion. So the 5 laboratories that is here. So basically the ACRC, CRRI, CMRI, AMPRI and CBRI. So out of 5, that 4 lab directors are here. And it is also having a co-runner laboratories that who are always complementing each other. So they are having 14 more laboratories in and all. So they are contributing to the CIE theme. So basically the vision of CIE theme is what? The vision of CIE theme is to be a forerunner in the civil and infrastructure engineering. Actually, that will be the dream for all of the teams. So by having 4 different, very categorically devised formulations. So one is by excelling in research in the frontier and the cutting edge area, because if we do not do the research, we will be losing the foresightness. By developing the competitive technologies, because the science to technique to the technology has to come. So by embracing the innovative inter and the transdisciplinary approaches for the growth and the sustainable infrastructure, and last not the least is the by providing the high value added services to the industry and the society. I think the very purpose of this meeting is actually lying on the fourth one. So whatever that we do in the technology, research, synergy, complementary ability, everything, it has to finally go to the high value added services to the industry, and so that can also benefit the society. In the CIE theme actually that we are having total 7 pillars, means the 7 sub-verticals. If you see that it has been very thoughtfully that has been brought out. So from that building physics and materials, rural infrastructure, mobility infrastructure, so automation and robotics, waste to wealth, structural health monitoring, and disaster mitigation. And if you see that all 5 laboratories, that was the core laboratories for the CIE theme, so they are having a nodal scientist, so who will be the responsible for getting the things done, that how it has to work through. And so Dr. Anandavali is the nodal director, and Dr. Amar Prakash is the nodal scientist. So if we see what are the major areas the CIE theme really is working, is on the next generation materials, because that material is the thing that we are talking in the afternoon. For here also, we need to develop the material beyond that cement, sand, and the aggregate. The disaster resilient infrastructure, aging infrastructure, mobility infrastructure, rural development, smart cities, wealth from waste, and the robotics and automation. Also, the teams are working on the renewable energy infrastructure, because a whole team is working on the floating offshore structures basically. So smart village, the industry 4.0, the strategic infrastructure, this conventional power, so the whole load together, so which needs to having a civil, mechanical, aerospace, all the people together to go for it. So now if we see for the building physics and material, if you have to say that what is the most prominent and most impactful contribution that the CSIR has made, so basically it has come from CBRI. It is on the UV ventilation and the net zero energy building. So it has got a huge impact on the environment. Then the rural infrastructure also, again the CBRI is doing a lot. So they are doing, and also the AMPRI also. So they are doing on the bamboo reinforced concrete structure for the low cost housing and the cost effective and the eco-friendly toilets. And in the mobility infrastructure, it is being done by the CRRI and the CMERI. So on the steel slag roads and the textile reinforced concrete, and all are the mechanization. And this having automation, having the mechanical sewage line system. This is basically on the CMERI part. And also they are working on having a sewer cleaning system. And in the waste to wealth, it is being done by many laboratories. It is also having a very strong and the very prominent contribution is coming from AMPRI Bhopal. So they are working on the agro waste and the industrial waste of the concrete building material. And the structural health monitoring that will be giving you the health of the structure and also help you for the preventive maintenance. It is mainly done by ACRC and the CBRI. And the last is for the disaster mitigation for the different type of the natural and the man-made hazards. It could be the earthquake, wind, landslide, fire, and even nowadays having a man-made hazards. This is being handled and this is being contributed by ACRC and CBRI mainly. So if I have to say the 1 or 2 major contributions that is being happening in the building physics, as I was saying that CBRI has developed and successfully demonstrated the net zero the energy building, so which will be actually a game changer, that so whenever you are using the building, so you may not be requiring any additional power requirement also from the outside. In the similar way, the different materials have been developed. So it is ranging from the fly ash concrete, even from to go to a textile reinforced concrete. So this in the textile reinforced concrete, the ACRC has got recently the Indian patent, so for which to having a repair and the retrofitting of the structures. In the rural infrastructure, the bamboo reinforced structures, actually it will be giving you a very eco-friendly solution, and the engineering of the bamboos as the reinforcement element, and also that the agro waste that I will be talking later, so that can be used for the structures that in the rural areas. In the mobility infrastructure, the steel slag road, I think that will be listening more in the later part of the session. So how it has been changing the development and the technology that is being used for the road development. Even the National Highway Authority is talking about to develop a fencing system for more than 3,000 kilometers. Nowadays, the Indian Railway is also telling that how to fence those type of structure, because if you see the later case, if you're having high-speed trains and all, so you need to fence the structure. So the TRC-based technology, it will be a very good player for that. Automation and the robotics basically handled by CMERI. They are doing the different types of the mechanical systems. So one of them I should mention here is that mechanical sewage line system. I think that so the scavengers, that is still a problem, still a stigma for the society. Now by developing a mechanized sewage line system that is having a integrated and the high power slurry sump and all the things together, I think the industry from here or from the outside, they will be really looking forward to get a solution for that. So which will be having a huge impact on the society. The waste to well, as I was talking about, the be it polymer boards or from the Pirelli, that is a problem. So now the problem has been turned into a solution by AMPRI. So here that the Pirelli particles have been used to develop the boards, and also the fly ash that which was at a time was treated to be a waste. Now it is being used in the cement so much that you will be not getting a fly ash that is being left out in the national thermal power plants. So now that we are struggling to buy the fly ash because all are being used because of this type of research. In the structural health monitoring, ACRC and CBRI is doing on the critical structures. So it is on the Indian Railways, because the Indian Railway has changed recently the Indian rail loads and also the speeds. Even the Indian Railway is aggressively looking for a much higher speeds and much more weight. So for that, what is the response of the structure and whether they are safe or not, or if it is not safe, how to make them safe. So this is being done by SERC, and also that we are also contributing to the safety of the dams so the monitoring of the dam structure. So for that safety assessment also is being done by them. And the disaster mitigation, so this is the one of the very prominent area that SERC and CBRI are working. So here basically for the earthquake loading that we have used for the fuselage, and also for the transmission line towers being to the earthquake, if it gets actually broken, then the power line that will be getting actually interrupted for some days. Now that at SERC, so ERC technology has been done, so by which in 3 days you can restore the power. So basically the CEL and all other the government agencies are saying that how to take it forward. So this is the first indigenized the emergency restoration system that is being done. So these are the some of the things that is already ready. So it should go to the market now. So that one is the lead-free X-ray sealing the red mud tiles. So it will be very good for them, some sort of having a reactive rays. Then so technologies for the road construction, I think the CBI, so CRRI has got the whole load, so all lot of the having technologies. It is from the slag roads, so to the patch hole repair, even having a rejuvenation of the bitumen for having a secondary use, and also they have developed having a cement grouted bitumen system. So it will be having a semi-rigid system to having an optimized solution for the longevity of the payments. For the Swachh Bharat, the CMERI has developed the electric all-in-one. So it will be having a drain, sewer, septic tank system. I think so that any municipality or the corporation will be highly being interested for this type of the indigenous technology, so for their problem. So the septic tank or also the electrical tractor, I think in the morning also it was talked about. So the tractor, so what the CMERI has done, now they have done a much modern one system that is a much smaller, And instead of having a fossil fuel, now you can use the electrical power. So the emergency response I have told, and recently that is showing that actually the need that will push you for having the innovation. So during the Corona period, that was requiring having a folding structures that will be used for the different hospitals. So that at the ACRC having a polytal system has been developed, so which you can transport 5 or 6 of the houses in a single truck, and that you can fold and make the houses. And also the less steel concrete composite system for the blast resistance, and also having the energy distribution system has been developed. And this all the technologies I am talking about, they are ready, and any industry they can contact the respective laboratory. I think it can be so that can be so given for that. Now that was talking about the majorly that was done by the different labs. Now how that will be all the labs together, how they can really do, and wonder you see that when we are having a mass housing technology, so all these laboratories like the ACRC, CBRI, CRRI, and also there's having a CSIO and NAL, so they have got the technologies for the establishing the mass housing technology. Yeah. And also the CSIR so in general and the CIE team in particular, so they are always involved in the CSIR integrated skill development problem. It can be from the students, or it can be also from the professional, which can be for the training the trainers. So in this way it will be done. And the next 1 year, all the themes that whatever I am talking about, the building physics, so mobility infrastructure, the automation and the robotics, waste to wealth, disaster mitigation and structural element has got a very focus. They are doing on the technology, and they are committed to develop these technologies in next 1 year. So that we want to see that how the industry that is looking forward, and we will be always ready to answer this question. So these are the different so industries are being involved. I think many more are there. So that with that I am just closing my talk here. If you have any doubt, later we can talk about it. Okay, thank you for giving me the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sabdarishi, for giving the overview. Now there is a product launch from AMPRI. So I request Director AMPRI to please, you can call upon the industry. And following which the panel discussion for, I request Dr. Abhishek from PGCIL. He'll be the moderator, and Aruni Mishra, Senior Vice President, AMR Nippon Steel, India, and Dr. Manoj Kumar Rajak from BIS, and Anbu Malar from PA Footwear, and Dr. Siddharth Sharma from Matchcrete, and Chaman Tulsan from Verma Industries, and Vikas Jain to please adorn the dais for the panel discussion after the product launch. I request Shri Abhishek to moderate. Please, you can come. Amar, you can. Yeah.
सर यहाँ पे एक ही पेन ड्राइव है ब्लैक अभी देख के बता देता हूँ सर आपको
Meanwhile, we'll have the panel discussion started. I request Sri Abhishek.
Namaskar and good afternoon to everybody. And with the paucity of time, we will start this session right now. Okay. I would like to thank Dr. Anand Valli for inviting all of us here for this wonderful session. So, I am Abhishek, Senior GM from Power Grid and heading the Technology Development Department there. Oh. And with me in this panel here is Mr. Aruni Mishra from ArcelorMittal, Dr. Manoj Kumar Raja from BIS, then Mr. Anbu Malar from PF Footwear, Mr. Siddharth Sharma from Magic Reed. So, because the session is now way forward and futuristic technologies for infrastructure development. So, from Power Grid point of view, I will just take 2 minutes to explain what we are doing with CSIR SERC. So, at Power Grid, we are at the forefront in laying the transmission lines across the country. So, to carry the power from generating stations to different load centers, the Power Grid has to lay the transmission lines. And for those transmission lines, we need the tower structures. So, we have been taking SERC's help in designing our transmission line towers and after designing the type testing. The SERC has a tower test station at Chennai and we have been using that tower test for validating our design and even doing the research on that towers, how to optimize our designs and all. So this is the major contribution which we are getting from SERC Chennai directly. Apart from this, the second thing is what we have shown in the last presentation is the emergency restoration system of transmission line. So we have been using the emergency restoration system for restoration of power lines in case of disaster, and unfortunately everything has to be imported from overseas. Now 3 years ago, SERC took one initiative and they have come up with the design of emergency restoration system, which is now being commercialized, and I am happy to announce here that by the end of this financial year, we will be getting the first indigenous ERS system, which is designed by SERC CSIR lab. So that is one thing. And apart from this, we are getting some support while we are doing the wind energy research, because our transmission line towers, they all are subjected to very varied wind loads all the time. So to study the wind loads on the tower structures, we have taken help from the wind division of SERC, and we have put some anemometers on our transmission line towers to just study the wind pattern and how we can take the wind factor in designing. So this is what we have done till now with SERCs. But the way ahead, what we are thinking, because Power Grid has committed itself to be a net zero company by 2047. So in the next, say 24, 25 years, Power Grid has aimed to be a net zero company. So obviously for that, we will be needing much support from academic institutions, from the industry lab, other industry and the laboratories. So to design the transmission line towers, the conductors, the insulators, and how to reduce the carbon footprint on all these, so we will be needing all the help from CSIR labs. So I think I can now invite the next speaker on the dais, Mr. Arune Mishra, who is from ArcelorMittal, to just tell us that how CSIR has contributed to their industry and what are their expectations from CSIR down the line. Mr.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the CRRI team for inviting us for this session. I think while going through the presentation, it was just delivered. It was very interesting to see that CSIR is actually touching every facet of life for all Indians as a whole. It's very interesting to see that, and particularly this session. Actually, the name of this session should be Nation Building, because it's whatever we see is actually contributing to the overall development of the country, which is really interesting to see. As far as I personally am concerned, I really feel proud to be here, being part of the CSIR family. My father was with CSIR, although I am not, but it really feels to be part of that. I'm part of this extended family. As far as AMNS, that is ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel, is concerned, we have worked along with CRRI in developing the first steel slag road, which is a full 100% steel slag road in Hazira, which is in Gujarat. And we have worked along with CRRI. I would not restrain myself from taking name of Satish Pandeji, who is here in this gathering, that we have worked together to develop this first road, which is made out of steel slag, which works very closely with the theme with which we work, that is sustainable solutions for future generations. And this also takes care of Swachh Bharat Abhiyan to some extent, because all the steel sector is being, is always faces the problem of taking care of their waste, so waste to wealth. So by this, just to share the story of this road, prior to making of this road for us as marketer, it was so difficult to sell the slag to users who are now lining up outside our offices to buy slag. So for the purpose of making roads. So a great effort from CRRI on that. And it really feels good to be, part of this road building. I think roads are one of the fastest growing I would say, industry in the country, and we expect that we will keep getting the support from CRRI and CSIR as a whole to work together and keep bringing a better and more sustainable solutions in road making. One thing which I don't know whether I am rightly placed to comment, but to the senior leadership of CSIR, I just want to make one suggestion that this is the age of startups, right? And this is the time when probably CSIR should have a very strong business development team to take the technologies that are being developed to the younger generation of the country. Those are the people who are working on startups, looking for solutions outside the country, whereas CSIR has so much to offer to the younger generation who are ready to work, who are ready to explore new technologies. So on that note, thank you so much. Thank you for having me here. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Aruni. It was a wonderful talk. Now, since the time is very less, I will just start with Mr. Rajak to give the perspective of BIS on this.
Thank you, sir. Namaskar, आप सभी को. Myself, M.K. Rajak from BIS. CSIR body as the most trusted partner for us. We are always looking for them for any research or any draft. Most of the draft in the civil engineering department are drafted by CSIR body or valuable inputs are given by them. Everything is looking good, but now the ministry has changed regarding the consultation, regarding the research, and regarding the integrated approach. What we want to feel now, we have to take an integrated approach for all the structures, all the material what we have used. Like the product launch is the MDF board or boards. We are making the research on boards, but we have failed or ignore the installation process or the innovation in the installations. So overall our purpose is defeated, what we are feeling making the standards. So now BIS is taking the integrated approach for that. We are always want to write in the code itself the good code of practices or the installation process. Like in the field of hardware, I don't think we are going too much far. Neither nor research, any research institute is there. So this is the only perspective what BIS is feel. Now we have to research on the whole perspective, and rather than prescriptive description, we have to on performance descriptions. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. And you have rightly pointed out that the discovery of a product is not a big thing, but equally important is the implementation part. That whenever you are inventing or getting a new product, how it has to be implemented. So I will now ask Mr. Anbu Malar.
Blessed evening to all. I am Anbu Malar from not this industry. I am from a different industry of PA footwear, making shoes. We have been brought to this place with the help of our mother unit CLRI. So they have been suggesting all the processes, developments, effluent treatment plants, everything. Now the change is visible. As per the Honorable Prime Minister have been put at 3R mantra, reduce, recycle, reuse. We have been looking for various areas to look at. Though our CLR is also offering, I have been encouraging constantly with them. We have a lot of sludge with us, which is gold in money. So we ask for request for a collaboration, cooperation, ideas to develop something positive. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, okay, that is interesting because our next panelist is from Magic Read, and today morning only I bought some product from his company for some renovation work in my home. So, okay, I'll invite.
That is good to hear, sir. Good evening, everyone. And
First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Pradeep Kumar and Dr. Ajay Chaurasia from CBRI to give me an opportunity to be part of this event. And I'm surprised that CSIR is doing so much of research work, and I came to know today. And so the role, if we talk about what CSIR can play for innovative construction technology is, see, the urbanization is, India is standing at 35% as on date, and it is expected to go up to 60% by 2050. And there is a huge deficit required for affordable housing in the coming next 20-25 years, which cannot be fulfilled by making homes like we are making today, right? We need to adopt industrialized construction technologies, and the challenge in adopting these technologies is there are no set codes as of now. So as Magic Read, we are dedicated to introduce innovative construction technology so that people can make their homes better, cheaper and faster. And the challenge which we face in market when we go to a customer is कि ये कहीं बना है क्या या किसी ने test किया है क्या. So there comes the role of, I think CBRI has helped us in a very important way, and we are doing a project inaugurated by our Honorable PM called Lighthouse Project in Ranchi, and for the first time we are using 3D volumetric precast technology in India for high-rise building construction, which is globally used, but still in India it is the first time that we are building a high-rise building. And CBRI was involved from peer review stage of our structural design. So there was a technical committee formed by Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs along with BMTPC, which evaluated our structural design, vetted it, and that's how we were able to start the manufacturing process and go ahead with the construction. Even during the construction stage, we got recommendation to use alternative building materials like what we say quarry waste to manufacture the concrete, which saved a lot of money to us. And also we are testing many building technologies with CBRI, like using lightweight AAC panels, which we saw in the initial presentation also, to build homes faster for, let's say, PMAY rural. So this is our take, sir, and I think definitely CSIR will play and CBRI will play an important role in bringing these technologies to the market.
Thank you, Mr. Siddharth. And you have rightly highlighted the need of development of testing facilities, because we are developing the products and testing facilities has to be there. So I think industry and CSIR in collaboration will come up with not many testing facilities to cater to this demand. Now the last panelist is Mr. Chaman Tulsian, who is president of Verma Industries, who is making some wonderful products. So I invite Mr. Tulsian.
Thank you, sir, for the wonderful introduction, and a very good evening to all. I am Chaman Tulsian. I am representing Verma Industries. But with Verma Industries, I am also representing CSIR CRRI, because the products that we are representing have been developed by CRRI under the able guidance of Director Sir and Dr. Satish Pandey. So we have developed two products with CRRI. One is RejuPave, which is for bituminous pavement recycling. So green is the buzzword in these days. So that is what we had picked up upon. And we had rigorous discussions with the authorities, with CRRI, as to how we can go about with green, with waste to wealth, and how can we convert this waste into wealth. So that is when the ideas came up, the inculcations were there, and RejuPave as a beautiful technology came out, where we have been able to use 60% of the milled material, of the old material from roads, to build newer roads. And the basic question that we have been facing is, how is the life going to be of the roads? How is it going to be economically viable? Is it going to be practically implementable or not? And I am very happy to share that we have had beautiful success stories. It has been economically very viable. It has been cheaper than conventional roads. It has been shown better results than conventional roads. So the worst that we can say is that you will get at par with your conventional roads. And it is a technology that is there for the future. So like the gentleman from BIS was saying, that there is a need for codal provisions. I totally agree with that, sir. codal provisions need to be incorporated. So as of now, the procedure that we see is that codal provisions are being made by the minds that are there at the desk. I would suggest that there should be an inclusion of the industry as well, because the challenges that we are facing, and there are a lot of R&D that is being done by the industry at their levels also, or in collaboration with institutes. That is where there is a need to fill those gaps which are created from time to time. And that is something I think which would be helpful. Additionally, Chairman Sir, you've said about hand-holding about CSIR and the industry. I'm very glad that you brought that up, because there is a need for the technologies to be handheld and brought about. What is happening is there are a lot of beautiful technologies that are being implemented, that are being developed by CSIR labs all across India. But what happens is a lot of them are not seeing the light of the day, because there are a lot of red tape from the organizational setups. There is that hiccup, as the gentleman beside me was saying, ये कहीं use हुआ है क्या, किसी ने किया है क्या? So that onus, if that is something that is shared by the governmental bodies, I think the technologies will take a major boost. If that onus is being transferred, and that has to be something that can be and is already being pushed by CSIR labs, if there is a collaboration of the labs, I think it creates a lot more impact. So that is something that I would like to say about all the technologies that are being done. Additionally, we've done another technology called terra surfacing, which is a preventive maintenance technology involving industrial waste such as steel slag fines, marble dust, and fly ash. So the steel slag road, that is the rage of the town as of now, we have had a very small contribution to that through terra surfacing. I'm very thankful to Dr. Pandey and Dr. Parida for having given us the opportunity to have presented the technology there. And it's a very beautiful technology involving use of industrial waste, which has been a pain in the past. And I think more such technologies can be developed as long as there is that hand-holding, which again I have been talking about, from the industry, from the departments, and from the labs. Thank you.
In the end, we can just summarize that CSIR labs are doing wonderful things. The products are very good, and that there is a need for taking it commercially, and the rightly pointed out by Mr. Chaman that hand-holding part has to be there by CSIR labs, because the developer, the industry partner cannot say that, okay, this technology is foolproof or what. So that support has to come from CSIR, and I think CSIR lab will contribute significantly towards the net zero goal of India. So with these words, I thank you, everybody.
I thank all the panelists, and I thank Sri Abhishek for moderating this session. And together we'll contribute towards the nation building. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the patient listening. And I want to make one mention, like Sri Vikas Jain from AGM Bhutan Tough, who has taken up the technology from AMPRI. I thank the industry for taking up which was launched just ago. For paucity of time, we were not able to give him the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
So, thank you, Dr. Anandavali, and thank you to all the panelists. May I now request Director CLRI, Dr. Sriram, to please come forward and felicitate our panelists.
Sri Chaman Tukyan and Siddharth Sharma. Sri Anbu Malar. Sharuni Mishra. Sri Abhishek. Shri Abhishek, and then Dr. Manoj Kumar. Thank you, all of you.
Okay,
Vikash Jain.
Mr. Vikas Jain, please come up. We'll felicitate you also. Thank you. Now, the last theme for this kind of an interaction and discussion, the chemical, including leather and petrochemical, that is the CLP theme. So it's now over to Dr. Sriram, Director CLRI, to take you through this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vibha, and I know it's the last session, so but let me request all of you to please stay back for this session on chemicals, which happens to be the feeder molecule for all other industries to perform. I would request Dr. B. Chandrasekharan, Distinguished Scientist, CSIR, and former Director, CLRI, to please come forward and chair the session. May I also request the two industrial partners from Bhavnagar and PA Footwear, Mr. Anbu Miller, to please come to the dais. Maiti, aapka industry. Please. I will also request my colleagues, Mr. Parik, please come. I will also request my colleagues from CSIR, Dr. Nishad Fatima, Dr. Maiti, Ms. Trivandrum Srijit, Dr. Shailaja, Dr. Sanat Kumar from IIP. Please. So thank you very much. While we keep moving on, what I will do is, I'll kind of give you a small glimpse of what CSIR has done, not just in the last 10 years, but in the overall development of the chemical sector of this country. So if somebody was to go back and look at it, the ancient medieval period onwards to the modern period, there was no significant investment or significant chemical industry in the country. But starting with the World War II and beyond, India did have industries such as the heavy chemical and alkaline industries. There was a deficit in foreign supply of chemicals, so we got industries like Unichem, chemopharmaceuticals, Cipla, East India Pharmaceutical, etc. coming up. And subsequently, the plan period saw the chemical industry moving from about 120 crores to about 650 crores. And this is all driven by most of the CSIR technologies, whether it be the soda ash or caustic soda or the petrochemicals that we have been talking about. And there were also some companies which the government of India set up purely to take up CSIR technologies, such as the Hindustan Antibiotics, Indian Drugs and Pharmaceuticals, and those kind of things. And CSIR was there in terms of segment-wise. If you look at it, IICT, NCL Pune, CLRI, CDRI, all these things were set up to promote the chemical sector in this country. The 60s was predominantly technology moving from institutes like NCL and IICT. These were predominantly into the areas of organic chemical intermediates, dyes, agrochemicals, etc. And as I said, the Hindustan Insecticides was set up purely to produce agrochemicals from CSIR Technologies. We also were working on the organic building blocks, and that led up to developing several major industries for nitrobenzene, aniline, and so on and so forth. 70s was more towards import substitution. Low-cost generic APIs came in, and this was predominantly from our laboratories. Catalysis research in CSIR laboratories did break the foreign monopoly. IPCL commercialized many of our catalysts, and we all also had several technologies coming out thanks to the catalysis reactions and things like that. Added to this was also the leather sector, which moved from a few lakh exports to about a USD 18 billion plus that we are seeing today, which was a classical example of an academy research industry partnership. From 70s onwards, the CSIR's focus has been on agro products. We launched the mission mode activities to bring in insecticides, fungicides, and herbicides into the system. We had the pharmaceutical activities. We launched the API mission, the anti-COVID drugs missions in protonics and those kind of things, and led to cost-effective drugs coming into the sector. Vaccines at the right time is something which CSIR can very well be happy about. Labs like the NIST Trivandrum and others started talking about smart and specialty chemicals, considered as an area for the India to become the next chemical hub of the world. Just to keep highlighting to you, the petrochemical segment got its self-reliance in a large segment thanks to the Indian Institute of Petrochemicals coming in. CSMCRI in Bhavnagar started from salt to fortified salt to marine resources to membrane technologies. These were all from that institution. To harness the strength of the Northeast, we had the NIST Institute in Jorhat, and the NIST in Trivandrum brought in self-reliance in sensors, LEDs, security printing, and those kind of segments. Coming down to the Central Leather Research Institute in Chennai, the company Bamel Lorry, which was Navaratna, created to look into chemicals developed by CLRI and to take them into kind of self-reliance in the leather sector. We also were looking at the manpower that was required to run all these industries coming from most of these institutions also. To close, CSIR today works on 5 major segments, such as the agrochemicals and pharmaceuticals, fine specialty and performance chemicals, marine chemicals and specialty inorganics, polymers, and bulk organic chemicals. I would not go into the details of these things which are there on the screen for you, but you can see that we are covering most of the segments that are thought to be or considered to be by the next things for the chemical industry in India to become the next manufacturing hub. It's being looked at as the replacement for China, and this will be thanks to many of the technologies from CSIR. To close down, these are some immediate technologies that are available with us, starting from cardinol-based PU polyols to thermoresponsive molecules to pharma products to glyoxal and glyoxylic acids. We are there to support you in whatever way we can. And another thing which I would like to bring to the notice of the industry is that the laboratories have got fantastic pilot plants which the industry can make use of to take their technologies that we work with you. We are there to handhold you from the start to the end, and we hope that we can together chalk out a journey of success for the chemical industries. With these few words, I will request the chair, Dr. Chandrasekhar, to take forward and conduct the proceedings. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, and thank you, Dr. Shriram, for a brief overview of the chemical theme laboratories, what they are up to. And my colleagues, there are 6 of them, probably they will talk about the snapshots of some of the promising technologies of each of these amenities. But before that, so let me tell you, and there is a red alert for every one of us to go green. So whatever we do, how efficient we are, process-wise, energy-wise, resource-wise, whatnot. And even some of the material that goes as waste cannot be disposed as a waste, because that is what the new norms. So that means we have to find some way of using. In fact, we did see many of such things, some of the technologies in the CRRI or other, most of the other themes also talking about wealth from waste. And I'm sure, some of those technologies are also being covered here. All we say is, and whatever technologies CSIR develops, especially in chemical-based one, which are highly process intensive, please, most of your technologies, keep in mind the industry is looking for how efficient, how carbon neutral we are in terms of processes, in terms of using the resources, or whether it's energy-wise. So let all these components be part of your technology package, so that the gap between the industry and institutes could be narrowed. So with that, and also we have about exactly 30 minutes for us to do. Before asking our CSIR colleagues to make their presentation, say for about 5 minutes each, I thought we could request two of our industrial experts. So one, Mr. Jayesh Parekh, and we have Sri Anbu Mallar. So both of them probably can offer their views and what they expect, and probably, and whatever they expect could be in some of our CSIR people's presentation, there could be an answer for that also. So I now give it to Sri Parekh to offer his comments.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for giving opportunity as an industrial partner to CSMCRI Bhavnagar, where we could successfully, address the issue of, waste, and also, achieving certain process of which is today's demand to go for the net zero or to get the recovery from the waste, and treating certain commodity which is waste but actually it can be converted into wealth. So that typical examples we work together with CSMCRI Bhavnagar, wherein we came across my company's introduction. We generally do lots of ZLA project, where we generally recover the water and recycle it back, and waste is generally dumped or some product is recovered. So part of that assignment or that process, we came across distillery spent was. Now today distillery is going to be in a great demand because of the boost of ethanol, and as you increase the ethanol, your spent was and your waste is going to be double or triple depending on the growth of the industries. So in that case, we checked the spent was, and where we came to know the spent was is no more can be treated as a waste, but there are potential power to recover potash which is there inside the spent was. But the task was very difficult because it was very difficult to crystallize the potash and recover it is in a form of the potash, because market demand is to go for the crystalline potash. And the rest is, when you remove the potash, we came across that generally in the world beet sugar molasses, when they do the spent was, it is straight away used as the animal feed binder. So we wanted to achieve those characteristics of the residue, which is, organics. So there are three components: water, organics, and the potash. So this particular three segment we wanted to, recover and make it 100% zero liquid discharge. On other hand, the present methods were either do the biomethanation and then again do evaporation, use lots of energy, and waste and also burn the bagasse if you want to burn this spent was. So that was not environment friendly. So there were two targets: make it 100% environment friendly, try to achieve net zero, and recover all the product which can generate the revenue for the industries from the waste. And that we have successfully developed by joining hand with CSMCRI Bhavnagar. Our experience, this was our first assignment with any CSIR laboratory. And let me tell you, the support which we got from CSMCRI was fantastic, because within maximum 2 years or 2.5 years, right from the pilot to demo plant running for 6 months for 1 season, achieving the result, validation of the product, and then finally getting one large commercial plant which was installed at a cost of about 28 crore for recovering the potash on 60 kiloliter per day distillery in Aurangabad, and that we commercialize. As you must be knowing that commercialization step is very, very difficult, and there were many expectations of the end customers where you implement the project. So we made it versatile to recover either potash in the form of K2SO4, potassium nitrate, and KCl. So all those three things, when we were working together, the support from the CSIR lab, Bhavnagar, was fantastic, and we really made it successful. Ultimately, we got award together, and this is the success story for an MSME where I cannot hire the lots of PhDs. So my company is not a too large company, a small scale process engineering company who build the equipment and the plant. But we don't have that niche or take on the research. So I suggested my all friends and those who are SMEs, I could look at the power of CSI lab. And today I was discussing with Secretary to the CSLRI and many here in the stall where we have got some few assignments to go forward to do the similar result in the research and making waste to wealth program. So I thank you very much, CSM Bhavnagar, entire scientists and team who made it successful and encourage us. And not only today we have become now my company's valuation, my profitability, my people's growth, my engineers' growth. So everything has been multiplied after we got this flag of first research converted into the commercialization. Thank you.
Thank you, Shri Parekh, for your wonderful, this. And yes, indeed, whatever you said is true. As an industry partner, you have been visiting this with the request of a particular lab, but then you are seeing other CSIR labs who are there. Probably that is opening up you with more avenues. And this is what is all about. And in fact, our other industry expert, Sri Anbu Mallar, he's also the same way, and he's been interacting with at least 2 or 3 laboratories where he has evinced interest in taking up their technologies, and he is here with us. So let us hear from him. Sri Anbu Mallar, please.
Blessed evening to all. See, our company has been associated for 34 years with the CLRI. So we have to thank first for CLRI. They have been hand-holding. Hand-holding means not just to start alone. I want to quote a small incident. Somewhere in 2000, some of our shoe shipments went to Europe. When they opened the door, opened the boxes, there were a smell of a dead rat. So Mr. Chandrasekhar was there. So we have been interacting with all the names in the industry testing labs. We don't want to name it, but nobody could find out. For 6 months, CLR had worked out, okay, for a cost that is different. They put all their mind and soul. After 6 months, they found out some pairs, the top of fusing was going beyond the temperature. That tends to give some smell. This is where we were made to remain in the industry. So thanks for that. So we need people for that advice also. Then everybody knows, everybody says tannery is the worst pollutant. But as far as we are concerned, CLRI have advised us in such a way. We have the first ZLD plant in Ranipet. Now we are marching towards ZPD, zero pollution discharge. So it also a handwork of support of CLRI. And thanks that I have found out a lot of friends here, many more CSRI people. They offer a lot of technology. It would be nice to combine everything and grow. And last thing, see, I've been for 34 years with CLRI. Those days, the scientists there working had some sort of incentives for new projects, new offerings. As far as I hear, there is no incentives like that. So I request the top people to go into it. Thank you.
Thank you. With this, friends, we have 5 of our CSIR speakers now. And the way I see, and most of them again talk about the potash technology is from a source from a distillery unit, self-reliance in leather chemicals. Again, how do we do waste plastics to chemicals, and even the fluorochemistry, how do we strengthen? So all, including even the pathogenic biomedical waste disposal. Almost all of them are addressing towards sustainability, and that is what it's more happier to see our technology portfolio is seriously looking at sustainability as a major this. With that, I may now request Dr. Shailaja, and I request every speaker to limit and be crisp 5 minutes, because we plan to wind up by 4:30.
Good evening, everyone. I hope I'm audible. My throat is bad, and I request all of you to excuse me for the bad throat because of the throat congestion. But I'll let my slides speak in very crisp manner. Within 5 minutes, I'll try to finish it. The main talk which I have taken today is to strengthen the fluorochemical industry, how CSIR IACT is coming forward, and together how we are making a progress. That's what I would like to reflect on today in my talk, and particularly talk about the advantage CSIR IACT that we have as a unique laboratory in whole of India and maybe whole of overseas as well, because such academic and government sector does not have this niche skill set and the infrastructure. So that I'll be talking, and the kind of engagement models which are very friendly to industry, what we have, and how we can together progress and prosper in this particular area. So there is a lot of demand, so let me not go into the generics and the statistics, but then there are many types of fluorochemicals that are required for us to work together with industry in partnership to which are useful in these application areas, and the key players are very few. If you see the 3M, Arkema, Daikin, GFL, Solvay, only these people are there, the Chemours also. And the regions also are very little. Not all geographies you have these kind of technologies being explored. The main taboo is because you do not have the requisite skill set and the infrastructure. So being a niche skill area. So there is a lot of growth that is being projected to $31 billion by 2028 with a CAGR of 4.9%. So that's what I was emphasizing. This slide is a little crowded, but then what I want to reflect upon over here is the strength of CSIR IACT. In terms of 150 scientists we have, on an average in a year, we transfer 6 to 7 technologies which are fully comprehensive, pilot scale and commercial scale. Recently you heard our DG ma'am talk about the hydrogen hydrate, 10,000 tons per annum, which has been the first, the consignment was flagged off by our director and the MD of GACL at the H plant. And this is a real success story of IICT, which I would like to say that in chemical sector, we are doing very well in terms of saving the foreign currency and helping the nation, with Atmanirbhar Bharat or the Make in India concept. So we are into pharmaceuticals, agrochemicals, we are into bulk chemicals and societal technologies. So this is the team I'm talking about. Here is the team, and the competence in the area of fluorochemicals, what we have is in handling the hydrogen fluoride, which is very, very difficult. You all know that it's a toxic chemical and it's not easy to handle it. And with that, we are able to do the catalytic vapor phase fluorinations, batch mode fluorinations, continuous mode, and using metal fluorides and handling these fluorinated gases, which are very toxic and highly, volatile. It's difficult to handle. The safety aspects are very important. So I wanted to bring you to that focus on that intricacies involved in these skill set, that is handling these kind of chemicals. We have the requisite infrastructure, including all those infrastructure of pilot scale and the lab scale and the batch scale processes. Reactors, Hastelloy is very important to be used. You can't use any other metal of construction. We also have the general facilities, the state-of-the-art NABL accredited NMR, GC, MS and X-ray crystallography, and the cryostats necessary. The main, I would say we are a pioneer in supporting the fluorochemical industry by catering to the creative industries, the affordable solutions, technological simplification, and most importantly, the quality, safety, and environment sustainability. Yeah, I am rushing. So the key contributions we have is in the alternatives to the ozone depleting chemicals. We have given a lot of chemicals outside to the industry. Now we are signatories to the Montreal Protocol, where we have to now come up with HFOs in place of CFCs and HFCs, which have lower global warming potential and global life in the air. And this is one of the recent accomplishments, some of the monomers and HFOs, and this is the hydrofluoro-1,3-butadiene, which is again used in semiconductor industries as self-etchant gas. And these are the business models. I can talk about it later. The traction that we are attracting of late is substantial. You can see in the figures, the last 2 financial years, we have had a huge requirement of industries coming to us, looking up to us as knowledge partners. So as I said, there are no one. These are our esteemed partners. So we are coming up with a new Center of Excellence facility supported by CSIR in a PPP mode. And I request all those industries who are in the fluorochemical sector to join hands with us in these 4 verticals. That is fluoroagrochemicals, fluoropharmaceuticals, fluoropolymers, and fluorospecialty chemicals. So we have some model of business model where we can include these industries. They sponsor. We have silver, gold, and platinum memberships, and with certain incentives are given there. So this is a path. I am summarizing that as a knowledge partner, we can share the risk and we can come together and take forward the FTO processes, innovative or incremental, forward from the pilot scale to the commercial scale, and build this nation and globe with the science and technology advancement in the cutting edge technologies in fluorochemicals. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Shailaja. May I now request Sri Pratyush Maiti, CSIR, CSMCRI, to briefly talk about the potash technologies of theirs from the distillery sources.
Well, this is essentially sustainability is a key theme. A brief introduction. We are at Bhavnagar, working since 1954, and more than 90 scientists and associated research scholars, and a good number of publications. We work with industries mostly. Now, coming to the issue of why potash is important. Basically, we are importing the entire quantity required or consumed in India. It is around 4 million ton annually. And CSMCRI is working in potash fertilizer technologies since 1960s. And recently, starting in 2015, we have started looking into spent wash as a possible resource for potash fertilizer. Now, this is the sugarcane map of India, cultivation, and distilleries are located around this sugarcane belt only. The process through which spent wash is generated is essentially molasses fermentation to recover ethanol. Now, this is a contaminating product that is creating a lot of environmental issues and designated red category for distillery by CPCB. Now, this globally is managed through 4 different ways: fertirrigation, biomethanation, composting, and incineration. The last 2 are approved by CPCB. But the point of interest for us is that it also contains around 1% potassium, the liquid. And cumulatively, pan-India, it is around 0.3 million ton of K2O. And one more offshoot is that incinerator ash. That is, through incineration of spent wash, they generate ash, which is also rich in potassium, 15 to 25%. Now, what we are trying to do, is generating value out of this distillery spent wash. The first technology is on spent wash, where we are recovering potash as FCO grade sulfate of potash, or PDM, potash derived from molasses, and ancillary organics, which is potash free, can be used in cattle feed binder. This particular technology is operational since 22, and plant is producing potash regularly. Process is IPR protected. The second one, that is the distillery ash utilization for potash recovery, and here we are generating a premium fertilizer, sulfate of potash, 100% water soluble, in addition to FCO grade MOP. These processes have been jointly developed by our partner ChemProcess and CSNCRA. The plant for running this operation, 60 TPD ash handling capacity, that is right now under commissioning. Product is coming in order. We got a couple of these awards and all. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri Maiti. May I now request Dr. Nishat Fatima to stick to the time, please.
A very good evening to one and all present here. So my director tells me I should finish it in 4 minutes. Here we go. Self-reliance in leather chemicals. Now before talking about the leather chemicals, let me give you a very quick glimpse of the leather sector itself. Well, this is an MSME dominated sector and it provides a huge opportunity for employment, especially for the women. We employ about 40% women in the leather product sector. And you could see here that we have an export of about US dollars 4.87 billion. Now, when I say it is such a one of the largest export earner, it was not the case earlier. Earlier, India was actually a raw hides and skins exporter. Then a need was felt that we should not export the raw hides, and we started, or rather we were told that we should export only the finished leather. But when we talk about finished leather, we need the technology inputs in the form of chemicals which will convert this raw hides into the finished leather. And there came the need for syntans, which are used as fillers. From the same leather, I can make a tough sole leather as well as a very soft glove leather. To do this, I need chemicals as syntans, and we developed a range of aromatic syntans. And to make it soft, I need emulsions, which we call as fat liquors. As our director was mentioning, Balman Lorry partnered with us way back in 60s, 70s to develop this, one of the first of its kind synthetic fat liquors, and even today in 2023, we hold a huge market share of the synthetic fat liquors. And we also did automation in vegetable tanning extraction. The strategy adopted for this leather auxiliaries development was to reduce the use and generation of polluting chemicals, as well as reduce the harmful effects of the final products, and to use very scarce, reduce the usage of scarce raw material. And then in the 1980s, we started looking at true innovations, that is first in the world. For instance, we were the global first to develop a high exhaust chrome tanning agent. We all know that chromium is one of the tanning agents used in leather industry. We developed this high exhaust chrome tanning agent, and we also developed a series of metal and chromium based tanning agents so that the consumption of chromium comes down. And we followed a lot of benign chemistries for that. This is about what the high exhaust chrome tanning salt is. As I said, various combinations, aluminium, chromium, iron chromium, silica chromium. There are several synthetic tanning agents which we developed. And I must mention here again alutan, alcrotan. These were developed from the first principles of chemistry, and even today, this was developed in the 80s. Even in 2023, these products are still in the market and they demand a huge share actually. And when we talk about any condensation reaction, formaldehyde is one of the best reagents, but we know that free formaldehyde is carcinogenic. So we started developing products, as the chairman was saying, towards sustainability, to develop formaldehyde-free syntans. And in fact, this product, which has been licensed to Chellam Chemicals, has even won the Diamond Jubilee Award of the CSIR. And towards this circular economy, that is basically reuse, recycle, we have developed the products, the chemicals from the waste of the leather industry itself. We know that when we talk about leather industry waste, it's nothing but a proteinous waste. So we converted this proteinous waste into protein hydrolysate, keratin hydrolysate, and several products, including compost, and we have recently licensed this technology to Dindigul tanners who are now looking at doing this in the large scale. And not only the leather industry waste, we looked at even the waste from the lignin, that is the paper industry. That waste was also converted into a value-added product in the form of a chemical. So the push was earlier, as I said, the legislations and regulations. Then came the responsible care policy. And next, what do you do is, what more can the leather do? Can the leather keep my car cool? Because I'm sure we don't park our cars outside, not in your house, but outside. So it is going to get like an oven when you want to sit inside after some time. So can I make it cooler? Can leather be used as a sensor? We have developed a range of chemicals for that. Can the leather upholstery sense the gas and the VOCs? And can I operate my touch screen phones? Because everybody today has a phone without removing my gloves. Here, sitting here, you can afford to do that. But if you're in a very cold climate, you don't want to remove your gloves to use your smartphones. So we have developed technologies for that. Can it act as an electromagnetic shielding? We have developed a range of chemicals for extreme cold weather protective gloves as well. And the present mission is to develop chemicals with zero carbon footprint or very less carbon footprint for automotive upholstery leather. That is the present CLP's mission theme, where we are looking at chemicals which will have anti-fogging, flame resistance, fire resistance, light rub resistance, and so on. Thank you for your opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Nishad. Now may I request Shri Dr. Sanat Kumar from IIP to brief on his topic of waste plastics to chemicals.
So very good afternoon, and by the time presentation is ready, I am Sanat Kumar from Institute of Petroleum, Dehradun. We are based at Dehradun and primarily working on all the areas related to research related to upstream and downstream petroleum. Enable content. Enable content. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. So I just go down directly to my point, is that we all know about plastics, and it has been a big plastic pollution is a very buzzword that is going along. But looking at some of the figures, that plastics are going to grow in spite of all the bans and everything. And last year we had about 15 million tons of waste plastics consumed, and CPECB is estimated at 9 to 10 million tons of plastics are actually generated every year. Now, we all know that we are not able to manage these plastics, so that's what there is an accumulation going on. If you look at a different side, then these plastics are derived from petroleum mainly, and they are mainly hydrocarbons. So they can be a very good resource for converting back to some useful hydrocarbons. Looking at one of the aspects is the petrochemicals. The petrochemicals are primarily derived from refineries, but these hydrocarbons, if these are hydrocarbons, these can be converted back to these petrochemicals. And the demand of petrochemicals is also going to increase significantly because it is the basis of all the other industries, whether textile, leather or agrochemicals. All these industries are based on the chemicals, petrochemicals only. Coming to the utilization of these parts, since what we need is to redeploy or say reformulate the carbon atoms from these waste plastic into useful products. But plastics is a general term, but plastics are not all same, they are heterogeneous. So there have to be different methods of tackling these type of plastics. I have broadly classified them into two parts. One is called a pre-consumer waste, that is, when the plastic is being produced or processed, certain amount of waste comes out. The second aspect is what we call is a post-consumer waste, that when the user thrashes that waste off. Tackle these two type of waste, they are significantly different in their properties. So we have two different methods of tackling these two plastics. The pre-consumer waste can be utilized in a process which I call is a liquid phase depolymerization, and that can lead us to products like paraffin wax, microcrystalline wax, or lube stocks, which can be molded into grease. On the other hand, the post-consumer waste, which is coming mainly from MSW or maybe sugar industry, paper industry, and all those textile industries, these can be converted thermocatalytically, that is heat and using a catalyst, into fuel as well as chemicals. Now, the diagram there is just a schematic. How does it introduce the circularity in the plastic chain? So coming back to one of the process, that is the thermocatalytic conversion of. Coming back to one of the process, that is thermocatalytic conversion of post-consumer waste. That is one that it only get from MSW. We have a technology which is very versatile, which can give you three options, either going to a gasoline or a diesel, or a third option going to petrochemicals. Now the plant has to be the same, only the catalyst and the process conditions can be altered to get all these products from this plant. I look at this, what we call is petrochemicals or aromatics. So if we go in the aromatics mode, you get 70% of the products which are very useful chemicals. The 35% would be what we call is BTEX, the benzene, toluene, ethyl benzene, and xylene. Now these are the basic building blocks for all polymers. Similarly, you have in the gaseous part, it is the ethane and ethylene, the propane, propylene, the C2 and C3 chemistries, which are the building block for polyethylene and polypropylene. So we can get about 70% of useful chemicals that can be taken back to plastic industry as well as other chemicals. Now, for this part, that this technology has been developed by us only, and we are now into a pilot plant age, and soon we are going to put up, we have a 1 ton per day pilot plant working at IIP, and we plan to put up a 10 ton per day plant very soon commercially. Now the second part which I am talking about was, 2 minutes, is the liquid phase depolymerization, and here we take the pre-consumer waste. We call it pre-consumer because the waste has not been processed into any commodity. So these are you can say very clean feedstock, and these can be converted to either wax or grease. I just take one particular example, that from 100 kg of these pre-consumer waste, I can get 85 kg of good microcrystalline wax, which has multiple applications, like from polish to cosmetics. Now looking at the consumption and the production of microcrystalline wax in India. In India last year, the consumption was 10,000 tons per annum, and we only produced 1,000 tons per annum. 9,000 tons per annum of microcrystalline wax was imported. Now this gives a very good opportunity of utilizing the waste already available in a single location. These are coming from plant, like Panipat refinery could be producing 10 tons per day of these type of waste. Even Pata Gale can be producing about 5 tons per day of plastics. And the plant can be set up there, and there is a standard product that can easily be utilized. So I just like to conclude with these two aspects, that we are, that plastics are going to be a reality. Waste would be there. The demand of chemicals and specialty chemicals are going to increase. Now these are good, give us a very good opportunity to use this waste to get these type of products which are very useful and that promotes the plastic circularity. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sanath. May I now request Dr. Srijit Shankar talk about the pathogenic biomedical waste disposal.
Good afternoon, everyone. So today I'd like to give you a glimpse of our technology that we developed over the last couple of years to transform pathogenic biomedical waste into value-added soil additives without using any energy-intensive techniques and using just simple chemical methods. So just to give a background, according to data available, high-income countries are producing approximately 0.5 kilogram of pathogenic waste per day, and low-income countries approximately 200 grams per day. But unfortunately, these wastes are not segregated. So once they are not segregated, then the whole thing considered as pathogenic biomedical waste, and then the quantity will be much higher. For example, according to Pollution Control Board data in 2020, India is producing more than 700 tons of biomedical waste daily. What is happening with this biomedical waste right now? They are being taken to an incinerator where they will be incinerated at very high temperature. But there are several problems identified with incinerators. Example, the incomplete combustion, dioxins, furans, etc. And now World Health Organization is recommending a new strategy where incineration can be avoided, but at the same time, it would give results as good as incineration, where 100% disinfection is possible. So an alternative strategy without incineration actually holds the future in pathogenic biomedical waste management. This is actually data given by Pollution Control Board. The first map shows you the facilities available in India. The red colored states have facilities that are inadequate. They produce more biomedical waste than they have the facility available to treat them. On the right hand side, it's being told that a report has been submitted to Lok Sabha in 2022, where they say that at least 10 states and union territories in India do not have a biomedical waste treatment plant. So we took Kerala as an example. A small state, Kerala is producing approximately 58 tons of biomedical waste daily, and we have basically 2 operational biomedical waste treatment facilities. For example, one in the middle of Kerala. Even from Trivandrum, which is at the lower southern end of Kerala, the waste is being transported by road, by truck, traveling a cumulative distance of more than 10,000 kilometers. So not only the possibilities of exposure, spillage and accidents, but the carbon footprint that this cumulative transport brings in is also a big problem. This is actually the current biomedical waste flowchart. It's generated in hospitals, then through a series of processes, it's going to be incinerated, and we have identified issues at each point. And NIST has come up with a technology where we have a dual process. The first process is the disinfection that allows to dispose pathogenic waste as non-regulated waste, which is much safer. The second is a solidification process so that there will not be any problems associated with spillage or accidents. The final treated material is fully non-toxic, and then it can be disposed as fertilizer additives. It's applicable to any kind of waste, solid or liquid, or any amount of waste. At the same time, it's also favorable for human tissues and other chemicals that are being generated, such as aldehydes. And finally, it's a chemical process where incineration is not required, and the odor issues, the foul-smelling biomedical waste will now have a pleasant natural fragrance due to the technology that we have developed. And this technology will simplify the whole biomedical waste flowchart to this. It can just be segregated, disinfected, solidified, and directly taken for landfill, recycling, or as used as soil additives. And this table shows how the green zone of biomedical waste management comes into application. Our system is actually preferred in terms of every parameter that the industry put forward in terms of investment, cost, types of waste, energy, etc. And these are the certifications, third-party certifications that we have got that confirms the disinfection is 100%, and ICIR approved agencies have certified that there is no toxic component. The actual composition of the final treated material is 3 to 8 times better than vermicompost. This has a part of this technology has been transferred to a startup in Kerala, and this is where we are right now. The application for regulatory approval has been submitted to the Central Pollution Control Board, and it's under consideration. The presentation is already completed. Third-party validation in terms of antimicrobial action as well as environmental compatibility and soil compatibility are completed. And one demand that was put forward was to minimize human intervention in doing the whole process. And we initially mechanized the whole process, and finally a fully automated equipment has been developed which can be used for the treatment of pathogenic biomedical waste that has been placed in our stall. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you. With this, I thank each of our speakers, both from the industry as well as from CSIR, for their wonderful presentations. Now I request Dr. Vibha to take over.
So thank you, Dr. Chandru. If the panelists could please come forward. I'd like to request you to please felicitate our guests for today. Shri Jayesh Parekh, Managing Director of Chem Process Systems Private Limited. And Shri Angu Miller. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so if you all could just stand here and you can have a group photograph. So I'll request all the other directors from the chemical team also to come forward for the group photograph. Thank you. So with this, we conclude all the technical sessions, and thank you all for being, such a good audience. Of course, it's good to see so many people still here. Many, of course, from CSIR. So thank you to all of you who attended most of our technical sessions. I'll now request my colleague Shri R.P. Singh to please come forward and propose a formal vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Vibha. It has been excellent 2 days discussion with industry as well as with the CSIR scientists. And I must say that it's really wonderful to have a glimpse of all the 8 themes in one day in around 5-6 hours. It is very difficult job, we understand, but we were constrained due to continuous change in the agenda, in the program, and in the duration, and last minute changes. So originally this program was for 1.5 days. Now we had to curtail to so almost half. So we really appreciate all the theme directors, all the directors, scientists, and industry partners to accommodate our request and finish the discussion part within such a short period of time. The 2 days session comes to an end here, and we will be having a small valedictory session at 5 o'clock in the quiz area. So I once again thank all the theme directors, and then organizing team from TMD and IMD. TMD, Dr. Vibha has taken so much pain, and Prasad Bhukia, Darokar from IMD, Dr. Mahesh Kumar, Dipti, and SCDD team for providing us the venue, HRDG team for providing us the food, tea, and other services. So it has been really wonderful 2 days interaction with you. Thank you all, and I request you to come to the quiz area at 5 o'clock, and then we have a high tea also. Thank you.
Please assemble in the
यहाँ से तो कुछ मिलेगा नहीं यार, वहाँ के जाएंगे अपने क्या?
Thank the labs and industry for accommodating to our request, because the program has been changing every day and every hour, and finally we could do it. And so a big applause to everyone in the CSIR. So in this small program, we have certificate for all the labs who have participated, with all the labs participated in the expo, and then we have something very, I would say, lucky draw.
You're surprised. Are we saying you always take more than is needed? So ma'am, please come forward. Mementos to all the labs. IHBT, a certificate and memento. Can I request Director IHBT or anyone from IHBT to please come forward? IHBT team. Bhavya, Sukhjinder ji, come on. Thank you for all the efforts. IHBT, a very, very colorful stall. Another colorful stall was the IIM. IIM team, Zameen and team, please come forward. IIM team first. Okay. Congratulations. Big thank you. CFTRI, Dr. Sridevi, and team. The CFTRI team, please come forward. Okay, so the director is taking the memento on behalf of CFTRI. Please come, CFTRI team, if you are there. CSMCRI, Dr. Kanan. Dr. Kanan and team, CSMCRI. Anybody else from CSMCRI? The director is here to represent you. What about the other team members? They're all busy all across the place.
Anybody? So we'll wait. Simab, Lucknow, Dr. Pramod and team, please come forward. Thank you. NBRI team, Dr. Ajit Shastri and team. Anybody from NBRI? No proxy. No proxy. So NBRI, if anybody is there, otherwise you lose the chance to take from DG. Siri Pilani. Base saver for Siri. Thank you. IGIB Shavik, you can leave your mobile. Come. It's good to see all the youngsters here. Thank you. CDRI. Congratulations and thank you. Team CGCRI, in the meantime, if you could come forward. CGCRI, Kolkata, anybody if you could come forward. CLRI, Dr. Sriram, and Dr. Chandru, come. Come on, Dr. Chandru, you can't escape. Dr. Sriram, Dr. Chandru, who else? CLRI team, please come forward. So all are requested to please wait, otherwise you will be disqualified from the surprise list. Next, Thiruvananthapuram, Dr. Anant Kumar and team, come on. They actually came in weird uniform, all of them. Yeah, that's what I said. Anybody who's not there is disqualified from surprise. So please, don't leave. The session's not over. Agri Bhopal, Dr. Srivastava and team. IICB Kolkata. IICB Kolkata. Inko आया. हाँ, Imtech Chandigarh. Dr. Khosla and team. Anybody from Imtech? Okay, saving grace. CBRI, Roorkee, Dr. Pradeep Kumar and team. CBRI. आप ट्राइपॉड यहाँ लगा देंगे तो लोग कैसे निकलेंगे? NAL, Dr. Abhay, Team IICT Hyderabad, Dr. Srinivas, Shailaja, Team 1. Team NCL, Team NCL, NCL Pune, please come forward. SCRC, Dr. Anandavali and team. IIP, Dr. Bish and team. IIP, please be ready. IMMT, Dr. Ramanuj and team, please come forward. We are only facilitators. Headquarters are only facilitators. Team CRRI, Dr. Paridar and team, please come forward. Team Neeri Nagpur, please come forward. Oh, that's Neeri. So Team Neeri Nagpur. Team Simfa and Bharat, in the meantime, please come forward. Team Simfa. Team CSIO, please come forward. CSIO. NISPA, Dr. Rachna and team. The NISPA team, please be ready, be prepared. Team NGRI, please come forward in the meantime. Dr. Prakash and team. So Lucknow can now come. Team IITR, Dr. Ramanuj. Only he's representing Lucknow. Sorry, Dr. Bhaskar. Oh no, Ramanuj को मिल गया. Bhaskar, sorry. Dr. Bhaskar. So maybe the surprise could be for the highest number of people who are still here from that lab. Dr. Srivastav, you can please come forward with that. NML lab. Team NIO. CCMP. CCMP, please come forward. CCMP. Board PI. Team CIERI, can please come. CIERI, Dr. Rajan. Sikri, Team Sikri. ACSIR. Team ACSIR, please come forward. So CSIR Integrated Skill Development Initiative Admission Karamyogi. HRDC. Integrated Skill Initiative Admission Karamyogi. HRDC, anybody? HRDC, anyone? No? So thank you all for this. So ma'am, okay. So now the team has come. So they want CFPRI team. Once again. So anybody from CGCRI? CGCRI, anybody who's here? NBRI? East, Jorhat? Anybody? I guess they've all left. So, your address, ma'am? And maybe then we can disperse or a special draw. So special draw, let's see who the lucky winners are, which lab.
So we have 4 lucky draw just to see the surprise that which labs win this lucky draw. So 4 lucky draw for the labs and 1 lucky draw for each starter. So for the 4, I request the ECSR to please pick up 1 slip out of this. No one.
Come. Two more.
CSIR CLRI.
CLRI. Disqualified.
AMPRI. Ampli.
एक और.
Yeah, one more.
Come. One more. वो दूसरा डब्बा. नहीं वो.
Team NGRI. So one for the startups. Let's see which is the winning startup. Come.
Calm the chaos. Calm the chaos, I guess.
Calm the chaos. Are you there?
So startup, calm the chaos. Chaos.
You are coming?
Calm the chaos. Yeah. Okay, that startup has left. Okay. So the team just left. So any other startup which is there right now? So we'll have a competition amongst them, which you'll have to tell us your names. Okay.
Dhriti Biosolutions.
So thank you, and ma'am, request you to please address everybody.
Please thank everyone. So Namaskar. I know all of you just want to leave at the earliest, but I feel this is the most appropriate time wherein on behalf of CSIR, I can extend the heartfelt thanks to each and every one of you. I would say please give a big hand of appreciation. From yesterday morning onwards, I keep receiving number of appreciating messages, mails, and even phone calls. And people are telling that this is the first time CSIR Foundation Day related message has been seen even everywhere in Delhi. Almost in very many streets, the information has reached, meaning is CSIR is now really penetrating the nook and corner. So this time this Foundation Day has really, the message has reached, and this exhibition was also broadly and very generously appreciated by almost everyone. And of course the main plenary session and the way the exhibitions are arranged, the way the industry meet was conducted yesterday, the way the technical session was also conducted and attended by each and every one of you. I think on my and on behalf of CSIR, I really put on record my deep congratulations, appreciations, and the best wishes to each and every one of you. This is the first time all 37 labs, we really felt that yes, CSIR is one family. We were all the time talking, but this time we really felt, all of us experienced, we really underwent that kind of an experience, how a joint family would be. And how good it is that all 37 labs are coming out with your own positive developments, sharing the happiness without having any professional jealous. Of course, a bit of competition was there. Who will be taking the main stall, who will be thrown away to the last hall, all these things were there. But I think all of you share I would say invitees, they all said one thing very, very repeatedly is CSIR is now seen to have more positivity. They say that that positivity was felt by them when they talked with each and every one of you, those who were there in the stall or those who just interacted with them, maybe in some occasion, either officially or semi-officially or personally, or maybe while walking across the corridors. So that kind of positivity has been felt by even the invitees, and therefore we all should now accept and we should realize that we are all now having all positivities together, and I should really thank each and every one of you again for this kind of a great support, cooperation, unconditional support, I should say. Why? Because when I was sitting there on the other side, from the lab side, we used to always think that only CSIR headquarters is informing at the last minute. Now, even after I reach this headquarters, I always tell these people, I was the one who was all the time scolding you people that you are sending the information at the last minute. So this time I wanted to avoid that blame. I tried my level best, but I think it also, I was not able to succeed in that. Finally, I was able to reach you only at the last minute. But then you are used to that kind of a practice. And therefore, as usual, like the way I was cursing, now all of you would have cursed initially, Kalaiselvi. But then now we were left with no other better choice of informing you only at the last minute for all possible details. But then somebody was talking about a lot of changes. We are living in an era where technology is also fast changing. We are working for industries, therefore we should be always susceptible to accept changes, maybe with a broad smile. So let us not take anything very, very seriously. So let us accept all changes the way it comes in the way. And all of us are together, and therefore no worries. So whatever positive things are happening, all of us can celebrate it as one CSIR. If at all anything goes wrong, please take my words, please believe my words. I make it as an assurance and a promise. I will take the responsibility. I will take the responsibility on behalf of entire CSIR that it went wrong because of Kalaiselvi as DG CSIR. Therefore, no worries at all. So hereafter also, maybe in the coming days also, we will call you. So be prepared. And also you prepare your startups and your clients also. This is the language of CSIR. We will tell you at 10 o'clock, but you should be ready by 9 o'clock. So all these secrets, you make them also to be aware of. Now why I am telling is, if at all we are making ourselves ready to undergo any kind of a change, any kind of a escalating and any kind of a serving to that particular choice of time, I think it's a great practice. CSIR is giving that kind of a practice also. And you all lived up to the expectation of the entire country, I should say, because now the participation is across the country. For the past 2 days, CSIR, I don't know about the 81 years, at least for the past 2 days, we lived up to the expectation of the country. Because across the country, it's only the appreciations I received till this time. Touch wood, I should not get any negative criticism. If at all I get any negative criticism, it will not be shared with you at all. It will be digested by me, and I will take the responsibility as I told you already. Therefore, friends, 2 days, Now we lived up to the expectation of the country. Now we know how to live up to the expectation of the country, and therefore, hereafter, from now onwards, we will say that we will always live up to the expectation of the country. And I look forward to your continuous support, unconditional support, and we all should always showcase that one CSIR is always great. We should also come out with globally impact-making technologies. So thank you so much for my CSIR family, my extended CSIR family, and a special thanks to you, because I think we have already adopted you as a CSIR person, because you know more than whatever is known to many of the CSIR persons. So you made the show very, very, very elegant. You don't have anything to be given to him? At least a shawl? Ah. No, at least a token of appreciation. Just arrange for a shawl at least. CGCRA is ready. Come, come CGCRA. So friends, with this, let us say goodbye to each other. Till the shawl comes, I will talk. Okay. So this is a great exercise, but I was told, because many of you listened to already just yesterday, the Tata Chemicals CEO and MD, he just asked me to just arrange for such kind of exhibits in different parts of the country. But I'm not giving any kind of an assurance. I have not given any assurance. Now also I'm not making any kind of an assurance. But if need be, let us be ready with this kind of shows for their repetition in different parts of the country, so that the ultimate aim is to reach out to each. These few words, thank you so much. Have great times ahead. Goodbye. Once again, clap loudly for this great. Definitely thank the core team of CFD 2023. This is the first time I think they have experienced how tough Kalaiselvi and how difficult it is work with Kalaiselvi. Because almost every day we had meeting. And towards the end and all, the meeting went on up to night, 8:30, 8:45 also. People really got fed up, but then no, they had no other go rather than giving a smile. So no dinner was given, but only advice was given. Work was only given. But I think, please clap for CSIR headquarters. No certificate was given. Nothing was given. So, you want a photo? Okay, come for a photograph. Okay, all core team members, please join for a photograph. Ji, come. Take. Take, no, photograph is. No, don't embarrass me. Thank you. So, you are from headquarters only, no? Come.
Come, Darukar. Come. Deepak, you should come. Come.
Come soon.
He was in charge of all the posters.
Make it fast.
Please join us for the high tea. There's high tea arranged. Please do join us for the high tea before you people disperse for your final destinations, your own labs and your own homes. Thank you all. And thank you, ma'am, for such encouraging words.